All right. All right. Let's what's it called? We're continuing on with Tyrion Cuthbert. We should be able to finish what's it called? This week. We should be able to finish this week. I'm busy this weekend, but what's it called? Yeah, we should be able to finish it. Relative coming today? No, there's no plans. It was a surprise visit on Sunday, so it's like, okay, cool, cheers. It's fine. It was it's more like it was so close to the end of the case, so it's like, okay, cool, that's just bad timing. So I'm just say hi, ha, ha, ha. But also, hello there, hi. All right, cool. Let's get right into this, since supposedly this is where the cases are more like longer. So 4 and 5 is where the cases get long. So we're not long like 10 hours. It's eternally long, but long, longer than usual. Okay, cool. Case 4, severed ties. Up until now, we've been following the story of Tyrion Cuthbert. Okay, cool. This time we're addressing the player with the narration. We've experienced the world through his eyes and fought for justice through his soul. But this time, why don't we start from the perspective of another? Okay, yeah. Also, what's it called? I admit I had to I quickly looked at the first part. Not not all of it. Literally just up to here. So I could I had no idea what to do for a thumbnail. I had no idea what to do for a thumbnail because the game doesn't give me that many choices for art that I don't want to that I don't want to reuse too much. So yeah, I did so that's why Ruby's on the thumbnail. I did check to see. Not even ironically, I double checked. I actually checked. I checked. I had to check. I checked for up to this part, literally here, for a specific case. Yeah, it works out because I looked. I had to yeah, because I was at a loss for what to do for what to use for the thumbnail. I didn't know if Eris would be a part of things. Also, because this game isn't big, so people haven't extracted the sprites, and put them on a wiki or something. So, yeah. I can't exactly make a thumbnail out of sprites either, without it being here's some weird ass backgrounds for not weird but disjointed backgrounds for everyone. And just taking screenshots. I can't believe Cuthbert read the client's mind without asking. It's starting to become a problem. He's becoming more and more reckless with each passing year. Okay, cool. We're getting into that. Yeah, last case we had Tyrion tried to use Empowered Eye. What's it called? On Von Sanctus. But it didn't work, so okay, he's becoming more reliant on eye powers. Okay, cool. That's cool at least. It seems a bit OP, so it's a good angle to go with. That it's so OP. It's just the character becoming too reliant. I wish Frey was still alive. She would know what to do. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll see what Ruby and Frey's relationship were. We'll see. Good afternoon. Hey there. But cool. We go through Ruby's. Ruby, we barely know her right now. It's we don't know whether she's actually legit crooked, as Commander White said, or if she's misunderstood. We'll see. Cuthbert does Tyrion does care about her, but he's also distant in a sense, or rather he acts distant. Ish. Well, not too distant, but ish. She made it look so effortless, and he loved her. Would he have listened to her if he was still here? She was still here. Is something matter, Timora? Okay. Oh, you're Frey. Okay. We might see Miriam again. We might see Miriam again. We'll see. No, I was just thinking about something. Well, the trial's about to begin. I don't doubt your abilities, but I'd still appreciate if you remained focused. All of our futures are at stake, after all. Of course, Miss Freyga. Beatrice Frager, occupation freelancer. Beatrice takes in a deep breath before she claps her hands together. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just the ritual I use to calm myself. Right, almost forgotten about that. But more importantly, what are you doing here? Okay, cool, Eris is here. Eris is here. My father sent me to guide Beatrice through the courthouse. It's a new environment for her, and we were both worried about her condition. I still can't believe you were the boss's daughter the entire time. Okay, right. Didn't they say that... What was their face? Someone who called Ruby... Was it Hound of the Eye Taker or something? Something like that? Something like that. So, Ruby does know this criminal mastermind dude that was introduced last case. Yeah, case 3, I think, case 3 does feel like is literally there to put pieces into place. But in the case, I don't know, the case for that one, like, there's a bit of like thematic relevancy-ish, but it's literally just more of the same mode, like, well, not really more of it, but like more than just nobles are arse kind of deal. But it's more about placing things in pieces for the future. It truly was the in-between case. Francisca, I see what you mean, yeah. Why didn't you say so? Why didn't you say anything at the academy? Well, knowing my true identity would have caused friction with your son, wouldn't it? He's not my... Anyway, I suppose I understand why you stayed quiet. But I still don't appreciate being kept in the dark about this. Oh, speak of the devil. Okay, cool. Ruby has ties that we don't know about yet. You spot Cuthbert and McCoy walking into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. McCoy spots you and gives you a friendly yet awkward smile. However, Cuthbert ignores you entirely and walks silently into the courtroom. Parental troubles? We had an argument earlier. Nothing to worry about. If you say so. You are wary about what he saw in Beatrice's mind, though. He's always been a good kid, but his idealistic sense of justice clouds his judgment sometimes. You just hope he's not planning to do anything reckless. Okay, cool. He read her mind, but he's not even, like, working on this case. Alright, we'll see how this goes. The trial's about to begin. Do you really have the time to make small talk here? Prosecutor Steelwind approaches the three of you. But she appears to be accompanied by someone... Okay, cool. Okay, cool. We're bringing everyone together now. That's cool. We have, Wallace. Nightgrave, is that you? What are you doing here? Well... He's accompanying me as my aide for this case. I see. So I assume you'll be prosecuting? Of course. I never passed the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby Tamura. Really, if I recall correctly, you haven't beaten Tyrion once so far. Miss Steelwind, don't strain yourself. What's that look for, Beatrice? You almost look surprised to see me here. He's male? What, Wallace? Yeah, Wallace we've seen, like, for a while. He's in second case. Do you mean Wallace? Considering the circumstances, I thought you might recuse yourself. I am more than capable of being objective, especially for a case of this much importance. Well, I hope your mind is as strong... Oh, no. No. I think I might have misspoke then at some point then. If that's what you're saying. Okay, yeah, nothing like in her inventory that's different. It's just this, still. I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. With a really put dialogue. What do you mean the narrator? Miss Steelwind, please calm down. Oh, I love a good reunion. Alright, so we don't know anything about this case until we're here. And we'll have to see like how Wallace is involved in the first place. Like, it's an odd pairing, let's say, with Arya and him. Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frager. Miss Steelwind, is the prosecution ready? Miss Steelwind? Oh, of course. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Something seems off about her today. Is her personal attachment to this case distracting her? Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As many of you know, Beatrice Frege is the formerly missing daughter of the now late William Frege. Oh, okay. And the victim of the murder is William Frege himself. Okay, but who's William? Is he... how do you say that again? Beatrice is the formerly missing daughter of the now late... We have to see how old William is. Is he, like, old? Or is he, like, normal? Like, in his, like, mid-50s. Yes, I'm well aware of that. The people of Wyverngard will certainly mourn the loss of the House Frege's head. Please, the only people mourning him are the banking house's shareholders. No idea what's going on. Yeah, we're literally like thrown into this without any idea. So we'll see. Well, we're literally thrown into this. Like, we're thrown into this cold. So we'll have to learn about this case as it goes on. But anyways, did you also say the defendant is accused of grand theft? Yes, Your Honor. The crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frege Manor yesterday evening. The Haraldson Hall of History had a gallery display within the manor. It was showcasing several magical artifacts donated to Wyverngard Historical Society. One of them was the Sword of Spell Eating, a magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify spell effects. Magical effects. The Sword of Spell Eating is an ancient artifact. When wielded by a creature, that creature and anything connected to them, physically or magically, are immune to all harmful magical effects. They didn't say it was forged for a blood contract between a mage and a demon. We, the prosecution, believe that the defendant stole this item. She then used it to nullify the magical lock on the victim's study. Wait, how old is Beatrice again? 23. Oh. I thought she was much older. She looks much older than 23, I'm not gonna lie. After breaking the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using a letter opener. He died of blood loss shortly after. Okay, cool. Died at 3:12. Cause of death was blood loss after his throat was slashed. Both carotid arteries were severed, meaning that death must have followed mere seconds after. Body shows several scratch marks on the face and back. Traces of illusion magic were also found. I see, but what possible motive would the defendant have to murder her own father? Okay. He's your dad. Cool. He's your dad. William Frege and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice abandoned and fled her home. She went into hiding and did not come into contact with any friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown until she suddenly contacted her father a week ago. My client left the Frege household because of her toxic relationship with her father. She wanted to create a life for herself that was free from his influence and abuse. I won't disagree with your claims. Devil's innocent except maybe not. We'll see how that pans out then. We'll see. He died, meaning the death must have followed mere seconds. We'll see how that goes. If he has any like last minute movements. That just highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She had clearly fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I can't possibly understand why they would scheme this meeting during the Lord's Ball. But nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night. And these same witnesses saw her storming out of her father's study in anger. Her father must have refused her request for gold, so she decided to murder him to claim inheritance. Luckily, we prepared for this in advance. Yes, they're playing right into our hands. William Frege's inheritance, ? Beatrice Frege fled from her home 5 years ago, went to hiding. Okay, so recap, yeah. As per your agreement, this testimony will be confirmed by Miriam in court. Okay, we'll see Miriam again. What you're saying is all conjecture, Lady Steelwind. You don't have any evidence or testimony that confirms what they spoke about. Yes, I'm well aware that you and your client have refused to tell us what was discussed during that meeting. But as long as you both stay silent, my claims are plausible. Be honest, Steelwind, do you seriously think my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition? Condition? What's that What do you mean by that, Miss Tamora? Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court about my client's disability. Your Honor, Beatrice Frege is considered legally disabled. However, legally disabled? What's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind? Okay, what do you mean? Please read that, Harrington. You missed some things. Okay, let me double check that. Frege fled from family 5 years ago into hiding. In retaliation, Frege told Miriam that he would remove... Oh, right. As a result, she wouldn't receive any inheritance. Oh, okay. That's what... Okay, yeah. Okay. Cool. So that means that she would have got nothing from his death in the first place. So, I mean, it could still be a cold blood murder, regardless, but okay. That kills the inheritance angle, potentially. But then again, like, how would... Unless, like, Beatrice was told by Miriam that she would get jack shit. My client isn't just legally disabled. She's completely blind. Oh. Okay, I see. That explains the eye style. Completely blind. Is this true? She is... What do you mean? As in like... Isn't just. I think she means she isn't just. It's just that Arya was, going around it without saying it exactly, I think. Is that what you mean? Is this true? We have several medical documents and testimony from several chirurgeons attending to this fact. My client is unable to see anything. Beatrice's blindness, unable to see anything through her eyes. This has been verified through several medical reports and qualified chirurgeons. I thought Arya and Rue were talking about different things. Ah, okay. Is that what it means, chirurgeons? Archaic word for surgeon. Ah, okay. Just an old ass word. What is the meaning of this, Steelwind? Do you expect me to believe a blind woman performed any of the acts you're accusing her of? I'm glad you're also able to see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. If the court would just let me elaborate. Steelwind, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. Okay, I see. Okay, having Ruby be like... Okay, yeah, Ruby being the one, she's a lot more dominant. Like, she takes control of this ASAP compared to Tyrion. Like, Tyrion... it's like he's like he's the underdog, really. He's the one fighting back. Ruby's out here just throwing everything at Arya before any cross examination. He's already on the offensive, pretty much. Bloodletting stuff. Also barbers. My client would have needed to break into a magically secured display case. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. Hey there, welcome. And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the sort of spell eating on the lock leading to the victim's study. Then she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor? I'm compelled to agree with you, Miss Tamora. Those sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest. It's just awful. The Steelwinds are clearly just attacking the Freges now their head is deceased.
Objection!
Enough. Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case, nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding this very investigation. Until you have done so, you are in no position to pass judgment. Very well, Miss Steelwinds. I suppose you have a point. Guess the young lady has some claws after all. Already better than Tyrion already. I mean, yeah, Tyrion is a lot less aggressive. Like, Ruby's more aggressive as a defense attorney. But it doesn't matter. Their case against Beatrice is questionable at best. Frankly, surprising that Steelwind even went through this. It's only a matter of time before the judge sees things your way. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orym White to the stand. It's an interesting, like, different dynamic, let's say. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. I've been thinking about this game a bit off stream. I'll talk about it after we're done, just so like I don't say anything too soon. I've been thinking about it a bit, just like how it compares, like, and how it does things, kind of thing. Right. We didn't want to cause panic. After the sword was stolen, so we activated the manor's silent security system. It put an anti-magic field over the entire manor. We did a search of the house and we found a stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. It didn't look like she was going to run, and the Crown Prince Aster told us to stand down, so we kept an eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night, so he had locked himself inside his study. But an hour later, we entered the study and found him dead lying in a pool of blood. The lock was still engaged and no one teleported in. The perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using the Sword of Spell Eating. We have testimonies that say the defendant was seriously in debt, so he must have murdered the victim to get part of the inheritance. Their case against Beatrice is just as you predicted. How about getting us? True. 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 The cases against Beatrice is as you predicted, and you already have a countermeasure to disprove the existence of any motive. All you have to do is present that to the court. Okay, but I want to press a bit. Wait, doesn't that make the sword make the wielder immune to magical effects? Doesn't the sword make them immune to magical effects? An anti-magic's field wouldn't have disempowered everyone except the thief. Yeah, well, we didn't know what a sword could do until after the investigation. Up until then, we thought it was just a dusty old artifact. That seems pretty negligent. Are you sure you're qualified for your position, Orym? The situation was unprecedented for everyone involved. If you press for the first time, I just want to come curious what about this magical field. It's like, we just say anti-magic field, but then there's not even evidence. We just say, yeah, we put magic field, anti-magic field. Like, it's in the name, of course, but like, it's not going to be evidence. Like, for example, like the lockdown or something. The lockdown in both case 2 and 3. No one would expect an ancient artifact to have magical capabilities. Anyways, what did you do after the theft, Commander? We found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. That's how we knew it was her. Oh, let me just, like, did they keep her bedroom after all these years? I want to see. She had conclusion to jump to. My client hadn't stepped foot into Frege Manor in years. After being gone for so long, her bedroom had to have been repurposed for something else. I'm not sure about the details, but none of the defendant's sisters refused to let the servants disturb the room. Okay. I guess she was hoping her sister would come back one day. Ah. One of them, at least. Okay, cool. There's another sister besides Miriam. One of, yeah. Oh, Leif. Okay, Miriam doesn't care, yeah. Miriam is like, haha, inheritance. I think Miriam is like that, yeah. It's like, haha, I have the inheritance money now. So I don't think she cares. Yeah, fair. Let's see about Aster. Why would the prince tell you to stand down? Well, Crown Prince Aster knew the defendant well. He was confident that she wasn't going to flee the scene. Are you sure you just knew her well? If I recall correctly, the prince is still very adamant about her innocence. The Crown Prince is vouching for the defendant? Is this true, Miss Steelwind? It is. However, I believe that the evidence found throughout the investigation proves the contrary. Are you sure your judgment isn't simply being clouded by jealousy? Your fiancé was previously engaged to my client after all. Oh, okay. What'd she say? Let me double check. Your fiancé was... Oh, okay, I see. After she ran away, that's when Arya... Oh, that's what Miriam meant about taking back Aster. Ah. That's what Miriam meant. Okay. That's what she meant. You're enjoying this a bit too much. Also, I want to double check something. There's something off about what's it called? As in, like, this something that caught my eye. Alright, I think it's clear which one we go for. The inheritance and then...
Objection!
Okay. Was that always there? This, like, scratch mark? I didn't realize until now. Was this always here? This, like... I think it probably was, but I just never noticed it. Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes. And the prosecution's proposed motive... I thought it was my screen tearing. The prosecution's motive is the largest amongst them. What do you mean, Miss Tamura? Of all the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have had much to gain through her inheritance. That may be, but that's assuming my client had anything to inherit at all. What? Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. How do you think he would have reacted to that? Lord Frigg was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think he'd leave his inheritance to someone who disobeyed him so egregiously? No, he'd do everything in his power to make sure she didn't see a shred of his wealth. Yes, we're already well aware of this. The moment she slams her cane down, you notice the prosecutor wince a little, but she quickly hides it and regains her composure. On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his murder deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She wouldn't have needed to act quickly, lest her father submit the changed will. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Steelwind. William Frey didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago. I have witnessed testimony from Miriam Frege, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her family disinherited my client shortly after she fled the household. What? She never brought it up during questioning. Perhaps she's not as amicable to you as you thought. If you don't believe me, why don't you call her to the stand and ask her yourself? What are you planning, Miss Tamura? I have no idea what you're talking about. Not gonna lie, like, we feel sus as hell. I don't know. Like, we're too dominant, like, to the point where it feels weird. We're too dominant. We're too dominant. What's it called? So, but where did Arya get the idea that he would have submitted something? Or is that an assumption? Maybe an assumption. Keep going. Well, it's clear we don't get anywhere unless we hear from Miriam herself. Bailiff, please escort Miriam to the stand. Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. And you didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Oh, well, you never asked. If I recall correctly, you were tight-lipped during questioning this morning. Are you staying quiet for your sister's sake? The witness just lost her father. You couldn't hardly expect her to recall every detail that's relevant to the case. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows, maybe I just have a way with people. Tended to pull for her, but I also want Fei Zhao on Sunday when he drops. Yeah, saving's rough. Especially with Jiao Che and Fei Zhao right next to each other. If you have the roles, but it depends. Just pull your win. Ha! It's rough, yeah. Unless you have lots of savings, it's rough. Regardless, it's a point of a point. I'll give the witness the benefit of the doubt for now. In any case, Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Yes, of course. I see, to go with her. One day we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. Okay, this is from when she ran away. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called my sister and me to study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frege estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path he did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. Are you sure this all happened 5 years ago? Yeah, even now I still remember everything clearly. I see. Her speech is getting slower. Is she deep in thought? Nightgrave seems extremely concerned for some reason. And Leif was there with you at this meeting? Yes, she was. However, Leif couldn't have possibly been there. Her words are getting more slurred. You also notice her balance is slightly swaying. Hey, are you okay? Of course What? By the skilled lord, is that blood? Blood? Bailiff, find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Let's go into the courtroom immediately. After some scrambling, a couple of healers are able to help Nightgrave destabilize the prosecutor. In all of the chaos, you caught a glimpse of her. There were deep wounds and blood on several parts of her body. She must have used some kind of illusion to hide them. But her disguise was completely dissipated now. Necromancy. Ha! True. Before Steelwind is taken out of the courtroom, you catch her whispering something to Nightgrave's ear. You see a look of confusion from him, but he nods and makes his way to the witness stand. But not before passing a message on to the bailiff, who seems equally confused. Okay, cool, so what? Arya was attacked or something before this court case. Seems equally confused. Guess what the hell's going on? Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. Mr. Nightgrave. What's going on? Why was Miss Steelman gravely injured? Eris. Maybe. It could be like Ruby's dodgy dealings thing, like to ensure that Beatrice is free. I don't know, maybe. We'll see. Maybe it's the crooked thing going on with Ruby. Like maybe the Eye Hunter, whatever his name was, Eye Taker, like ordered a hit on Arya to make sure that Beatrice is free. I don't know. We'll see. I'm sorry, but I was actually wasn't here as Steelwind's aide. I was her healer. Her healer? Her truth is, Miss Steelman was finally attacked at noon today. She was in critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyway. I owed her a favour, and she asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial. Skilled lord, why didn't she just recuse herself? She must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, you'd have handily won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed up to prosecute because no one else would, and she did it despite the risk to her life. It almost makes you respect her a little. Almost. Anyways, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor? Okay, yeah. We're shifty as hell. We're shifty as hell. We're a bit too shifty. So we'll see where this goes. What? Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. A win is a win. Is it a win for Tyrion though? Is Tyrion happy? We'll see. Is Tyrion happy about this? Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. In addition to that, Mario's testimony shows my client had nothing to gain from her father's death. He's in this case. We'll see. Tyrion did read Beatrice's mind. At some point that we mentioned he did. So we'll see where we go with this. Miss Steelman has been gravely injured, and you're still only concerned about... The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client. Even so, we cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor. And how long do you think this will take, Your Honor? It's almost been 12 hours since the murder took place. That gives us, what, 36 hours? After that, every magical trace at the crime scene will fully disappear. But there might be someone... If Steelwood had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. She took a risk and now she has to pay the price. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? I mean, I don't think it would, but it would be gas if Tyrion just like showed up and be like, yeah, screw you. You're not exactly proud of winning this way, but this is what it takes to win, and you want any opportunity like this slip past you by. There's no truth though, like, didn't they say that in usual cases, they would like, if a noble gets murdered, then it would be like, or like if magic is involved, if magic's involved, then they have to find someone to implicate. Like, they can't just leave it be like, yeah, we're chill. We know you didn't do it. We don't know who did it, but we're chill. I thought, like, yeah, that was the case. Unless Arya's just really good at pushing that thing, pretty much. And this tuny intro lines, hopefully. MC's mother, right? Well, adoptive mother. Adoptive. Freya... Not Frey. Yeah, Frey. Frey is Tyrion's mother, but we found out she died, what's it called? Years ago. Last case. Well, due to today's unprecedented events, I have no choice. There aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Stillwind's place. We will take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict. Adoptive mother.
Objection!
Okay. Okay, that's gas. Let's go. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert? Cuthbert. What the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frega's testimony. Frey was executed because Ruby failed to defend her. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It looks like things aren't going to be as simple as you expected. Okay, so do we switch perspectives into Tyrion, or are we still Ruby? Okay, now we go into the past now. Investigation. Unless, like, Tyrion is just acting in Arya's stead. Like, maybe Beatrice didn't do it, but we're just skimming over the truth right now. I feel so out of place here. Despite your clear hatred for nobility, you found yourself at a party filled with aristocrats. It's lame. You hardly recognize anyone. You haven't seen the other sister yet. Yeah, we haven't seen her yet. Leif. Unless Leif killed her father. You hardly recognize anyone, but many of the people here recognize you. You're used to receiving dirty looks from the upper class, but you suddenly feel everyone's disdain for you. Why are you in a corner by yourself? I can't believe I let you talk me to coming here. For some reasons unknown, you lose your train of thought. Okay, cool. We got Celeste in a dress. That's cute. I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What do you think? What's wrong? I suddenly feel flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact with her. Okay, cool. Tyrion caught feelings now. Let's go. Tyrion caught feelings. Also, what's it called? I will say that, right at the moment at least, like, Tyrion's like, her eyes up there. Ha! 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 I feel like, I don't know, Tyrion's nobility, as in, like, the effects of the nobility on Tyrion. We'll have to see, like, where they go with it for the like, the next two cases. But, like, so far it's like, yeah, the nobles look at him dirty and stuff like that. But, like, we haven't really seen, like, any, like, bad things exactly. Like, in terms of, like, no one's attacked Tyrion in the streets, for example. Like, we have Celeste as a bodyguard, but, like, we don't really see anything to a big extent that affects Tyrion's livelihood and lifestyle. Like, he still travels fine, it seems. So, we'll see. We'll see. You suddenly feel extremely flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact with her. Oh, I see. Are you enchanted by my beauty? Come on, say something. Ever since that night in Oranax, you felt like something's been off between you two. Am I interrupting something? Miss Tamora, I wanted to check in on you two before we went to meet Lord Frega. Before we went to... Wait, we went to meet... Okay, so you were with her? Before we went to meet with Lord Frega. Okay. You and her are going to meet him. You spot a woman slightly behind her. Is she the client that Miss Tamora is representing? You're pretty sure this is your first time meeting her, but she looks familiar for some reason. This is a flashback, yeah. We're going into the past now for the day of the crime. Yeah. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Miss Tamora's ward. You extend out your hand to shake hers. She's an aristocratic heir to her, So I hope you're not being too informal. Instead of taking your hands, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. Her hands together. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine. Oh. Nevertheless, she finally shakes her hand. I've heard much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice. I'm not sure about the details, but your mentor appears to be brokering a deal between Beatrice and William. William is the ruling lord. So you're a little curious about what kind of deal he'd be involved in. But you've learned not to pry into your mentor's business. Anyways, we'll probably be gone for a while. William is alive. Yeah, we're in the past. We're in the past. We're in the past right now. Yeah, William was still alive. We're in the past. We're in the past. But at this time, we don't know the time, but he is still alive. How is Beatrice Ruby's client? I think it's a case of like maybe like obviously being an attorney is not just murder cases, not just homicide. I think maybe representing her about the inheritance maybe or something. They does discuss something with William. Maybe some money thing or something. We don't know yet though, because like as Tyrion said, we've learned not to pry into your mentor's business. So yeah. We don't know why they're meeting. You're in a manor filled with the highest members of nobility. You might meet some familiar, unfriendly faces. We'll keep a low profile, Miss Tamora. Please do. So, why were you so insistent on accompanying Miss Tamora to the Lord's Ball? That's... You know, you can tell me anything, right? Aw. I guess everything that happened in Oranax made me think about things. I don't really know anything about my past, or where I came from. I didn't want to think about it because of my dad and mom, but I wanted to find out who your biological parents are. Okay, cool. We're opening that plot line now. Well, more explicitly opening up, rather. I do, but I don't know now. Being here is starting to make me feel weird. I still have my mom, and looking for my birth parents feels wrong somehow. I don't think that's true. Really? Miss Tamora adopted me when I was a child. She gave me a purpose in life, but I still keep my childhood memories of my mother close to me. Miss Tamora and my mother are both important to me. As a sister, I feel that's the case. I feel that could be the thing. I feel like she's Wyvern-Guard bloodline, but we'll see. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand. It makes sense. Like, yeah, it's like she's too powerful as a mage, as in like she learns spells too quickly, as well as like white hair, yellow-ish, well, yellow adjacent eyes. It's more like amber for her, but you think so? Of course. I'm also sure of one other thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any nobles here will want to speak to you. Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but don't worry, I can find something to fill the time. You're just gonna play chess alone, aren't you? Maybe. You need to learn to talk to other people. Make some new friends or something. I don't need friends. More friends. I just spend most of my time with you anyway. My guy, make some friends, please. Please. Anyways, I'm going to try to talk to some people. Yeah, I will see you later. Celeste leaves to mingle with some other partygoers. You find yourself with very little to do. You doubt anyone would want to engage in small talk. Your hand instantly goes to your satchel. It contains your foldable chessboard. Well, it's not as if I have anything better to do. I should try to find an empty table to play on. Several gold-tinted chandeliers hang from the ceiling of the ballroom. He doesn't know. I mean, someone might, like, want to make friends with him when he plays chess. So we'll see. They look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. It irks you a little how much wealth Lord Frege must be hoarding to afford all this. Every table has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the seats at the tables are filled. There's not anyone will be able to play here. Okay, so he's gonna go somewhere, like, weird for it, huh? The hallway. This looks pretty quiet. There aren't any tables anywhere. Well, I could play on the floor. Oh, dog. What the? While walking through the hallways, you suddenly find yourself face to face with a large wolf. Immediately upon seeing you, the wolf quickly gallops away. Did someone leave the door open? Oh, maybe it's William. Maybe that's William. Maybe it's William. Because, like, William... It said that William had some illusion magic on him. So maybe he's the wolf. Maybe. Because, like, the mention of illusion magic on his body feels weird. So maybe that's William. Maybe it's William. You're not telling someone, but you remember the manor is full of nobles. You're sure a servant will spot you eventually. It's not like anyone will believe you anyway. You got a dog in him. For real. But it's probably best to find somewhere else to play. Okay, we're getting a look around. Watching too many Alpha Bootcamp videos. Ha! Ha! There are several jewels mounted on the wall. They all look quite equidistant from each other. You already know that House Frege is wealthy, but embedding jewels into walls makes them look pretty tacky. Chandeliers in the hallways. They're ridiculous when you really think about it. Lone wolf for real, for real. Okay, the gallery. Oh, okay, so Tyrion was around the place. This is the sword area. This is the sword. You look further around the manor and find a room with several displays. It looks like a gallery of some sort, but slightly out of place here. There are a few nobles in the room. They're all silently appreciating exhibits. Perhaps Lord Frege paid a museum to create some historical displays for Lord's Ball. Oh no, it's literally meant to be for the balls, I think it said. Now it's a face I haven't seen before. Okay. As you take a closer look at exhibits, an old man approaches you. Is that a monkey? My name is Harold Haroldson. Okay, cool. So good he's named twice. I'm the creator of this collection. Harold Haroldson? Is that a pseudonym or something? No. Historian. But we don't know his age. Why is his age a secret? He's a museum curator? He must be extremely knowledgeable about Wyvern Guard's history. You wonder. Old. Yeah, but it's like, usually we don't hide ages. Like, we have, like... He's question mark. But, like, we know, like, 64 years old dude. And, like, yeah, 62. But, like, question mark. That's a bit suspicious. Suspicious. Would you happen to know anything about the ancient dragons? Ah, like the skilled Lord Rathalion. There are many pieces in the gallery, and some of them were items that were wielded by the 7 heroes of Wyvern Guard. We will find out eventually, yeah. Legends say that some of these items were directly enchanted by Rathalion himself. Enchanted by Rathalion? Would that mean that they also don't follow the rules of magic? Perhaps you should examine these items more closely. So what is the historian doing at Lord's Ball, Mr. Haroldson? Harold. Right, Harold. Anyways, Lord Frege invites my museum to set up some displays here every year. He must think it adds a semblance of culture, the fool. You own a museum? Yes, it's the Haroldson Hall of History, located in the city of Homerith. Lots of H's. Haroldson Hall of History in Homerith. That's a mouthful. Unfortunately, I don't think his guests appreciate the historical significance of the items. Honestly, I think you're the only person in years who's taken a meaningful interest in them. European name. Okay, let's take a look. He's a painting of some sort of scientist. That man is Dr. Luke Cuthbert. He was an alchemist and an inventor from one of the branch families. He's well known for his studies in imbuing intelligence into automatons. Automatons? Automatons. Intelligent automatons. Will that make them similar to Arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Kupfer's research to create those constructs. So in essence, Von Sanctus is taking credit for someone else's work. It's a painting of a researcher. That is Professor Matt Furland, a professor of some renown. He was a researcher of combinational magic theory. What's that? The study of how different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what happened if 2 anti-magic fields overlapped. Oh. Okay, this will probably be a case. Let's see. That's actually pretty interesting. What are the results? But they had mages enter the space where the two fields overlapped. Turns out those mages were able to use magic in that space. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be a thing then, huh? It's gonna turn out that there was like a double magical field. Maybe. How would that be possible? They would have had two anti-magic fields affecting them. When the two fields overlap, they cancel each other out. I guess it's akin to multiplying two negative numbers. Yeah. Yeah. They took the word from your mouth. Literally. It's a pair of golden earrings. There are small jewels embedded in each of them. These are the earrings of vitality. It's said that the Scaled Lord imbued a portion of his immortality into these. Legends say that whoever wore them would have their lifespan increased tenfold. The Scaled Lord could do things like that? Of course, he is the Scaled Lord after all. Earrings of vitality. Ancient artifact. When worn by a creature, that creature's wounds will slowly heal over time. Furthermore, holder's lifespan increases tenfold for as long as they are worn. Okay. I rarely suppose I could create similar effects. Not that I know of. A spell like that would probably fall under the school of necromancy. And I'm sure you know how much the kingdom scrutinizes that magic. Pair of metallic armbands. There are several runes carved on them. These are armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Frege many centuries ago. Centuries? That made these armbands one of the first creations of artificery. That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands will be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe that the House Frege created them to aid in their study of magic. Okay. And then the sword, yeah. It's a crimson red short sword. That's the spell of spell eating. The sword of spell eating. Legends say that it has the power to protect its wielder from any kind of magic. It's like an anti-magic field. In a way, yes, but it's less than a heroic origin, I'm afraid. It's said that this sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. A demon? Legends say that some demons had the power to absorb and nullify magic. A demon must have imbued some of that power into his sword. Or at least that's what the legends say. Okay. Is it safe to put something like this into display? What if the legends are true? Don't worry, these displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I'd bet even Lord Steel wouldn't have trouble getting to this. Heralds and security. Alright, let's talk then. The small monkey. Sorry, but I really have to ask, is that a monkey? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Your familiar? A familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical bond with. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. I can communicate with him telepathically. I can even cast my spells through him if I wanted to. Really? I never knew a spell like that existed. It's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it. Okay, maybe it's the wolf then. Maybe the wolf is someone's familiar. Maybe. It could be. The caster forms a magical unbreakable bond with a target creature, connecting them to caster's magic. While the bond exists, the creator can telepathically communicate with the target over any distance. Any distance, OP. The caster can also choose to see through the eyes of the creature as long as they concentrate. And lastly, the caster can also cast spells when the location of the target is at their own location. Once the bond is formed, neither caster nor target can form bonds with any other creature. The bond can only be broken in death. Okay. Makes sense that his William's familiar. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that being the case potentially. If he locked himself in, if he's in his study, he could be using the wolf to still see things. Okay, this is OP. Like, what's the cost of having a familiar? Eugene helps me with my day-to-day. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be after all. It's a bit OP, not gonna lie, like, magic from anywhere. Like, you can go across the whole world and cast something with the monkey. Like having a pet, true. But then your pet can also, like, your pet also acts like, a camera. Harold. As a historian, do you have a lot of knowledge about ancient dragons? The answer to that question is somewhat complicated. What do you mean? Unfortunately, a lot of historical texts in my collection have been altered or even outright destroyed by the Church of Bahamut. Because of that, it's quite difficult to separate myth from historical fact accounts. Right, I remember encountering a similar problem in the Imperial Academy. I also been quite dedicated to your studies. If I let this simpleton into the Imperial Academy, why are you... Okay, so why are you, like, beefing us? Why? Why are we beefed? Why are we getting beefed? Rude, but I suppose that can't be helped. I had to fight the church for a long time before I even could display dragon bones. In the history of ancient dragons, was there any instance of them granting powers to humans? Well, of course. That's the entire premise between the 7 houses of Guard. Does the idiot not even know that? We're asking a question to set up the future. Don't worry about it. Special cat from a game called Battle Cats. Ha! Ha! Right, but was there anything before that? Did they ever grant supernatural abilities that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic? Granting supernatural abilities, you say? That sounds more like something demonic in nature rather than draconic. Okay. Demonic? Much like the ancient dragons, demons are stuff of myth. There are many stories of people selling their souls for them for untold power. Eris is a demon. I can see that, honestly. I can see that. Selling their souls? You recall the note your mother left you. Use my eyes. Peer beyond the divine gate as I once did. She told you to use her eyes. Caesar... For real. Did your mother make a prompt to deal with a demon to give you the eyes of Horus? Is something wrong? This simpleton is far too superstitious. No, nothing's wrong. It's a bit too much to take in, but you might just be overthinking this. There haven't been any recorded sightings of demons in ancient history. There are only second-hand stories and superstitions. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic, can it? They want to make Horus a demon in this setting. We'll see. You hope Celeste's investigation is going better than yours. One sec. How dare you insinuate that I engaged in an adulterous relationship? That's not what I... Enough. If you try to speak with me again, I'll have the King's Guard throw you out. Okay, cool. Celeste is trying to ask, do you know someone who left their child in a pub? Cool. This isn't working. I don't think any other than that would be very effective. What? Oh, cool. Ari's in a dress as well. That's cool. He looks cool. She looks cool. Do you expect anyone here to be truthful with you? You're essentially asking them if they cheated on their spouses. True. Have you been spying on me? Hair's longer than I thought. Yeah, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is. I thought her hair was like a bob cut. Like medium length. Like neck length, I mean. But it's actually long, yeah. I need to look at her sprite again. Like, it looks... Yeah, I thought her hair was like... medium. Like, up to the neck. No intensity, I'm just surprised to see you here of all places. Right, I guess that makes sense. You're not party crashing, are you? Of course not, I came here with Ruby and Tyrion. That honestly raises more questions than answers, but I'll take your word for it. Anyways, looking for your birth parents, aren't you? Was I being that obvious? It's the only reason I could think of. Why else would you be trying to speak to members of nobility? I don't know if it's any of my business, but I think hard about whether this is what you truly want. Is it worth knowing if you're from nobility? Like, yeah, the life kind of sucks if you don't like it, if you're not like an asshole. Getting entangled in the aristocracy will only bring you misery. I've read your file. You have everything you could ever want. You have your mother, your friends, you even have a lover. What? You're in a relationship with Cuthbert, are you not? Thanks, Arya. No, Tyrion's not my... Really? From the way you two behave around each other, I just assumed. It's pretty obvious you have feelings for him. Thanks, Arya. How obvious? Did you seriously not notice? I think someone with his deductive reasoning skills would easily see through you. Oh, yeah? What about you and Aster? I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, I was there at Von Santa's manor. It's obvious you like him. Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. He may be my fiancé, but I only have the utmost respect for him. And if I told you he was standing right behind you, do you honestly think I'd fall for something like that? What are you falling for? Your Highness. Oh, hello, Lady Steelwind. Okay, who are you? Your Highness, please don't run around like that. Is that Aster's brother? Your conversation with Harold was definitely interesting, but still find yourself with very few leads. Be it dragons or demons, the origins of Eye of Horror still remains a mystery. You find yourself returning to the ballroom, and you spot Celeste in the corner with some other people. Is she with Aster and Steelwind? Hey Aster, what do you think of Steelwind's dress? It suits you very well, Miss Steelwind. You look lovely. Squeak. I hope Aster doesn't die. I hope she doesn't die. He doesn't die. Gross. As you approach the group, you're stopped by a knight from the King's Guard. He stares you down. What? Prepare your Arcanum. That was the incantation for detect magic. The knight stands up, stares you up and down. Celeste hasn't cast any spells on you lately, so you wouldn't have to sense any traces of magic. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. What was that all about? My apologies. They were making sure you weren't disguising yourself with illusions. The King's Guard are charged with keeping us safe. You must take every precaution to protect us. And who might you be? Alaric the Wyvern-Guard. Do not speak so familiar with me, peasant. Alaric, don't speak to him like that. He's 7. Cool. Why shouldn't I speak to him as I please? I'm Prince Alaric the Wyvern-Guard the 5th. I will not... No, 6. 6? It's 6, right? Yeah. I will not demote myself by showing courtesy to a commoner. Doesn't he mean demean? Alaric Prince. Demote, I'm terribly sorry about him, Mr. Cuthbert. It's fine. Anyways, were you supposed to be investigating your birth parents? Leave the poor woman alone. She started it. Right. I'm actually quite surprised to see you both here. What brings you to Lord's Ball, Mr. Cuthbert? We're just accompanying Miss Tamora. Her client had business with Miss Frege. Lord Frege. Her client? Hey there. Okay, Beatrice is pissed. Oh, okay. This is when... Okay, this is what these... Okay, yeah. This is what they mean. When she came out the Lord's study pissed. Beatrice? Sad and fearful. Okay. Beatrice suddenly storms through the ballroom. She almost walks right past you before she hears Aster's voice. She looks furious. The discussion with Lord Frege goes so badly. Oh, that voice. Is that you, Aster? It really is you. She called him Aster of your highness. Oh, right, they were engaged. Yeah, they were engaged. They were engaged. But then she ran away 5 years ago. I'm glad to see you again. It's been quite some time. Is that really what to say? It appears you two have much to talk about. I'm taking my leave. There's a bit of tension in the air. Celeste, we should probably get going too. Yeah. Wow, that was awkward. Yeah, I wonder how those two knew each other. Okay, we know already. We know already from the future. She was working with Tamora, but she somehow knows Lord Frege and the Crown Prince. Just who is she? Well, you suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, how did your investigation go? I got nothing. I think all I did was make a bunch of nobles mad. Sorry, I know you really wanted answers, but I'm sure something will come up. You think so? It might be a bit irresponsible to give her hope like this. A noble abandoned her at a tavern in a rundown village. We doubt someone like her, like that, would make themselves easy to find. Anyways, I don't want this night to be a total loss. Come on, dance with me. What? There's already something like... Don't be like that. How often do we get to go to a party like this? If we have a chance to object, she grabs your hand and starts dragging you to the middle of the room. You receive a few dirty looks from the aristocrats nearby. Celeste, people are staring at us. Who cares what they think? We're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do. True. True. Don't fumble with this. She takes your hand, other hand, and begins to put you in a waltz. I don't know how to dance. I've never done this before. It's easy, just stop being so awkward about it. That's easy for her to say. Okay, cool, we get some CG as well. Finally. Alright, just tell me what I need to do. Well, first... he needs to be closer to me. Tyrion's fighting for his life. Let me save as well. I might use this for a thumbnail, so I need this for like... I'll see. I don't know what I'll use for a thumbnail for the last stream. We'll see. With one swift motion, she pulls your body closer to hers. Watch my movements and try to follow my lead. You seem to know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me? Fair play. I see. You really don't know much about her, do you? You carefully watch the position of her feet and try to match her movements. After a while, you find yourself able to match her rhythm. But you still accidentally step on her foot every few beats. She doesn't seem fazed by it. Even if she's being polite, she genuinely doesn't feel anything. You're getting it, but don't focus so much on where your feet are. Just look at me. What? Come on, do it. You try to break eye contact with her. Every time you do, you suddenly find yourself being drawn into her eyes. You feel so embarrassed that you become lightheaded. You find yourself perspiring more than usual. But at the same time, you don't have any urge to break away from her. There's a comforting warmth behind all the anxiety you're feeling. Ah, there he is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. Never turns away from challenging a noble, but can't dance a step to save his life. Her expression doesn't betray a hint of it, but you still detect feelings of nervousness from her. Is she just flustered as you are? As you find yourself relaxing a bit more, you're somehow able to continue matching her movements. Oh, that's cute. Okay. See, there you go. Although, what is it? You know the man is supposed to be the lead, right? Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes. True, speak your truth. Or maybe just stuck at this. It's been a while since you felt this calm. There's always been something that you need to prepare for. A client that needed saving. A culprit that needed catching. But you're quite content with this one brief moment you're able to spend with her. Ah. You've almost find yourself getting lost in the mood. So you spot a familiar face, accompanied by a legion of knights. Cool, the mood killer. No, don't tell me. The knights storm their way towards where Beatrice and Aster are. Several of the attendees take notice. They all stop doing what they're doing and to see what's going on. Beatrice Frege, by the authority of the Wyvern Guard Crown, you're under arrest. Did you just say Beatrice Frege? Damn it, this is getting good. We should go see what's happening, shouldn't we? Yeah, let's go. You are completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down. Do you not recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Frege. I can't really do that, Your Highness. Aster, what's going on? It's Lord Frege. He was found murdered in his study. And these cretins think that Beatrice is the one behind it somehow. You're having a moment here. True. Sorry, Your Highness, but my orders come straight from Steelwind. Lady Steelwind sent you. Beatrice takes in a deep breath and claps her hands together. Yeah, because she's usually so like soft and then he's like pissed. The contrast. I should go with them. What? No. My brother's right. They have no right to... I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. She's always been meticulous. I'm just sure she's being careful. I'm sure I'll be exonerated once they've already explained what happened. Okay. I wonder if that's what you truly want. What? You can't just take her away? Brother, she's correct. It's not our place to interfere with the laws of the kingdom. Looks like because he looks like Griffith. Fair, true. But, however, yes, Your Highness, Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights needs to escort her. She's what? Did you just say she's blind? Completely blind. Okay, I was wondering, like, okay, I was wondering, like, to what extent is her blindness? Right. To what extent is she blind? I think she's already said that already, but I just missed it. But like, it's like she shook Tyrion's hand, so a bit late. I mean, they mentioned it earlier. I think it's just that I think I just missed to what extent is she blind. But like, but again, I don't know. I don't know if they just don't put like a walking stick or something, just to like for the sake of it. I don't know. But I've never been blind, so and I don't really know any stories, so maybe she can still get around. We're going to take you to the holding cell, lady. One of you should stay with her and guide her through. Please, I may be disabled, but I'm not a child. Beatrice walks past the knights and heads towards the foyer. It appears she already knows the way out. Yeah, it's like, how? How does she, unless she has like Daredevil level super echolocation. Ha, ha, ha. No, it's literally completely blind. The game literally says completely. Like, I don't think it's astigmatism. It's literally completely. Obviously, in real life, blindness isn't just like, oh, pitch black. There's like levels to it. But I think the game is implying complete darkness, blind. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right. Inquisition, move out. You definitely didn't expect the night to go like this. What's going on here? Okay, where do we go now, then? Okay, investigation 2. I can't believe they kept us here until noon. The Lord's Ball was already running well into the night, even before the murder occurred. They let nothing more than to catch up in her lost sleep. Made a promise to Aster. It doesn't make any sense. Beatrice was with me and my brother that entire night. Right, you were with her when she met him in Steelwind. She couldn't have stolen the sword of spell eating and murdered her father. I don't understand. Of all the people that could have done this, why would Steelwind suspect a blind woman? Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges? I don't think I even need to. What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure she'll be the one defending her. Well, that suddenly puts my mind at ease. No, really? What's wrong? I don't know if I'm asking too much, but could you still investigate the crime scene for me, Cuthbert? What? But you just said tomorrow. You just said tomorrow will. I know, and I don't doubt her abilities. But Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be innocent. You said that she was a dear friend. We must know each other since she's a Freyga. But why would Miss Tamora represent a noble house? True. Oh no, we know why, because she ran away. So she's technically not like tied anymore. So we'll see. You still know you don't know about her. Of course, I'll also compensate for your services. Consider yourself blessed. A common like you could only dream of a job like this. Alaric. Tiny Prince has a point though. A payment from the Crown Prince does sound tempting. I can't believe this. Celeste returns to the ballroom. She changed back into her normal clothes. What's wrong? The people in the cult room said they couldn't find my sword. They told me that someone must have stolen it. What? Okay. So that's his missing sword. It's a normal sword, but okay. That's missing. That's missing as well. Okay. Okay. Another one. Why would someone want to steal Celeste's sword? Aside from your group, everyone else at the ball was an aristocrat. You do recall her saying it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. Someone might have stolen it because of rarity. We can probably keep an eye out for it while we investigate the manor. This might be some kind of mistake. Obsessing with swords. True. Anyways, where should we start? Unless it's like we're gonna find it in Miriam's bedroom. We should head to the crime scene. I remember hearing they found Frega's body in the study. Let's go over there. You arrive at the scene and see the usual sort of Inquisition knights. However, you also spot some members of the King's Guard. We must be working together, since the victim is from one of the Pillar families. I was expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. I thought Ruby tomorrow was playing this case. You get paid actual money. True. I mean, I think Dracogan paid us, but yeah, Wallace didn't pay us. Arya, I mean, Wallace is a student. He's poor. He's from common family. Arya was for free. Dracogan probably paid us. Probably. Prosecutor Steelwind approaches you as you enter the study. She's followed by... Oh, she's already attacked by this point. Wallace, what are you doing here? So that's not Arya. Oh, so I misspoke. He's here as my aide for the investigation. You don't doubt Wallace's abilities. You can't think of any reason why Steelwind would need his help. But you don't think. But you suppose it's none of your business. Okay, yeah, cool. So Arya was already attacked by this point. She's already yeah. That's why Wallace is there. She was already attacked. Anyways, we're here on behalf of the Crown Prince Astor. He hired us to investigate this crime scene independently. I see. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you. The situation is quite unorthodox, but your goal remains the same. Perhaps Steelwind can tell you more about what happened. Will you tell me about the murder? William Frege was found dead in the room after the lockdown was lifted. Wait, lockdown? What lockdown? From what we can tell, his throat had been slit with a letter opener. The cause of death was blood loss, but his carotid arteries were severed. Here's the autopsy report. Yeah, same thing. Several scratch marks on the face and back. Illusion magic. Okay, the scratch marks, I think... Oh, on his back. That could be the wolf. It could be the wolf. Were you able to find the murder weapon? Yes, the murder weapon is left at the crime scene. It was a letter opener owned by the victim. This is placed at the same lockdown system in the school. No. They mentioned earlier it's the anti-magic field. It's the anti-magic field. I think that's what they referred to as lockdown. They mentioned it in the court case part. It's the anti-magic field they used. We'll see if it is the same lockdown, but as far as we know, it's anti-magic field. Well, as far as we know from the future. We'll find out. The murderer must have found it in his room and used it. There was one strange detail though. The handle was completely shattered. I'm not sure what to make of that detail, but it's as if someone's crushed the handle using tremendous force. Okay. The murder weapon was a letter opener with the House Frega's crest. It must have been owned by the victim. Handle shattered. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? You mentioned there was a lockdown? When did this happen? You didn't notice? The Inquisition did try to be discreet. Everyone noticed the commotion Beatrice and the Troopers made over it. I suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, weren't you? She's jealous. Oh. Well, anyways, you said that Lord Frege was found out of a lockdown. The wolf bit it. That could break it, maybe. You said that Lord Frege's body was found out of a lockdown. That means that something else must have happened prior. Supposedly, someone had broken into one of the Haraldson exhibits. One of the magic artifacts was stolen. So there was a theft last night. Is the manor's lockdown behaved like the one in the Imperial Academy? The systems are somewhat different. Okay, yeah, this answers your question. The wolf killed William? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But the wolf could just be a familiar, and it's just like, scratch my back, please. It's itchy. We'll see. Because the illusion magic on William is the suspect part, though. Unlike the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevents people from leaving or entering the manor. Oh, okay. So we have full, like, room control. We have full movement throughout the rooms, but we can't leave or enter. So not all the rooms were locked. What about this specific room? This room does have abjuration. Who's the move bond with? We don't know. We don't know yet. We don't know. This room does have abjuration wards that lock the door and prevent teleportation in and out. And in addition to that, the system places an anti-magic field over the manor. An anti-magic field? What's that? Anti-magic field is a spell that nullifies all magic. While concentrating on this spell, the caster forms a 10-foot radius sphere that nullifies all magic within. Any spell effect that enters the sphere instantly dissipates. Any mages that try to cast a spell within this zone will fail to do so. If this zone of magic overlaps with other magic nullification effect, the two effects will cancel each other out. Wait. With any other, so then, does it work on the swords? Like, if it overlaps with the Sword of Spell Eating, does that cancel out the Sword of Spell Eating's own special ability then? If that's what it means. I don't know, we'll see. It's probably going to be a thing maybe, but it doesn't specify any other magic field. It means any other nullification. So then does it cancel out the nullification from the sword? We'll see. And the system somehow covered the entire manor in this effect. If you notice, there are several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor. Each of these crystals produce an anti-magic field during lockdown. Ah, okay. This was the gallery shield. I mean, the lockdown was after it was stolen, so we'll have to see how this pans out. We'll have to see. The lockdown system covers the entire manor. Once activated, it creates a magical barrier that prevents anyone from leaving or teleporting out. In addition, it covers the entire manor in an anti-magic field. Within this field, any and all magical effects are disabled. Anyone physically or magically attuned to the Sword of Spell... Oh, no. Okay, yeah. Anyone who's... Okay, yeah. I think that's what it means. Like, yeah. Anyone who's holding the Sword of Spell Eating would, like, be able to, like, cast magic. So no one could cast magic during the entirety of lockdown. Not exactly. And someone could have stolen... Okay, yeah. Let's explain it this time. Someone could have used the stolen artifact to circumvent it. You mentioned that someone could have stolen the artifact to get past the anti-magic fields. Which artifact was it? The Sword of Spell Eating. That's just a Demon Forge item that could supposedly nullify magic. The legends are true. Someone could have used it to counteract the lockdown system. After Lord Haraldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. No longer in the manor, no magic allowed unless you hold the sword. Yeah. Unless it's like a second magic field somehow happened, which made but it's not evidence yet. So the sword is supernatural. Yeah, I mean, so far it's like the lore for the sword is that a demon imbued its magic on the sword to cancel out magic. So we'll see. After Haraldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room of the manor to find it. It was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom, and that led to them to believe that she had stolen it. That's correct. The Kingsguard moved to arrest her, but Astrid ordered them to step down. It didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended. We eventually found Lord Freyga's body. Correct. We believe she used the sword to nullify the magical locks and break into Freyga's study. But she had the sword, why wouldn't she just use that to commit the murder? We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the murder. Or perhaps she had more confidence in wielding a knife over a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear the sword wasn't the murder weapon. She's not just being implicated in Freyga's murder, also being charged with stealing the Sword of Spell Eating. What possible reason would that to be to do either of these crimes? Lord Freyga in the study. Since the body was found, Lord Freyga was locked in the room during the lockdown? Yes, William Freyga knew the room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood, and he locked himself in the room for most of the night. He refused to let anyone in the room. The only person he spoke to after was his daughter. His daughter? Not Miriam? No. Lord Freyga had another... No, yeah, we literally come to that now. We literally come to that now, right as you say that. Lord Frege had another daughter. Referring to Leif Frege, Lord Frege's middle child. She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. Okay. He said that he wanted to stay in his study for the entire night. Rest of the night. When did this happen? Shortly before the lockdown was activated, a little over after 1 AM. I see. Life. Okay, you're just blonde. After his meeting with Beatrice, Frege retreated in his study and locked himself within it. He refused to speak with almost anyone trying to disturb him. The only one he spoke to was Leif. She told him about the theft of the sword a little after 1 AM, but William didn't seem to care and returned to his business. Leif must have been the last person to see Frege alive then. You should speak with her and get some details about Frege's actions. By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map? I do. Would you like a copy? Please and thank you. Floor 1. Floor 2. Okay. Floor 1 and 2, eh? Okay, ballroom, foyer, storage room, coat room, sitting room, kitchen, pantry, bathroom, stairway. Beatrice, Miriam, Leif, gallery, William, stairwell. Wait, where's the study? Oh, the study's here, yeah. Study's on the first floor. Okay. Witnesses? Were there any other witnesses, aside from Leif, who saw Frege? Perhaps someone heard what happened to from a nearby room. There was someone who heard the altercation. It was quite obscured. A servant was trapped in a storage room nearby. Oh! It's an air vent that connects the room to the storage room. He supposedly heard sounds of a struggle through the vent. What did the witness hear? There were sounds of a struggle before he heard Frege choking his blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the King's Guard of what he heard. That's when he discovered the body. I see. Who was the servant? You believe you actually know him. His name is Jan Hughes. Cool. Jan getting some, jobs. Wait, Mr. Hughes is here? I never expected him to again. Must this here of all places? If he has heard of the altercation, you'll definitely want to speak to him. Yeah, that guy, yeah. I think I'm lacking a lot of information about the defendant. From the way you were both acting, you didn't seem to know her. Your mentor didn't tell you about her? No, I tried not to pry into her business. I see. I honestly don't know much about what happened either, but Beatrice was Lord Frege's eldest daughter, and a former heir to House Frege. Former heir? About 5 years ago, she fled Frege Manor and went to hiding. None of us knew where she'd gone, but she ignored any attempts we made to contact her. She even used magic to prevent us from scrying her. Last night's ball was the first time in years that Asselheim had seen her. Okay. But if that's true, how did Miss Tomorrow meet her? Yeah, true. I mean, she approached her then. Would you happen to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father after all these years? I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Miss Tamora and Beatrice both refused to disclose anything. Damn it, what could that meeting have been about? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tamora anywhere in the manor. As a defendant's attorney, I'd have thought she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you. That is strange, but Tamora has always had her own way of doing things. Perhaps she's using a different strategy. Anyways, I imagine she met with her father to request financial aid. Why'd you say that? I have on good authority that she was deeply in debt. That's the only reason she would speak with her father after all these years. Also, I believe she murdered her father. You think she murdered him for his inheritance? It's the only motive that makes sense. Alright, there's a lot to work through here. Prosecution will try to assert that Beatrice committed murder. What would she have needed to do to carry out all the actions described? The first thing we need to do is narrow down the time which the murder occurred. When did the murder occur? The body was discovered after lockdown, and Leif saw her father alive before it was activated. He entered the study and watched as the lock engaged. The murder occurred after the sword was found. No. If you assume Leif is correct... No, not during. Wrong one. After. No. If you assume Leif is correct, Frege was alive before the lockdown was triggered. Not only that, he said that he could stay in the study for the rest of the night. This means that he probably never left the study. After Beatrice's departure. What? during lockdown. Then. Okay, cool. We don't know when. We don't know what time the sword was found. Then. The murder was occurred during lockdown. That means the murderer somehow got past the abjuration wards that protected this room. Those wards blocked teleportation, and they magically locked the only door leading into this room. Steelwind and Inquisition believe that Beatrice used the sword of spell eating to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume that the murderer used some kind of magic nullification to get into William's study. That's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? When did it happen? Let's see. It happened after the sword was stolen at 1 a.m. Yeah, just after 1 a.m. A little after 1. Well, the sword was stolen a little after 1 a.m. So after. Sometime after 1 a.m. What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? If they were in the room when William locked it, they would have been trapped here until he decided to leave. Not only that, they would have discovered the moment the guard entered his study. Would they use some kind of invisibility? Or we could have teleported away the moment the Kings got unlocked the door? Teleportation didn't occur. We didn't find any traces of conjuration magic. What about Celeste's theory of an invisible assailant? I admit that we did find traces of illusion magic. At the moment the guard saw the body, one of them cast detect magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people in the room. Wait, you can use detect magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, visibility leaves traces. So mages can use detect magic as a way to see through invisibility. So we know for sure they weren't here before or after lockdown. That means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the abjurative wards that protect this room. The sword was stolen, people found the sword, then people found the body, then they captured Beatrice. Yeah, I think so. I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit confused on the order actually a bit. Like, because the sword was stolen, and then they said Beatrice. But then Aster said that, yeah, don't capture her now, because Beatrice stole the. Supposedly they found the sword in Beatrice's room. I'm getting mixed up on the order of events of when they found the body versus the sword. I'm getting a bit mixed up. I think the sword was found before the body. The lockdown happened before people found the sword. Yeah. Before the sword was found, they locked down. Yeah. The next thing to consider is the murder weapon. Where did the weapon come from? The murderer took the murder weapon in Frega's study. The letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon that could have implicated them. So they decided to use it and leave it here after the deed was done. It leaves a glaring hole in the prosecution's case. And what would that be, Mr. Cuthbert? What is full of the case? Beatrice Frega is completely blind. Even if she weren't able to break into a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guards and into Frega's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't use it see in the first place? None of it makes sense. Committing this murder would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all this. You do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You don't know her as well as I do. She's far more capable than you realize. Oh, okay. Honestly, I kind of want this case to be one where Beatrice did do it. I kind of want to see. I want it to be the case. The wolf of Beatrice all along. Maybe. No, but then Beatrice was with. No. Beatrice was with. Oh! The wolf is Beatrice's eyes. Maybe. The wolf could be Beatrice's familiar. That could be the case. It's like she's blind, but she can still see because of the wolf. Maybe I think that's the thing. Maybe that's it. That's it, probably. Maybe that's it. Yeah. But would people allow her to I think no one noticed because like I think the wolf got surprised that Tyrion saw the wolf. So maybe Tyrion Yeah, maybe Tyrion, like, it wasn't meant to be seen. It was hiding. And obviously, like, Beatrice knows his house because she lives in the house. How did no one notice? I don't know. But we'll see. But because, like, yeah, because Beatrice, like, it's her house. She knows ins and outs of the house. So, she probably knows places. Can she cause illusion? We don't know yet. We don't know. That's the thing. We don't know. We don't know Beatrice's spell compendium. I suppose they wouldn't know, but the idea that Beatrice did use any of this is still ludicrous. I suppose I can't change your mind about that. But I have to ask you a question. What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty? What? Okay, cool, yeah. Every defense attorney game has to go through this dilemma. In a good way. It's like, what's it called? Like, thematically for the games, like, I was thinking about this as well off stream, but like, for like Ace Attorney, for example, thematically for that game, like, it's like, one of its core meanings is pretty much, like, you know, the justice system goes for like high win rate prosecution. So then it makes sense for, what's it called? It makes sense for the defendants to be not guilty, because that's what the game is about, pretty much. And in this case, it's like, well, this case is like defending against nobles and like class stuff, class-based injustice. But in this case, we're defending a noble, so we'll see. Because so far in all of these cases, we haven't defended nobility once. But in this case, Ruby is defending, well, nobility-ish, because Beatrice did leave the house, but still royalty, so we'll see. Nobility, rather. She's Tyrion's client, though. I mean, Celeste, yeah, true. I mean, so her question is hypothetical. What would you do if you discovered one of your clients was guilty? It's hypothetical, not like, what would you do if Beatrice was guilty? This is hypothetical. I mean, I tend to have an insight into these sort of things. Yeah, because of your eyes. A bit of... Oh! Is that why you use your eyes to see Beatrice from what Ruby said? That's why... Because you can trust... Alright, because Tyrion can trust his own clients because, like, I can see your thoughts, bruh. Easy. Easy. There's no Cyclops here. So we'll see. That would never happen. I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people. I'm only hypothetically speaking. So, what would you do if they were guilty? I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer. Fair play, my guy. And if no one would represent them? I don't know. It would definitely be a harder choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. I see. Why'd you ask? No reason. Okay. Anyways, she made her stance clear. You still have a lot of leads to follow up on. You should move somewhere. Ah! What's wrong? You can't see it, but the entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything is glowing white. Right, that makes sense. There were several anti-magic fields covering the manor. These fields probably left traces of abjuration everywhere. I won't bother showing you the traces of abjuration I find while we're here. There's a pool of blood and chalk outline where the body must have been. There's a painting of some scholar. There's some text on it. Rook Rezinger. Economic scholar and aristocrat accountant. He was known in some sort as Rook the Cook. His ability to cook the books on the 4 pillars. Everything is covered in white traces. Rook the Cook. I'm saying I wish I could have a nickname like that. Well, what about Crimson Demon? Not that one. No one has narrator said that we will split perspectives. Yeah, we did it for a bit, and now we're back to Tyrion. We did it for a little bit with Ruby. It's short-lived. We'll see when we go back in court. Will we be playing prosecutor as Tyrion? Let's see. This is a fireplace. Could the murderer have entered through here? That wouldn't be possible. The chimney is far too narrow. Even a small child wouldn't be able to be fit enough. There's a large mahogany table at the end of the room. Lord Frege must have done his work there. Play against Tyrion. We'll see, maybe. We'll see. Well, I'm curious to see where we go with this. Must have done his work here. There's a window that leads into this room. Could the murderer have escaped through here? No, the window doesn't open and the glass is magically reinforced. It's a bookshelf filled with books. I don't know what kind of books Lord Frege owned. Wait a minute, they're all blank. What of his real books are on the floor or desk? Okay, this is a bookshelf that's just there for appearances. His ability will make him a strong final boss. True. But it's like he's we'll see. It's just that Tyrion is much more suited for defending than attacking. For sure. So we'll see how this goes. Can we... There are several books about economics and politics. It doesn't look like there's anything of note.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay, I was wondering if we could see like Arya's like healing at the moment. A trace of illusion magic where the body was. They said it must be some kind of no. I don't think no. I don't know actually. I don't think I'm not mixing things up. I don't think Arya was attacked yet. Then I don't think she was attacked yet. It said noon, so what? Noon on the day of the murder? Like now? No, it's not noon yet. Then it's too early. So it was after investigating. She got attacked. She got attacked before the trial. Essentially, I think. Why is Wallace there then? Yeah, true. Like, why is he there then? I think she was attacked. I'm just wondering because, like, I guess Arya knows how to like get out of our sight. Unlike what's her name? The twin from the second case. What's her name? I forgot her first name. Valerie, Valentina, one of those ones. They said it must have used some kind of magical disguise, or they turned themselves invisible. Okay. Let's move now. Ballroom, storage room, Beatrice bedroom. Okay, Beatrice has the same bedroom as Frege, she has the same bedroom as Miriam. You enter the storage room, hoping to investigate the event that connects to Lord Frege's study, when you come across a person laying on the floor. What? Jan, is that you? Oh man, what's with the noise? I was having such a good nap too. Mr. Hughes. Whoa, it's you two. Why are you taking a nap in the storage room? We need to take a break from the chaos going on. The King's Guard won't let us leave until we escape the murder. Finish. And a pompous noble shooed me away when I tried sleeping on one of the couches. I didn't expect anyone to find me here. Anyways, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. Do you think you could tell us what happened? Sure, why not? My nap's kind of ruined anyways. There's nothing in here. It's a stepladder. I agree. Right, because like Ace Attorney has the whole stepladder joke going on. What's a stepladder versus a ladder? There are several boxes in this room. They appear to contain various cleaning supplies. There's an air vent that leads into Lord Frege's study. Supposedly, Jan heard the altercation between Frege and his assailant.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay, let's talk. So you're working as a servant now? Not exactly. I was part of the catering staff. The twins started their food business after Frege threw us out of the academy. Oh, okay, cool. Right. We still see after effects of, yeah, the headmaster's gone, and now Frege took control. And now it's constructs. Right. Sorry about that. Nah, it's not your fault. Even if Redmond was still headmaster, I'm sure the board would have found a way to get rid of us. Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too? Nah, they just contracted some staff to Lord Frege, for Lord's Ball. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing. You don't know how we feel about this. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. William must have offered them a lot of gold. Ah, true. Man, I can't believe I got robbed into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or something? The prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation for the air vents. Can you tell us exactly what you heard? Well, I didn't hear anything. I was just taking a nap in this room when it happened. Why were you napping here? I didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped here. Right, you recall Steelwind mentioning that. Anyways, I heard the sound of some kind of struggle going on. I couldn't hear anything, but I heard Lord Frege shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" Oh, who are you? That went on for a few seconds, then I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed. Did you hear the voice of the assailant? They didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Their voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat. They were trying to mask their voice. Okay, who are you? And what do you want is, like, yeah. Who are you? Like, why would you say who are you to, like, your daughter? Why did you enter the storage room anyway? The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so he sent me over to take care of it. I heard some of them running in the vents upstairs, and I followed it here. I figured it had nowhere else to go, so I opened up and put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked. I didn't have anything else to do, so I took a nap. Rats. Oh, maybe rat was illusion magic. Maybe someone transformed into a rat. Maybe. No illusion, that's like big. No, that's not illusion magic, that's bigger than illusion magic. I only heard a few words before the murderer struck the final blow. He only heard. It doesn't really give you much to go on, but it's testimony could become relevant later. For now, you should probably move somewhere. Alright, Beatrice's bedroom. Come on, Tracker, where are you? Achoo! You enter Beatrice's bedroom, you unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust. Wow, this place has not been cleaned. Oh, your vision clears up and you realize that's the someone in the room with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. No, there's no need to apologize. But I would like to know what you're doing here. Tracker. Oops. Maybe Tracker's the wolf. We'll see. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. We're investigating the murder of William Frege. Oh, I see. My apologies, I didn't quite get your name. My name is Leif Frege. So this is Leif. According to Steelwind, she was the last person to see Frege alive yesterday. She must have some information about how he was acting last night. It's a highly extravagant bed. It looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm. It's a table for guests, but it's extremely dusty. It's a dresser covered in a layer of dust. It doesn't look like it's been touched in years.
Repario Arcanum.
There's a trace of transmutation magic under the bed. I see it clearly. Let me take a closer look. It's Crimson. It's Crimson Lotus. What? It's my sword. What? You never knew her sword had a name. So this is where it's been. Why would it be here? There's also the room where they found the sword of spell eating. Are the two thefts related somehow? But why? The only thing similar about them is they're both swords. There's definitely something more to this, but what? Celeste's sword. You later found a sword in Beatrice's bedroom. There's also the room where the solo spell eating was after it was stolen. Are these two swords related somehow? Maybe like you can if it's transmutation, maybe you can duplicate the effects of a sword. Duplicate the spell eating sword into Celeste's sword. I don't know. No, but the Celeste sword is here though. So I don't know. We'll see. What you see? I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Frege, but do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course. Steelwind told us that you were the last person to see him alive. Unless you did it. Unless Leif is the one who killed him. I don't know. Do you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior? Well, he was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice must have offended him during the meeting. The servants said that he wanted to be left alone. But spell eating is a supernatural. Yeah. So I don't. The transmutation magic is weird though. We don't know why transmutation magic did something to it, so we'll see. The servant said that he wanted to be left alone. He retreated to his study immediately after the meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't care much about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the King's Guard investigate the sword. Really busy making changes to his will. Oh. Okay, the will change. Maybe he removed Thingamabob from his will. He removed Beatrice 5 years ago, but then 5 years later, I don't know. Actually, no. Tyrion mentioned there was a contradiction in what's her face, Miriam's statement. So we'll see. Interesting thought. When did you speak with him last night? It was before the activated lockdown, a little after 1 AM. Okay, yeah. After meeting with Beatrice, Frege retreated into his study and locked himself in. He refused to speak with almost everyone. The only person he spoke to was Leif. She told him the theft of the spell eating, but he didn't seem to care and turned his business. Through Leif's thoughts, you know that he entered the study to make some sort of Oh, okay. And do you have any idea what he was doing in his study? What? No, I have no idea. You detect some fear from her. Lady Frege, is that something you're not telling us? It's important that we know about your father's actions before his death. I'm sorry, but I don't know anything else. My father was a private man. He didn't share much with anyone, even his own family. I wish I could be more of a help, but I don't know anything. I refuse to believe that's why he was killed. She's clearly holding something back. If you can reveal what she's hiding for an argument, you might be more willing to cooperate. I need more information about William and his will first. In the meantime, you should figure out what else she knows. I noticed this room hasn't been cleaned recently. Do you know why? It's because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning his room. And why would you do that? Beatrice is very dear to me, and I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed. The room was the only memory I had left of her after she left. You suppose that makes sense. She must have been holding on to the hopes that her sister would return. And what about the sort of spell eating? Do you know how it ended up in this room? I'm not sure. It's possible someone's planted it here to frame Beatrice. I can't see why they would choose this room though. What kind of person was your father? It doesn't look like William Frege was very beloved. My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and businessman, but he was cold and distant as a father. I see. Any enemies? As the head of the House Frege, he controlled nearly every banking house in Rivengard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power. Do you remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone he slighted recently? There was Lloyd von Sanctus, the ruling Lord of Oranax. Yes, I heard he was recently involved in a court case. My father had been using controversy as an opportunity to slowly take control of the von Sanctus Industries. Okay. From what I've heard, he's extremely bitter about that. Von Sanctus' reputation must have taken a hit after Joe Kogan's trial. You doubt he'd get involved in another murder. Yeah, my guy just goes back to it right away. We can never be sure. You want to speak with him and get more details. Although, would he even consider cooperating with you? Anyways, are there any other enemies he might have had? No, none that I can think of. Beatrice. What can you tell me about Beatrice? I heard that she fled the estate 5 years ago. Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 13, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father. What's her magic type again, actually? That's Miriam. Illusion magic. Okay. Well, rather, her specialty. But it was never enough for him. What do you mean? Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters. Ah, okay. I was wondering if that would show up, because, like, yeah, all the Frege siblings are all girls, so I was wondering if that would be brought up. Everyone thought that Beatrice would inherit House Frege from my father, but our family know the truth. William would never leave his legacy in the hands of a woman. Damn. What? No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed everything she had said to him. After the accident, he used her disability as an excuse to take away the little influence she had. After the accident. It was an accident that gave her a disability? Is that why she's blind? It's not too painful for you. Can you tell me more about Beatrice's accident? Is this even relevant to the investigation? Any small detail could make a difference. I need to learn everything I can. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. When Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy, trying to create a new spell formula. We're not sure what happened, but there was an adverse medical reaction. The resulting explosion severely injured her and left her completely blind. I can't imagine how she must have taken that. Actually, she was probably the most unfazed. But why did it matter? My father saw his opportunity. He told me that he was relieving her of her duties so she could recover. But I knew the truth. He's going to take away her political power and social standing. Reduced to be a mere decoration to our home. And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time she was missing? No. No one had ever heard from her during that time. But as much as I worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from her father. I have no idea what would cause her to return here. You think you've done everything you can for now. Perhaps you should move somewhere. And let's present, Miriam. What's your relationship with Miriam? My youngest sister? I actually don't see her that much. Ah. Really? Even for your sisters? Our lives as nobles keep us very busy. We rarely have the chance to speak with each other. And ever since Beatrice fled the estate, she's been throwing herself into schoolwork. Ah, okay. There's a bit more then, maybe. Nothing. Maybe there's one more thing we can look around for. I'm sure Beatrice's return must have been surprising for you. It is. To be honest, I've been hoping for years that she'd finally return. But now that she has, she's just gone and pulled it into another one of our family's messes. Okay. Now we can argue. Okay, we argue later. For some reason. Go to the sitting room first. You explored the manor further and find one of its many sitting rooms. And there you have this spot, a very familiar face. He's sipping on a glass of wine, and his expression turns disdainful the moment you enter the room. Oh, wonderful. As if my days could have gotten any worse. Von Sanctus, what are you doing here? The head of a noble house has just been murdered. I can't very well return to Oranax when my affairs are in just disarray. Anyways, forget what I'm doing here. What are you doing here? Oh, I just wanted to have a friendly chat with one of my favourite noblemen. I hear you've been keeping busy since we last met. Must be difficult losing your empire to House Freyga. Tyrion, we do need his help. Is that so? Would you think I'd ever help the likes of you? Because it would take suspicion off you. And let's face it, with your reputation, you can use all the help you can get. How dare you? However, you know, I'm still a respected member of nobility. Respected. Is that why everyone's talking about your hand in Justin Way's death? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal will destroy that little remains of your reputation. Because it makes no difference to me. To be perfectly honest, I had nothing more than to drag you into the stand and embarrass you a second time. You practically seem grinding his teeth together. Very well. If it means I won't have to endure your presence any longer, I'll oblige and answer your questions. It's a painting of some adventurers in a tavern. They must have been Beatrice Freyga the First. This must be Beatrice Freyga the First. Oh right, yeah. They're all like normal people before they got magic. The First? According to legend, she was one of the descendants of the 7 houses of Wyvengard. Which one's Beatrice? This one or this one? She's on a band of adventurers that were traveling across the nation. Oh no, these are the 7 families, right? The 7 no, the 4. No, 4. There's 4 families, so it's hard to imagine the Freygas coming from such a humble beginning. Wait, what? What is it now? That muscular man in the corner, he just vanished. What are you on about? There was never a man there. Sorry, Tyrion, but he's right. Okay. No, I'm sure he was there. Are you feeling okay? Perhaps your lack of sleep is making you see things that aren't there. Okay, we don't know who that big guy is, but okay. Another history lesson, yeah. Okay, this big guy is gone though. Okay. Whoever that is. Unless someone got, like, snapped out of existence. But we don't know. We don't know who the big guy is. It's a shelf full of books. Fake books. They're completely blank. What's the point? You may as well put books. It's a chair made from mahogany. Every part of the house exudes wealth. Wealth that's been siphoned out of the common folk. There's a window with a view of the outside.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay, no magic. Okay, cool. Let's talk. Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you. Mess? Wouldn't you have much to gain from Frega's death? On a surface level, you might be right, but it's far more complicated than that. House Frega controls the banking houses. We are the main pillar of support for Wyvern economy. Maybe the books wasn't originally blank. That'd be funny if true. That'd be actually a thing. House Frega controls the... Okay. William's death could have unimaginable economic consequences, regardless of who inherits the house. Maybe the words just disappear. William's death... Oh yeah, the economic consequence would be too much. I wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. That remains to be seen. That's think what you will. There are plenty of others who would benefit from Frega's death. You mentioned that other people would have benefited from Frega's death. Who specifically? If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most. Do you mean the prosecutor's father? But you just said Frega's death would cause unimaginable consequences to the economy. Ha! Do you think that brute cares about Wyvern economy? No, all that man cares about is power. Pure and physical power. House Steelwind and House Frega have been fighting for control of Wyvern for generations. Okay, cool. We get some more background information then. For what the hell is going on with the houses. In this long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military has become far less vital to the crown. If it wasn't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to the Crown Prince, they might not even be considered a pillar anymore. The death of William Frega is probably exactly what Lucio was waiting for. If our economy were to suffer, it would cause civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. That does make sense, but could Arya's father really be involved in this? Nah, we'll probably see Lucio at some point though. It's clear that you think Lucio would be involved, but can you think of anyone else? Well, there is Harold Haraldson. Oh, him? That can't be his real name. But what would Mr. Haraldson gain from Frega's death? From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. Really? Why do you do that? I'm not sure of the specifics, but supposedly Lord Haraldson had refused to admit the less flattering parts of Wyvern God's history from these exhibits. Okay. It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. In this case, Von Sanctus is the most cooperating person ever. I think obviously, yeah, it's because Sanctus has nothing to hide. It's like he's like, yeah, you got me there. I can't do anything. So you got me there. And also like he's the only one that we can get nobility tea. Let's say the nobility drama from him. I heard that William declared that he will be removing House Haraldson from the estate. You don't want to suspect Haraldson, but you need to examine every possibility. As a curator would have access to the easiest access to spell eating. He'll have staged a robbery. Similar to our first meeting with Miriam. At the very least, you could give Haraldson a chance to explain himself. We can think about the defendant in this case. What? She's your client. Surely you would know better than her than I. Humor me. Okay, cool. We're acting under the guise that we're also representing Beatrice. Well, I'm sure you're aware that she fled the Frega estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she dealt a blow to House Frega's reputation and directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement to him. Wait, Beatrice was engaged to Astor? Yes, it was quite the scandal at the time. And Lucio wasted no time in putting his daughter into Beatrice's place, pushing it into her place. Oh, is that why those three were awkward? Honestly, the situation is an absolute mess, and that woman's return will complicate things. Beatrice's return complicates things. What do you mean by that? Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you talking about now? Please, don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus. Fine, if you must know, My son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Leif. Leif? Since Beatrice showed no signs of returning, it is apparent that Leif would inherit House Frege instead of her. Oh, okay. I know my days were numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male... Okay, this part. Okay. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. My son and Leif were to be arranged to be wed. House von Sanctus would have been absorbed, but at least my Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frege. Fixing the will. I should probably consider myself lucky. You know, it was absolutely awful. Think about what you will. Okay, cool. He would have given up his house then. Like, yeah, von Sanctus is no more. Whatever. We absorb ourselves. Think what you will. I would expect Commoner to understand. True. Maybe. We'll see. But if Beatrice is back, yeah, fixing the will to include Beatrice again. Like, well, crap, she's back, so gotta put her back in. We'll see. That's the problem with your generation. You have no sense of duty or obligation. Leif had already expressed resistance to the marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. Now I worry she'll hide behind her sister to end engagement altogether. Leif's engagement used to be married to Jaden. This arranged marriage was facilitated by Frege, William, and Lloyd. As part of this diplomatic marriage, von Sanctus would be absorbed by Frege. In return, Jaden would inherit the entirety of House Frege. Leif knew this marriage would affect the future of House Frege. She has expressed resistance to this diplomatic marriage and has been stalling for time. Lloyd worries that William Frege's death could cancel. Okay, Leif has a motive then. Leif has a motive. Leif never mentioned any of this. As much as you'd hate to think it, William's death would get her out of this arranged marriage. You should tell her about this. Von Sanctus gives you a decent list of suspects. You probably learned anything you can from him for now. Best to move. Okay. Okay, we'll check out the gallery first. William fixed the will for Jaden. Maybe, but why today of all places, of all times though? It's like, if it's for Jaden, then Beatrice has no impact on that. You return to the... Oh, it's also missing the freaking intellect bangles. You return to the gallery and see a legion of knights inspecting the crime scene. However, you don't see Haraldson anywhere. You must be questioning him. Okay, but the bangle is missing. The display case is shattered. The thief was able to do this despite there being several abjuration spells. The display that holds the emblem of intellect is empty. Okay, just empty, no comment.
Repario Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Evocation is a school of magic that creates raw energy. It's the most primal of the 7 schools of magic. Someone must have used a powerful spell to blast the case apart. Okay, cool. We'll go back to Leif. What was William doing? Okay, cool. We'll see what this... Okay, this is probably to do with the marriage. We'll see. Leif Frege seems to be hiding what her father was doing in the study. You doubt that she's doing this out of malice. She don't even think it's relevant to the case. But William Frege had many enemies, and she retreated to his study to do something that night. And that something could be related to why he was murdered. Alright, let's go. Is there something you're not telling us about Leif? Okay, what's her profile? You just met Leif Frege today, and the reason to trust you. Believes in Beatrice's innocence over anything else. She's usually sincere, so it's unlikely that she's actually involved in a... Okay. Unlikely to be involved. Okay, fine, fair. She might react very well. React well if you probably with some sincerity. Is something you're not telling us, Leif? Because I have a feeling that you know more than you're laying on. What? What was your father doing in his study? I already told you, I don't know. I have no idea what my father was doing. My father was a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me. Okay, but you were talking to her just now. He was making some sort of changes to his will, wasn't he? What? Did someone else tell him? Why did you find the need to hide this from us? I didn't. The thoughts you saw earlier seem to disagree with that. We've only just met today, so understand if you don't trust us. The Inquisition thinks that Beatrice murdered your father, and it claims she did so for inheritance. Absolutely absurd. Regardless, your father's inheritance is likely motive behind his murder. Many people would have lot to gain from his death, including you. Excuse me? I was not involved in this. How could you even think I'd be capable of something like this? I didn't mean to imply you were involved in it, but it's clearly the murder's motive taking control of House Frege. The prosecutor clearly won't shy away from pursuing. No, don't threaten her, just rationalize. I didn't mean to imply you were involved in this, but it's clear the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. This means that their plan heavily relied on who Frege was, leaving his asses too. So I need to know, Miss Frege, how was your father planning to change his will? I don't know. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. Okay. The will. Is it this part? Yeah, the engagement. Is that really true? What? I already know about your arranged marriage to Jaden. And I also know that as a part of the deal, Jaden would inherit House Frege instead of you. You definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it. This means you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So what aren't you telling me, Miss Frege? I can't trust you. What? You are here on behalf of the Crown Prince Aster. The four pillar families and the crown I must have gained from my father's death. How can you assure me that this information will be used against my family? That's why she's been so secretive. There's nothing I could possibly try to make you trust me. I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. There's nothing I could say to make you trust me. But please understand, I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. And to do that, I need to know everything he was doing that night. I have no reason to trust you, but somehow I can tell you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice? You're about to reassure her you will, but something in the back of your mind stops you. I'll get to the truth of what happened. Okay, cool, yeah. We're kind of like, maybe Beatrice did do it. Maybe. We're kind of like going in that direction of maybe she did it. We can't be lying to her. I'll get to the truth of what really happened. Okay, if that's truly what you're planning to do, I'll tell you what I know. What was William doing? I wasn't trying to be uncooperative, but I don't know who I could trust. Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable. I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice... I'm late, yeah. Yeah. But hey, welcome at least. According to him, Beatrice's return was even more impudent than before. He must have been angry about something she said during the meeting. Did he tell you what the meeting was about? He didn't. I honestly don't even care. I was just so happy that my sister was finally returned. My father clearly felt the opposite. Before he entered the study, he told me that he would be pruning the family tree. Ah. He was going to disinherit my sister and several members of our family. He probably started drafting a new will to reflect that decision. Okay, on the night of the murder, Beatrice finally returned home. She arranged the meeting with father. In this plan, Beatrice angered Frege enough he would declare disinheriting her that night. Okay, oh! Okay, but that means that she would have still got something within the 5 years that she was gone. But then she pissed him off. Okay. Okay, cool. So that means Miriam is wrong then. Every time I hear the name Beatrice, not in Italian pronunciation, I die a little. Has anyone else found the draft of this will? No, it's one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began. The modified will is missing. You doubt that it would have been enforced. He never got a chance to submit it for the probate before he died. Okay, the will's... okay, yeah. And the will's missing. We can't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Did anyone else know about this? No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steelwind when she was questioning me. Oh, okay, cool. Because it would have given Beatrice the motive to commit the murder. Anyways, thank you, Miss Frege. Mr. Cuthbert, yes? My sister is not a bad person. There's no way she'll do something like this. Despite what she says, she seems to have some doubts. She's in good hands. Maybe tomorrow's the one defending her in trial after all. I hope so. Anyway, so you think you've learned everything you can from Leif. There's only one last person to speak with. Harold Haraldson. Okay. This is a complete mess. You get into the gallery, you spot Haraldson inspecting the shattered remnants. If you recall correctly, the display case he's looking at once held a sword of spell eating. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. I had a feeling he'd see you again. Waiting for the Crown Prince. Can he really be trusted? Oh, he knows already. Word has spread about your deal with Astor. Hello again, Mr. Haraldson. Harold. Right, Harold. I'm sure you already know that I'm investigating the murder of William Frege. And the prosecution suspects that someone used a sword of spell eating to break into Frege's room. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the theft. I'll tell you what I can, but I'm not sure how much help it will be. The display case that held the armbands of intellect is empty. Shattered? Yeah. You're not gonna talk about the armbands? We'll see. How many of a museum owns such a powerful magical item? I would have expected the noble houses to take them take it for themselves. Well, the nobility of today don't have much use for items such as these. The power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength. And a noble wouldn't want to with a sort of a demon, even if the legends are just stories. A demon? Oh right, the sort of spell eating is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage. Isn't the pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They definitely betray you the first chance they got. Well, legends say the demon is often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, do you mean like legally binding contract? The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are compelled to fulfill the terms. It said that violating its terms will cause instant death to the offender, no matter who it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, contract. I guess there's some protection. Teaser, my beloved. Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand that it's possible to exploit and use loopholes to any contract. And according to the legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. Fair play. They're not fair. The theft, then. According to the prosecution, the theft took place in the Lord's Ball. So there have been plenty of witnesses at the gallery at the time. That's the strangest thing. Supposedly, the gallery room was completely empty when it happened. What? That can't be right. And honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter this case anyways. Were the wards protecting the case that powerful? They were powerful, but that's not the issue here. It would have been one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it, but another thing entirely to completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed. Okay, yeah. On the night of the murder, powerful spell to shatter the magic. Okay, yeah. And we know Beatrice is a powerful mage, but we'll see. So you're saying that excessive force was applied. Yes, and that's not the worst of it. It's clear that the sort of spell eating wasn't the only item that was stolen. Okay, cool. Now we talk about that. Jeez. The intellect bangle. You mentioned another item was stolen. Yes, it's extremely concerning. After the sword of spell eating was reported missing, I said the other exhibits. That's when I discovered the armbands of intellect have been stolen as well. Okay, but they're stolen in different methods though. And the sword, we haven't found the armbands. You looked at the glass where the armbands used to be. They've been removed, but the glass is still completely intact. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. What? Oh, okay. Okay. That's why we didn't say it was stolen at first. What's going on here? The two thefts are completely different from one another. Are they even related, or did the two different thieves coincidentally steal from Harold that night? Unless Eris stole it. Eris stole it and gave it to Ruby for like big brain energy. You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects? Not everyone attending the ball could cast spells that powerful. Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice's magic was powerful enough to have done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind. Yes, I'm well aware of that, and it doesn't sit quite well with me either. Was anyone else in the Lord's Ball capable of matching Beatrice's power? Only the heads of the four pillars could have invoked magic this powerful. But apparently Beatrice is the exception to that. Is Beatrice really that powerful? Her specialty is illusion or explosion. Yeah. Just blame Eris. Pretty much. But yeah, Her specialty is illusion, but we don't know the true extent of Beatrice's spell compendium, so we need to wait and see if we get to see that. She's being scapegoated, but the cases can be opened normally, can't they? Otherwise, how would you transport the artifacts from place to place? Ah yes, the magical locks on the case can be disabled. Okay, so they stole. Okay, so yeah, they stole the thing from But then, the issue is that if there was a replica, that means the theft was premeditated. Someone knew they would come that day to steal the bangles of intellect. So, it's premeditated. You detect some fear. Is he hiding something? How are they normally disabled? They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. And how many people know this password? Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved. Okay, cool. So Harrelson could have stolen the sword that night. Could he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? Defunding the hall. Harold, a witness told us that you got into an argument with William Frager on the night of the murder. Was William Frager planning on defunding the Harrelson hole? Yes, he was. He made that very clear. But that doesn't mean it had anything to do with the murder. We're not saying you did it, but I need to explore every possibility. So I need to ask, did your argument turn hostile? I'll admit, our discussion turned heated, but never escalated to threats or violence. With how insulting he was, it should have. William was being unreasonable, and I was being frustrated, but that's all there was to it. He deserved what happened to him. Fair play. The eye shows more resentment reasoning on. Do you have any conflicts with him prior to that night? We have had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the royal family, but what I was displaying in my museum. The king believes that some of my exhibits were too controversial for the public eye. What do you mean? I'm sure you've noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and the nobility. I've never been one to shy away from the bloodier parts of Wyvern Guard's history. The citizens must know about these parts of power, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. Okay, this kind of thing. However, the king believes that my historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds. I'm not simpletons, a lot of them. Nobility thinks they can smooth public relations by censoring history. I think that couldn't get any worse. Okay, this kind of thing. Anyway, it's clear Harold is passionate about his work. Would that passion drive him enough to commit murder, though? I don't think so. We saw in his thoughts, literally, like, he deserved it. Like, it should have been more, like, heated arguments, so I don't think he did. Thank you for your time, Harold. Harold. I think we'll be... Thank you for your time, Harold. He's so used to saying Harold. We'll be on our way now. We have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere. So many people had a motive to murder William, but who actually did? Perhaps you should take some time to review everything. Models aside, let's go over the events that happened that night. It all started when the sword of spell eating was stolen. What do we know about the thief of the sword? We don't know a specific suspect, but we do know something about them. The thief is a powerful mage. Yeah. The thief was a powerful mage. That's the only way they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass. What about Harold? He could have unlocked it using his password. He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that, and I doubt Harold could lie about that. When we could easily confirm with Steelwind. Right, but then what happened next? They brazenly stole the sword of spell eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to the King's Guard. After Lord Haraldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try to find it. It was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom. Once lockdown happened. What do you mean? This caused Harold to report the theft. Well, would the glass lose their power? Oh, true. True. Would that be a case? Maybe. And then someone could just easily. But then someone could just steal the amulet. Then, I mean the bangles. But then, I think they would have had the gallery unlocked on like people there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom, and that led to them to believe she had stolen it. Correct. Let's Vinder's life statement. extremely upset about something. Bitches offended him during the meeting. Servant said he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into the study immediately after the meeting. I tried to speak with him when the fifth was reported, but he didn't care much about missing artifact. This happened before the activated lockdown. It's a little over 1 AM. What does this tell us about William Frege? Leif's account gives us a clear fact about when William died. William died after the lockdown, after the theft was reported. No. No. Wait. After the night case, that was after the encounter. It's unlikely that Leif saw someone else disguised as a follower. No. Had to have been him. After lockdown was activated. Yeah, after lockdown, I mean. Yeah. William Frege was murdered after lockdown. That means that whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown and broke into the magically locked room. Would the room still be locked though? If the anti-magic field happened? They had to use the sword, right? That's likely, but not necessarily true. An anti-magic field would have had the same effect. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. It's a normal lock by that point. The murderer could have stolen the Sword of Spell Eating to throw off the investigation. But anti-magic field is a high-level spell. Not many mages would be able to cast it. And I doubt any of the nobles here will let us see their spell compendiums. Because of how powerful anti-magic field is. Okay, let me just double check this anti-magic field thing. Because it's throwing me off on how it works. Lockdown system covers the entire manor. Once activated, it creates a magical barrier that prevents anyone from leaving or teleporting out. Covers the anti-magic field. Within this field, any and all magical effects are nullified and disabled. Okay, nullified and disabled. It's not there's no lingering effects don't stay in place. Let's say. It's here as well. Yeah, it's here. When concentrating the spell, the caster forms a 10-foot radius here. Any spell effect that enters the sphere dissipates. Any image that tried to cast one, when the field fails to do so. If the zone was yeah, it's more like would his locks still be locked if the magic field did its thing, pretty much. Because how powerful anti-magic field is, we conclude the murderer is a powerful mage. This actually narrows down a list of suspects. There's still not enough concrete evidence though. And we haven't even spoken to all of the suspects yet. Right, you never got a chance to speak with Lucio. Is Lucio even here? Well, he probably is here, yeah. But I don't know, will there be investigation part 2? We'll see. Maybe. Either way, it's a good start, and it's not as if we're defending the case. The trial's getting close anyways. You don't doubt Miss Tamura's abilities, but you should share with what you learned of her. It's a little strange that you haven't seen her since the investigation began. Her reported the thief, right? Who reported it again? I think so, yeah. Man, I think he did. I think it was him who did, yeah, it must have been him. I'm getting mixed up. I think he said he was reported. Man, it's not an evidence part though, unfortunately. Find it. Let me see, but I don't know. That's Yan. Artifacts are protected by a layer. This is about the lockdown he did. When wielded by neither murder, someone used a powerful spell. Yeah. He shattered the glass, later found. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we were the band. No, the band was reported way after. The only thing they were after was the sword, because the armbands turned out to be they were stolen as well, but it turned out they were replaced. So I don't think people didn't realize the armbands. Harold didn't realize the armbands were gone until later, with the sword. Those who haven't seen her since the vacation began, but she might be meeting with Beatrice at a dungeon. Inquisition dungeon, then let's go. You arrive in a dungeon and search for Miss Tamora. She wasn't at a crime scene, so you must be here to discuss the case of Beatrice. Or at least that's what you thought. You don't seem to see her anywhere. Not an automatic. They mention it somewhere. Lockdown covers the entire manor. Once activated... No, it's not automatic. No. It's not automatic. I think it's just activated when the thing was stolen. When it's reported. Let's see. Yeah. Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, hi. You were so caught up in your thoughts, you didn't notice you were walking right in front of Beatrice's cell. I didn't expect to see you here. Okay, hi, Eris. So that's how it's because Eris approaches you two from behind. For a split second, you see her hand dart towards a sword. It appears that she still hasn't gotten over her instinctual fear of Eris. Eris, what are you doing here? Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. Oh. That's why Ruby's defending Beatrice. He sent her here to help her through his ordeal. That brings up many more questions, but you don't have time to pull on that thread. Okay. You have less than an hour before the trial begins. You need to find Miss Tamora. Have either of you seen Miss Tamora? I see. Okay. So yeah, if Ruby works for a criminal, the Eye Taker, and Beatrice is also part of that with the Eye Taker. Okay, we'll see. Lockdown system activation something is reported stolen. Yeah. So maybe like, yeah, I think the sword eating thingy, the spell eating sword was like, is a red herring. It's like, it's stolen just to like, how to say, misguide the investigation. Have you really seen Miss Tamora? I have some things to share with her. She was just here, but she left to retrieve documents from her office. Do you have any idea when she'll be back? She didn't say, but if your discussion has something to do with the case, I could pass a message on to her. You feel a little hesitant for some reason, but it is her life on the line. If anyone should know what they found out information, it's her. Okay, let me tell you what I know. You spent some time going through the findings with Beatrice. From your list of suspects, the possible murders behind murder, you notice that each revelation, she becomes more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must be stressing her out. I see, you're being quite thorough. Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone. You underestimated him. If he reveals these findings to Prince Aster, he might suspect something. Oh. Okay, yeah. If he reveals these findings to Prince Aster, he might suspect something. What? Sorry, I was just deep in thought. Are you aware of the cat's one of those thoughts? Beatrice, I'm sure you're aware that Prince Aster is your best interest at heart. I know, even though he hasn't spoken for the last 5 years, I still consider him a dear friend. I suppose you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him. Of course not. This is bad. Even he wouldn't support us if he knew that was involved. Wait, what was that? Tyrion's cheating already, yeah. This is like the thing that he talked with Arya about, where he trusts his clients because he can mind read. He can test out doubt and stuff like that. So if any of them is like, ah shit, I committed murder, lol. In their mind, he'll be able to like tell if they have dissonant thoughts compared to their outer words. Her thoughts just said that she was involved. Did she actually murder her father? Okay, it's a bit vague. I was involved, but it's a bit vague, but not fully yet. Is something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? You look a bit pale. Patience was actually behind this, but how? She's completely blind. She could have navigated her through the manor and avoid the guards. Oh, you must be taking her thoughts out of context. That's it. The Magatama is a thing in AA too, so true. The Magatama is there, but it's not as easy. Like there is Cyclops, I guess. There is Cyclops with the Magatama, and it's like I can't remember exactly like how hacky the Magatama was. Like, yeah, the Cyclops stuff, but I don't think they've been like decisive. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I played the original trilogy. I understand against Tyrion even more. I know. Let's see. Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired. You think very carefully what to say next. There's one way to get an answer for the eye, but if you're wrong... Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you? Tyrion? With the manga time, you can almost for certain say if someone says truth by like yes or no. Ah, yeah. If they're hiding something. You see her gaze narrow and responds to your question. Once again, she claps her hands together. Please try to stay calm. Do you suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert? You did answer my question, Beatrice. As if I'd even need to justify a response. But no, Mr. Cuthbert, I'm not responsible for my father's murder. At least not directly. I was technically an accomplice. Oh, okay. Maybe she didn't kill him, but she does know more than she lets on. Okay. An accomplice. Did she work together with someone? Cuthbert? Miss Tamora? You've been seeing some sense to move in the air. She raises an eyebrow at you. Miss Tamora, can I speak with you alone for a second? Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Miss Tamora, she actually did murder William Frege. Miss Tamora's gaze narrows, but she's an accomplice, but like, does that count for this court case? Her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear you. What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that? I used the Eye of Horus on her. She conspired with someone to orchestrate William Frege's death. Have you told anyone else about this? No, it's not as if they believe me anyway. You're the only person I know who knows about my abilities. Okay, just stay quiet about this for the time being. Anyways, I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour. What? You're not seriously going to defend her, are you? Of course I am. I'm her attorney. But she's guilty. I saw it. Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. Do you think I can just abandon a client minutes before a trial? No, but it's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and who's not. Everyone has a right to an attorney. A court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep things fair. Okay, cool, but then your ass is like, when Arya's like, oh, I'm dead. Well, I got stabbed. It's like, nah. Verdict, please. Sure, fam. Sure. More importantly, you had no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client without my permission. What? But I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later. It's like, yeah, like you're one who's like, okay, judge, pass a verdict. Arya's gone. Let's do this. Before you have a chance to respond, Miss Tamora walks away. Celeste sees both of you and awkwardly approaches you. Hey, Tyrion, is everything okay? Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this. What? You don't blame her for not believing you. It's not as if you can tell her about the Eye of Horus. Although, why haven't you told her? Yeah, just tell her already at some point. Alright, I believe you. What? You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? But if what you're saying is true, what do we do now? You think long and hard for a moment. I don't think we need to do anything. What? Steelwind is handling the prosecution. She's definitely no pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll have to trust her to get the job done. Ah, and yeah, but then Arya got attacked, so unfortunate. Either way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved. Alright, if you say so. It's really none of your business. You have no stake in this. You're not obliged to do anything. You've done everything you can. It's in their hands now. It's none of your business. This isn't your fight. William Frege was a tyrant and a bigot anyway. He's a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from a common folk. The world is better off without him, and it's not as if you didn't try. All we have to do is wait for the trial and run its course.
Objection!
Okay, now we're back here. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert? Cuthbert, what the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is there is a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. So let me just check this again. Attorney... Okay, yeah, every attorney. Doesn't mean just defense attorney. Maybe. I don't know. Who are you kidding? As if you ever the type... Now let's play with... I'm curious to see who we play as. Who do we play as in this situation? Let's see. Let's see. As if you ever were the type to stand by and do nothing. Or do we just switch sides? Like, okay, tomorrow, Ruby, you're in my spot. I'm gonna stand there now. That's my spot. Your Honor, the defense, I mean the prosecution, I would like the right to cross-examine the witness. Bailiff, please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I'm holding him in contempt of the court. Wait, you didn't really think this through, did you? Instead of following his orders, the bailiff walks up to the judge's podium and whispers something in his ear. What? I see, very well then. What are you saying? It appears that Miss Steelwind has somehow predicted this would happen. In accordance with her wishes, Cuthbert may act as the prosecutor instead. Okay. Thanks, Arya. Okay, Arya knew then. Arya knew that we would try something. She trusts us. Let's go. What the hell? You can't be serious. I'm honestly quite as surprised as you are, Miss Tamura. But Steelwind has apparently designated him as her stand-in. It's unorthodox, but it's legal. You recall something strange Steelwind asked you earlier. So, what would you do if one of your clients was guilty? I suppose I'd withdraw until to find another lawyer. And if no one else would represent them? I don't know. It would definitely be a hard choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. I see. We played as Ruby at the start anyway, but... Steelwind, did she really know this would happen? Well, this isn't exactly how it's been in the trial to go. So after you barged into the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed behind you. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest you. I mean, gotta stay safe as well. Can't get arrested. I guess we're really doing this. What's wrong? This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom. I'm gonna play against Tyrion. I mean, obviously we know that Ruby's in the wrong though. We know Ruby's in the wrong in this case. So it'd be weird to do that, but we'll see. We'll see where this goes. This is where the prosecutor's supposed to stand. No, this feels way too jarring. Ruby, can we switch tables? Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. We are switching side. We are switching side. We are switching side. What? Oh, please ignore her. No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, get here to switch with us. Okay, they really did the whole, this is my spot. For the love of, I genuinely do not care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly. Unless, oh, maybe Ruby killed Thing. I don't know. If Ruby killed Thing, and what's it called? What's her face? Beatrice was an accomplice. Because we know Beatrice wasn't the one who did it. She was an accomplice. Unless her wolf did it. Maybe the wolf did it. It was fun while it lasted. Ha! Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots, we are, Your Honor. As much as you hate to admit it, you are more comfortable here. Not that you want to encourage her. I'd have liked to have been on the other side at least. With all these interruptions, I think it's best to review the proceedings until now. The prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frager's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness to testify that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Miss Tamura? Yes, you are, Your Honor. Very well. Considering the circumstances, I think it's best to have Lady Frager repeat her testimony. I guess Ruby was funnier. It's a different kind of game in that case then. We're covering up murder. Let's go up Frager to the stand once more. Miss Frager, could you please give your testimony to the court once more? Of course. Okay, yes, he doesn't have the usual energy. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our house. She left a note for us. In it, she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister to his study. He completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claims she had to Frager's estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. We want to make an example of her. This all happened 5 years ago. So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after departure. Yes, he did. As such, Beatrice would have no motive to murder her father. And at least we're the ones on the attack though, at least. I guess, in a sense. But then again, it's like, it's the usual thing where we find them, we investigate during the court trial, essentially. Is that really true though? Okay, we have the whole will thing. Frega's inheritance. Try playing without cheat for once. It's pretty much just a way for like Tyrion to like have full trust in his client, essentially. It's like Tyrion is not like, how to say, he's not like, oh, I trust everyone I meet kind of deal. He's not like he's not like, how to say, he's not that type of person. He's like he's more like he's socially withdrawn, to be fair. He's kind of socially withdrawn outside Celeste now. So what's it called? Well, since because of the incident. So it makes sense, I guess. Like he needs something that gives him full trust in someone. One day we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father called me and my sister to his study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed my claim to Frega's estate. Removed any claim. He was probably a threat to us in case we ever wanted to go on the same path she did. We wanted to make an example out of her. This happened 5 years ago. Okay, which one do we'll press this first. If this happened shortly after Beatrice fled, he must have been less than 13 years old. I can't imagine how that must have been. But can we really trust your testimony if you're only a child? I remember it vividly, my father's words, the look on Leif's face when she realized Beatrice was gone. I even remember the way the sun was shining through the window that morning. That's right, Ryunosuke, trusting his client isn't just my client's innocent period. It's just, yeah, he's like, it's just full-hearted trust. That's pretty much what makes 1-3 hit pretty hard. Well, I guess the third case in the first game. It was all my fault. I mean, I guess to be fair, we had Phoenix with what's his face, the guy from 2-4. Was it 2-4 or 2-5? Six got robbed. Yeah. It was all my fault. I remember that moment with clarity. My father made sure of that. Sounds like a painful memory for her. She seems to foresee blame for us of what happened. Ah. Oh, she's okay. Cool. She's chill. She's chill. She's distant but chill. Doesn't press her more than necessary. You felt it while you were watching from the gallery. A part of her testimony doesn't match with what you learned from your investigation. It must have been something that Leif told you. Yeah, we know that. But I don't know where should we do that then? Leif's testimony... not this one. Just, yeah, inheritance. Returned to her home after meeting her father, and he declared to be disinheriting her that night. Okay, yeah. So he lied then. He lied. It's a threat.
Objection!
He lied. Miss Frege, it's clear you were regretful of how your older sister was treated. The guilt must have eaten at all of you for all these years. Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history of the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in her wounds. No, we're chill with her, don't worry. We're besties. I was merely pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Miss Tamora. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago, so perhaps she's trying to make up for that. By lying to protect her. Ah, excuse me, I did nothing of the sort. Miss Frege, you testified your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke to the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frege, he openly declared that he would be removing her from the will. He even entered the study to draft a new will to reflect the decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendants? It doesn't make sense if he had already disinherited her 5 years ago. Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? It's clear they had no understanding of my father's estate. They had no understanding. It's your sister. Miriam, this testimony came from your sister, Leif Frege. What? And she should have also been present during the alleged meeting 5 years ago. What? Oh, that's Beatrice. That's Beatrice. Beatrice is standing next to thing. Standing next to Tamora. Well, She must be mistaken then.
Objection!
Your Honor, how can we trust second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here? Wouldn't it make more sense to have Leif give testimony directly? Oh, okay, but Leif does not want to implicate her sister. Okay. Okay, cool. I guess I must agree with you, Miss Tomura. Leif Frege should be able to clear up misunderstandings. She looks way too confident. What is she planning? You're not sure if it was intentional, but Miriam's testimony was false. She'd be lying to protect Beatrice. And if so, is Miss Tomura expecting Leif to do the same? Okay. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frege to the stand. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, one thing I was thinking about with this game is that with Arya, she's way too straight-laced, let's say. Not straight-laced, more like Arya is too... What's the word? She's already like... What's the word? Enlightened. That's it. She's already like... Arya is already like enlightened on the whole... Okay, cool. Me and Cuthbert are here to find the truth. That sort of thing. Like, there's no like, oh, 100% win rate. No, like, I need to like hide the truth. She's completely like on our page, let's say. But we now get in this game finally like an opposition, let's say, that's like actively hiding the truth. So we have like that conflict. Like with Arya, like it's pretty much like with Arya, we're just chill. We're just chill with Arya. Like we know she has good intentions. There's no like bad blood with her methods. She's like too chill. So it's like there's a rivalry-ish, but like it's a mutual rivalry, mutual understanding. Especially since we talked to her a bunch outside of court. Zeke's was a good middle ground. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Zeke's was good. Like, but also he had like his trauma and other stuff affecting how he treats Ryunosuke. Bailiff, please escort Lady Leif Frege to the stand. But yeah, I was thinking about that as well. Like, it's like Grace Attorney and also this game. They both like while like the mainline Phoenix Wright stuff, it's like it's pretty much the whole like prosecution win rate is like way too high against defenses. That sort of that kind of context and like theming for it. In this case, in both Greatest Attorney and this one, they're going for like more of a what's it called? Upper class, like classism kind of sort of deal with the whole justice system, nobility, and like, oh, keeping secrets, dark secrets from the underworld, that sort of stuff, that sort of deal. Well, not as much with this one so far. In a case of like actively defending like a dark secret or whatever. In the sense of it feels like it felt too easy dealing with nobility, not gonna lie. Like with Garrick Pierce, it was like, yeah, we got him, no consequences for it. Well, like it's like what I mentioned before with the consequences with nobility to Tyrion. It's like, yeah, they look at us dirty, but like they already look at us dirty, so like who cares? There's no like there's no like impediment of justice, and that sort of thing. And also like with like in this case we see Arya get attacked. Like I imagine Arya got attacked in order to like make sure that Beatrice got like saved and stuff, but like that's another different dark secret thing, I think. Like I think yeah, Arya must have been attacked. That's my assumption, at least. She was attacked so that Ruby has no opposition, so that Beatrice is free. So yeah. I don't know who Nahayuta is. Is that Spirit of Justice? I don't know. I don't. Who's Nayuhuta? I don't know. I haven't played Spirit of Justice, if that's the prosecutor in that game. And yeah, Pain. Yeah. Until we beat him. Well, did he like? Oh, I guess like in the past with Mia. In the past, right? Garrick sold himself out. Yeah, pretty much. It's like I was thinking about Garrick. That's the thing. I was thinking about Garrick, and it's like the murder for with Garrick, the murder was weird. Like, I was thinking about that because it was weird because it wasn't premeditated. It was weird. It's like, why did Garrick choose to kill the guy that day? Like, just because the opportunity saw itself? Like, he just passed by the house one day on the night and it's like, yo, my friend, hi. Like, nah, screw you. Yeah, you're causing... I mean, Garrick did mention that he's causing problems for nobility with his, like, you know, anti-mage stuff. But it's like... What? Like, the murder... Yeah, I was just thinking about it off stream and it's like... Garrick's crime is just weird. Like, it wasn't like... was he planning to murder him that night? I don't think he was. Was he? It's just weird. Yeah, it just happened. I don't know. Like, unless I'm misremembering, but it feels like it just happened. Like, it just happened. There was no planning. It was like, yeah, it just happened. My guy was like, yeah, sure, this is a good time to do this, and goodbye, bye. It's like, it just felt like, I get why the whole like anti-magic nobility thing that Celeste's father was doing, but it did feel out of nowhere thinking back on it. Like, not really out of nowhere, more in the sense that my guy had no planning. Payne moved to Arcane and has perfect win record there because there are 0 attorneys there. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I want to play... Yeah, I mentioned before, but with Spirit of Justice, I kind of want to play the Apollo Justice trilogy again. It's been a long time, but also, like, because I've played Apollo Justice and Dual Destinies, I know too much. As in, like, I can't, like, theory craft like I'm doing now, let's say. I can't theory craft. So, it's a bit weird to stream, maybe. I don't know. I could just go Spirit of Justice, but, like... I mean, obviously, like, it's like, you don't have to, like, have played Dual Destinies to jump into Spirit of Justice, I guess. It's like, there is, like, bits and pieces, but you don't need to. In the game, the main series, yeah. I want to play it, just that I'm still debating whether I play Apollo Justice and Dual Destinies on stream. That's the thing. that's my debate going on for that. Otherwise, it's like I'm paying like paying a lot for 2 games that I already have played and not gonna touch. So I'll see. There's actually a really good sale going on right now for Greatest Attorney and the Phoenix Wright trilogy I saw. So like Greatest Attorney, Chronicles, and Investigations 2. I'm gonna play Investigations for sure though, at some point. Not right away, but like at some point, because I've barely played Edgeworth years ago, and I don't remember anything. So like literally I don't remember. It's far deep in my memory that I don't remember anything. I don't even remember who characters are, let's say. Like Edgeworth, sure, and I know Kay Faye. Is it Kay? Kay Faraday was her name? Yeah, I know her slightly, but not enough. I know her slightly, but like all I remember is the thing with Edgeworth's cravat. That's it. That's all I remember with Faye, with Kay, and Edgeworth's cravat, pretty much. That's all I remember. Oh wait, I do remember, like, what's her name? What's the scientist girl called again? Her. She's also in Investigations. I forgot her name. Emma. That's it, Emma. There is that much Ace Attorney-ish games. Not sure, actually. Like, outside of the main, like, obviously, the Capcom games. There's this one for sure. There's, like... Is Avian Attorney actually, like, Ace Attorney-like? Or is it totally different? I know there's a Toho fan game that's like Ace Attorney, like, as well. And then, yeah, but then like, it kind of drifts. Like, Danganronpa does have a trial, but it's like a lot more different presentation compared to Ace Attorney. When we spoke... Okay, let's get back to this, though. You mentioned your father decided to disinherit Beatrice. When you decided this after the meeting on the night of the murder, is that correct? Yes, I did say that. You see, Leif, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by our younger sister. He seems to think that she committed perjury. What? I wouldn't go so far to say... Witness, lying under oath is a serious crime. It would be harsh consequences, even for someone of your sister's status. Okay, cool, yeah. That Grumba's Ace Attorney fan game proved me wrong. There's inspiration there, but it does, like, drift apart. It does, like, become its own thing, essentially. There's probably inspiration there, but it does drift. It does, like, do its own thing. Okay, cool, yeah. Now we got, like, a much more offensive prosecutor. More, not offensive, manipulative. Well, defense, but it affects the acts the same way by this point. No, she couldn't have. Wonderful. Are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's testimony? Miss Tamora, you can't just intimidate the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert. When you got to play as Ruby, I don't know. I think it's, yeah. It's like when we played as her for a little bit, I mentioned, yeah, it just feels weird. Like, I feel like these court style games, they work. They mostly work if you're on the back foot, essentially. You can't. By design, being the one dominating like throughout the whole trial is weird. Like obviously when like the climax happens, by all means, but like dominating like even the small like examinations like this, it feels weird. I'm just telling the witness that what may or may not happen, depending on what she does next. The choice is only hers. Tears already gives him the edge that he needs. Ish. It's like he can abuse it, but like we'll see. It gives him an edge, but not like how to say. He doesn't have like the courtroom edge, let's say. Gonna call pool for him. Good luck. So Leif, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could you please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said? Yes, of course. Okay, we now got like witness manipulation. You see, Miriam was quite young. My father caught us in the study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. Playing against someone who can read his mind is a cool concept. I get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think it's more like we know Tyrion's limitations with his eye, though. He doesn't have full control of it, but also like it's really powerful in the sense that if emotions are high, he can see contradictions between thoughts and statements. Like with Tamora, like if someone is prepared against it, it's fine. Like obviously Ruby knows to guard herself from the eye, but like yeah, it's a bit too powerful. But we'll see what the story does with it. The story is playing around with the idea that Tyrion does have this like eye, but it's also like we're seeing like what it does. We're gonna see what it does with it rather. Let's see if there's any like side effects or like how to say counters to it, whatever. Never be on the back foot with that ability. I mean, I think it doesn't help that. I think it doesn't. If we had someone like Ruby as the opposition throughout the game, where she can intimidate witnesses, she's like manipulative right now. The eye advantage wouldn't be as apparent, but with Arya, the eye advantage is because she's fair. Arya plays too fair. You see, Miriam was quite young, so didn't understand what he was doing. My father would often lie to us. It was one of the many ways that kept us in line. The encounter that Miriam described was just one of his lies. Despite their disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without good reason. He always held on to the possibility that she would become desperate. And oh, the room. Where is it? Do we have that? The room. Beatrice's bedroom. It's the bedroom, but is there any do we have anything for that? Is there anything for that? Is there anything for the bedroom? I don't think so. There's nothing for the bedroom. We have to like somehow talk about that though. Tyrion can see through her manipulation. He's not. I mean, it's more like we can see as the audience her manipulation, her like tricks. The truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frega's future. None of us knew what my father was planning for House Frega's future. Oh no, you knew. You're lying. You're lying. It's the heir, because he does not want a female heir. See, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known what William Frege was planning for this estate. Leif is definitely trying to cover for Miriam, and Miss Tamora is playing her like a fiddle. Luckily for you, she's not the only person that gave her statement to you. She's not the only person that gave her... What? Luckily for you, she's not the only person that gave her statement. Oh, okay, yeah. Is in meaning that someone else's words help us this time. It's freaking thing. It's
Objection!
It's thingy bob. Von Sanctus. Miss Frege, did you really have no idea about House Frege's future? No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us. But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans for House Frege? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you knew exactly how William Frege's inheritance would be divided before that day. What? Leif, according to Lloyd von Sanctus, you were arranged into a diplomatic marriage with your son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement, am I correct? I have no reason to comment on that matter. Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of your business. Yes, I must ask that you keep this discussion relevant to the case. Your Honor, Leif's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She was extremely averse to the marriage, and because of that, she made sure to know every detail and about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frege would be inherited by her future husband. So that raises the question, Leif. If you really knew the intricacies of the marriage, why would you tell your father? Why would your father tell you he was disinheriting your sister? Present von Sanctus marriage. That statement only makes sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant.
Objection!
You present a decent argument, Cuthbert, but your claims rely on one assumption. And what assumption could that be, Miss Tamora? Even if he was lying, the victim declared that he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named in his will previously, otherwise there would be no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise. And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frege was acting logically. What are you talking about? It's clear that William Frege was extremely controlling of his daughters. By your own admission, Leif was resistant to the marriage organized by her father. In addition to that, Miriam found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trail a few months ago. And finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice, the prodigal child, finally returned and made a public appearance during Lord's Ball. What are you trying to insinuate? In his eyes, William Frege's ability to keep his daughter in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you, Leif. Even if that declaration was clearly inconsistent. But he wouldn't... Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. Okay, where's your proof then? Where's the proof of that then? That he was, like, mentally frazzled? His statement couldn't have possibly been true. If by some chance it were true, then that would make you guilty of perjury. Cool, threatening, cool. Or perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. If your father's statement were true, the court must have been inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand. Miss Tamora, are you threatening her? As I said before, I'm merely stating the facts. The witness is free to act as he sees fit. I'm asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next. What do I do? Damn it, she's pressuring Leif to side with her. She's clearly conflicted though. Is there anything you can do? You feel a sense of clarity when you look at her. Is the eye horse reacting to her stress? You wonder. Okay, empowering eye. I'm sorry, I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert. Wait a minute. No, wait. It's too late.
Naught can remain concealed.
Okay, to be fair, it's like in this case, it's like we're fighting back against Timora literally manipulating a witness, so it works out in this case. There has to be something in our mind you can use. The state of her inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in her mind that can definitely... The cheat went crazy this case. I mean, in this case, like, Miriam, like, Timora is cheating as well, so, like, it works out. Like, it's literally, in this case, we're the underdog. In this case, we're the underdog, though. Like, Timora is way too manipulative. Like, she's got, what's it called? She is trying to threaten her with perjury. Like, oh, you were lying about that? Oh, your sister was lying about that. So therefore, she must be telling the truth. Like, she's literally saying to her that, like, okay, your sister's guilty of perjury then for lying. It's not cheating. It kind of is. It is. Like, it's not supernatural cheating, but, like, it's still, like, manipulation. So, like, yeah, we have a supernatural thing, but, like, still. Is there anything in her mind that can definitely prove that that was in his will? And to be honest, like, we're like Ruby's hiding the truth in this case. Like, the key part here is finding the truth of what happened. Let's project your sister first. If you lie in court is perjury, yeah. But, like, yeah, I mean, in this case, like, Timora's literally telling her to corroborate with Miriam saying that Beatrice was removed from the will, which wasn't what happened. So it is a lie. But so Timora's threatening them with perjury that they will get exposed if Tyrion is correct about the Beatrice not being in the will, rather. So Timora's threatening them with perjury. Let's put Beatrice. No, let's put Miriam. Saying facts? Not really. Why would Miriam say those things? Am I just remembering what happened? No, I wouldn't remember something like that. She must be trying to protect Beatrice. Yeah, see, yeah. She's trying to protect her. So Miriam's testimony was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. So, like, we have to expose that Miriam was lying for her sister. But, like, Timora's encouraging lying. Like, that sort of thing. Beatrice, after all these years, you finally returned. I can't believe that this is how things ended up. If only I was strong as you, I'm able to endure this. Did you get any leads from that? Little us. This man. I thought Aster hired him to protect Beatrice. Is he betraying us, or is Beatrice actually... No, she can't be. I refuse to believe she'd do something like this. You didn't get any leads from that. Okay, cool. So that's... What? Why am I forgot this? Timora. Ruby Timora. I've heard stories about her. I never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. I wonder if she'll be at the will reading tomorrow. Oh, okay. A will reading. Must be taking out William Frager's will. Okay, there's a will reading. Okay, no Arya. Yourself? I need to make sure I tell the truth without harming Miriam or Beatrice. Beatrice couldn't possibly have done this, and I'm sure Miriam has her reasons. They couldn't really rely on me back then, but they can now. Okay, cool. At least that's more insight. Lloyd, someone say I hate to admit it, this trial is perfect opportunity to back out the arranged marriage. Von Sanctus's holdings are weakening by the day. He didn't put up much resistance. And once Beatrice inherits the estate, we have to rebuild our family. He's assuming that Beatrice will inherit the house. That confidence must mean she's certain of what was written in William's will. But how do you prove that? Okay. Monkey. Okay, your father. Father, I know we had differences, but I did love you, and I never wanted you to die. She seems genuinely surprised and regretful by his death. From your account to earlier, you know that Beatrice had an accomplice, but you doubt it was Leif. I believe you had enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or not? I'm not, Your Honor. At least not yet. It's clear we won't get anywhere until we can confirm the state of William Frager's will. We can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frager's will is read to his family. How did you... I see. Once his will is read, it'll become public record. Okay, where's the will though? I thought it was destroyed. I suppose I have no choice but to suspend the trial until such a time when William Frager's will is read.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. The case against my client is completely outrageous. We spent the entire court proceedings arguing as if her motive even exists. But the modified will is missing, yeah. I thought, yeah, Arya, no. Didn't Leif mention that? The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client. Miss Tamora, you clearly don't believe that defendant had anything to do with the murder. Of course I don't. She's completely innocent. Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did? Oh, now we do this. Now we pull this. Now we pull this part. You sneaky little... Okay, cool, yeah. Because Ruby... Yeah, this is what I mentioned earlier before the flashback. Like, the whole, like... Okay, cool, so... We need to find who did it, though. Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? No, I am not. Okay, but the judge is like... Yeah, I'll pass a verdict, sure. I forgot the rules. I just forgot. After Ruby was like, cool, no prosecutor, and let's end this now. Mr. Cuthbert's correct. The court does not have enough evidence to pass a verdict. He's old. True, 80. True. But he's like, it's like, bruh, my guy, how'd you forget the key rule that in a case of this magnitude, there needs to be someone to pin this on? Until the Inquisition has time to investigate the new developments, I'll be suspending today's trial. We will resume tomorrow morning. Court adjourned. Okay, cool. Hopefully this investigation is not too long, though. We'll probably meet Lucio. Well, that happened. Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking. Well, out of everything that happened today, I can't believe that Steelwind somehow knew you would do that. Right? That is strange. Not gonna lie, if Celeste wasn't the clear love interest, I would ship Arya and Tyrion. If Celeste wasn't the clear love interest, I would. Did he seriously predict what I'd do of that one conversation? Considering how things turned out, you suppose he was round the mark. But that was still a big leap of faith. I'm gonna play as her more. Ha. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on some sleep. Yeah, today's been exhausting, and for a lot of reasons. And your work has only started. You have no idea who Beatrice's accomplice was. The will reading was just an opportunity to stall for time. The question remains, who really murdered William? What the hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya? Listen, I have the situation under control. If that's true, I'd hate to see a situation you consider out of control. Thanks, Eris. My father is not pleased with today's developments. You promised your verdict would be passed before William Frager's will became public record. This has thrown quite a wrench in our plans. I understand. Cuthbert is confused, but he's not a threat to us. We'd better hope not. Hope you're right, Tamora. Or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind. Okay, cool. Now we get threats, but it turns out nobility is not the one threatening us. It's like criminal mastermind Eye Taker. Cool, now we get threats. House Frager is too important of a price for us to let go. Bring us results, Tamora, or else we'll continue to take drastic measures. Okay. Cool. Now we get threats. Let's go. That works. Okay, cool. But then so when it turns out, yeah, nobility is like, we won't touch you. We'll just be like evil. We'll just give you evils. But now it's like criminal mastermind Eye Taker is like, yes, we're gonna stab you. For the first time since the Lord's Ball, you're able to finally get some sleep. You woke up this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading. You arrive back at Frega Manor and see Beatrice, Leif, Miriam, and Von Sanctus all gathered, along with Miss Tamora, who's accompanying Beatrice as her attorney. You're not sure what to say to her after everything you've done. The area still feels awkward to approach her and talk about it. Thank you for coming today. Executor, okay. As Lord Frega's close associate, I must express my deeply condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Vinegar when I say, enough, just get on with it. Very well then. To get straight to the point, Lord Frega's will was magically sealed when it was... Oh, okay, I see it. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death. Although I imagine none of us expected such a time to come so suddenly. Anyways, Lord Frigga's assets include sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Wyvernguard, 10 million gold in various investments. 10 million? 10 million gold. I can't even begin to imagine what anyone could do with that fraction of wealth. And lastly, sole control and ownership of the noble Frigga house. But the executor takes out a large envelope and uses a runestone to dispel the magical seal. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, yeah. The will. Okay, I got mixed up. Yeah. The will that William sent was writing in is the new adjusted will with like no one in his will. Like none of his daughters get anything. Beatrice gets nothing. But then, okay. I, William Frigga, being of sound mind and body, hereby declare this to my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise and bequeath all of my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden von Sanctus, provided that he enters into a legal and binding agreement with my daughter, Leif Frigga, within 6 months of the date of my death. What? That's... William must have added that addendum to prevent von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. But a legal and binding agreement is predicated on Leif accepting it. She clearly doesn't want to go through with it, so if she simply wanted it for 6 months, von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate. In the event that Jaden von Sanctus does not enter this agreement within the time frame, my assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of House Frigga will be divided equally among my children, as per laws of my kingdom. You were right. William Frigga never disinherited Beatrice. This would make Miriam's testimony false. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, there's a motive to commit murder. He glanced at Miriam. It's hard to read her expression, but she appears to be on her mind. But something appears to be on her mind. Without a word, she walks out the room, ignoring both Beatrice and Leif. Leif, on the other hand, seems to be in good spirits. Isn't that great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frigga now, just as it should have been. I see about that. In light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frigga is found guilty, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister. Ah, okay. I see. I shouldn't feel so happy for myself. That can't be all, can it? Surely William added a note of Leif's obligation to marry my son. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Leif Frigga is an adult with legal authority. She's free to make whatever decision she wishes about who she can legally marry. Now, if you excuse me. Wait, we're not finished yet. Come back here. I'd love to catch up with you, Leif. I was only allowed down my cell to attend the reading. You notice the Inquisition Knight outside the door. She's been waiting for Beatrice. But don't worry. I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can all talk we want about our family's future. Of course. A group of knights lead Beatrice out the manor, and Leif follows after them, leaving you and Celeste alone in Miss Tamora. We got you now. About what I did. Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert. Oh, it was an extremely unforeseen situation, and still clearly put you on the spot. Not really. We put ourselves on the spot. Arya just trusted us. Family biz, for sure. You felt pressured to do something, and you made a rash decision. Not really. Not really. I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw. Nah, we're good. Wait, what? Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend prosecuted mages? But Beatrice is guilty. I saw it. I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. That's not for discussion. You've always regarded and respected Miss Tamora. Okay, but she's doing it to protect us. Because Eris said, yeah, we're going to send the mob to, like, attack Tyrion if, like, things go bad, so... Suppose that's always made you deeply scared of disappointing her. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on than you do, and she's still your mentor. You want to believe that. You really do. But deep down, you know that this is wrong. Miss Tamora may believe in Beatrice's innocence. She doesn't believe it. She knows. But you can't abandon this case and let her escape justice. Aye. Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You know what you have to say, but your words won't leave your mouth. From behind you, you feel Celeste hold your trembling hand. It's warm and comforting. The same sensation you felt back then. Somehow you can feel it through her hand, as if she's silently telling you that you know what you have to do. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath. I'm not gonna do that, Miss Tamura. What? You said it yourself. Oh, title theme. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor of equal power to keep things fair. That's not what I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me. Fine. Do what you want. But you're only gonna make things harder for everyone. I mean, if you played as Arya against Tyrion, that would work. If we were Arya, but like in this case, we know that Beatrice is not innocent. Tyrion, as soon as Miss Tamura steps out of the room, your body drops to the floor. Whatever bravery you felt before gets replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue. Skillward Lord, that's the first time I've spoken to her like that. But you still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean, right now you're kind of just sitting on the floor. Yeah, I need to take a moment. Can we go to the bathroom? Ballroom? It would still be more fun. I mean, if there's a game where like there's a prosecutor can mind read, sure. But then again, but then the mind reading thing works for like the truth seeker, essentially, the one who seeks the truth. Like prosecution in like other games is like, I don't care about the truth, I care about win rates. So in some cases, but yeah, even if Tyrion will win, I still want to play against him. I mean, we'll see. Like it would be a nice twist to like have Arya actually have, but then like if we have like someone Tyrion is defending who evades the Eye of Horus and Tyrion thinks they're innocent, but it turns out they're not innocent because they know about Tyrion's eye and they know to like avoid its trickery. Well, not trickery, it's investigation powers, maybe. And then we have, yeah, play as Arya in that case. That would work. But in this case, the issue is that we know Beatrice is not fully innocent. You spot Commander White at the end of the room, but you don't pay much notice. It takes you a while before you feel ready to stand. You okay? Yeah, I just needed to take a moment. Anyway, the will reading brought us a few hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of this information we just learned. So, where should we start first? Oh, right. Right. Because we're... Oh, right, so Commander White is like under our jurisdiction. Right, you're a prosecutor now, so that would technically make you his boss for the time being. So this is weird, right? Yep. Awkwardness aside, I never really led a task force before. What would the Steelwind normally do in this situation? Well, she normally helps us investigate areas of interest. Right, the context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceeding. But we're lacking a lot of physical evidence. Could you, in your position, search the gallery in Beatrice's room? Perhaps you could find evidence of how the sword of the spell eating was stolen. Whatever you say, boss. That covers the Inquisition, but what are we going to do? It's clear that Lord Frager's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should look at the modified will he was drafting. It might give us some insight of what he's really planning to do with his inheritance. Come on, where is it? The gentle William Frager's study, you spot a figure rummaging through the drawers. The downside of the eye, yeah. Like, we know the weakness of the eye is that someone can prepare against it. With Ruby. Like, we can't read Ruby's thoughts. Unless he lets her guard down, Ruby's thoughts can't be seen by Tyrion. So, it would be cool, yeah. It would work in that case. If we have, like, a client who does hide from the eye. You spot a figure rummaging through the drawers. Why isn't it here? Where else would we put it? Miriam? What? As she notices you, Miriam quickly closes the drawers and walks towards you. But you already know what she was doing. She's definitely looking for something. This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam? As if that's any of your business. Considering that I'm the prosecutor, it's very much my business. You give a side glance to the night station outside the room. You should have stopped her from entering, but perhaps she used her status to intimidate them. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room, and you have a feeling you know what it is. What are you looking for? What could be so important that you disturb the crime scene? It's none of your concern. I'm really trying to find something that belongs to me. Really? Because I have a feeling you might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will your father was drafting, aren't you? That's... Were you trying to destroy it before we could get to it? Of course not. I just need to see it for myself. Did she really do this? Oh, is she also suspicious of Beatrice? Did she lose her sword again? Ha, ha, ha. Why are you so determined to find the drafted will? I just wanted to see what my father's wishes were. Final wishes. But if I've already had a will found previously, wouldn't that be enough? You also suspect something, don't you? Of course not. Beatrice would never do something like this. Miss Frege, I never even mentioned Beatrice. I know how things may look, but please understand, I'm trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked with someone else to orchestrate her father's death. Unlike Leif, she doesn't immediately deny it. This means that she already had her own suspicions. Where is the will, Miriam? I need to see it. I don't know. I haven't been able to find it. You recall that she was frantically searching William's desk earlier. She's probably telling the truth. It should have been here, but I can't find it. He locked the door when he began drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition locked the area after the body was discovered. That means that someone took it during lockdown. William's modified will. It was probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right? Yeah, that would make more sense. Which means that whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever was written on it. It's looking more and more like the motive behind this was William's inheritance. Oh, first 10 roll, nice. I see, no Eidolon, but okay, works out at least, that's good. Congrats, congrats. Anyways, looks like we want to find his will, but the fact it must imply something. For now, we should follow our own leads. There's also a question of who committed the murder and how. Don't we really know how? The murderer stole the sword and used it to break into the study. That's true, but think about how we would have needed to move around the manor. The murder took place on the first floor, within William Frege's study. Oh, the gallery's on the second floor, right. They would have needed to go upstairs, steal the sword, and then use it to nullify the lock on the study. Not only that, they would have needed to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room. Right, it's too many steps. About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, why would they plant her room in her sword? What? Plant the sword in her room? That's a good point. If they had a falling out, her partner might have been trying to betray her by pinning the blame on her. But if that was true, why wouldn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Steelwind? Maybe because of the Slayer rule. Slayer rule? I remember that guy at the will was saying that. What is it? It was a law passed by the Crown centuries ago. According to the law, if someone is involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they will not be allowed to inherit the deceased person's property. So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut if she took a plea deal. More importantly, it does sound like Miriam completely believes in Beatrice's innocence. It doesn't sound like she believes in it either. If that's true, then what can she tell you? Miriam, it almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well. Am I incorrect? I don't know what to think anymore. Why else would she threaten me? Wait, she was threatened? Oh, spicy. Okay, cool. We got the spice now. The family spice. Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way? What? Of course not. Your testimony yesterday was quite convenient for the defense. It almost got the whole case thrown out. Ah, okay. Yeah. And Leif didn't seem to understand what was going on either. With the way she gave her testimony, it was almost like she was covering for you. Does he seriously not know? Please, promise me you won't tell anyone about this. I won't tell anyone what happened. About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby. Oh. She gave me a list of statements to give in testimony. Their statements weren't true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny. Oh, okay, we got her doing tricks. Cool. Commander White was right. She had information I tried to keep secret. She threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with her. No, she wouldn't do that. I'm telling the truth. Please, you can't tell tomorrow I told you. She'll ruin me. The eye shows her guilt, her fear is genuine. She's not lying. You wanna play the villain? You wanna play the villain? Okay, now we get the callback to the shady stuff with her. Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you name it. I'll bet you're the same. The success of the devil with defense attorneys. The rumors, they can't be true. You refuse to believe it. Hey, Tyrion, you okay? now's not the time to doubt yourself. There's too much at stake right now, and you have a job to do. We should check on Commander White. He might have found something. Okay. Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah. You have plenty of time to think about this later. Where's White in the bedroom? You enter Beatrice's bedroom and see the Inquisition combing through it. It looks like their search is focused under their bed. Oh, hey kid. Commander. We're still in deep search for the room, but we're not done yet. You should probably come back later.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay, cool. So we just go to the sitting room. Who's in the sitting room? Unless we see Lucio. You begin in the sitting room to see if Von Sanders is still there. Oh, okay. Another individual. He's currently reading some sort of book. We can feel a menacing aura emanating from him. This aura. You must be daft if you think I wouldn't notice your presence. What? Did he notice you? You better enter the room. If we have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes towards you. Wait, You bring up your arms to block the blow, but in hindsight, I probably wouldn't do much against an axe that large. Protagus. You open your eyes. Celeste is now standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. You're not sure what happened, but it looks like he's knocked him several feet backwards. Oh, it's you two. What the hell was that? You could have killed him. You shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaned him in two. Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. What the hell do you think you are? I am Lucio Steelwind, Grand General of the Wyvern Guard Military Forces. Oh, wait. Maybe it could be. She could be Steelwind, maybe. Like, I mean, to be fair, nah, Lucio is 76. So his hair is white from age, not naturally. But, yeah, we need to see more family members. Just because, like, what's it called? What's her name? Arya has black hair doesn't mean that. I don't know. I am Lord Lucio Steelwind, Grand General. This is Prosecutor Steelwind's father. Yeah. They do share the same intimidating aura. Stare. Well, he's not the missing person in the room so right now. Celeste, this fight is not hurt. She looks more irate right now, but she begrudgingly sheaths her sword. 78 though. Yeah. 78 white hair, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Steelwind was one of the people who were motivated to murder William. And as a fellow head of Pillar House, he might have some information about William and his affairs. Oops. Sorry about what happened to your daughter. I'm sure you're very worried. It's her own fault for asserting herself, despite her injuries. Even the bravest warriors knows when to stay off the battlefield. How could you say that? Your daughter was trying to do the right thing. By prosecuting the heiress of House Frege. She had very little evidence to substantiate her conviction. If she wanted to strike a blow on the rival house, she'd have been more certain that her enemy would fall. But now, if Beatrice Frege is found innocent, any hopes of an alliance between House Frege and Steelwind would be completely annihilated. It's clear that he and the prosecutor have vastly different priorities. If looks could kill McCoy, one might misinterpret that look of yours as murderous intent. I guess you do have some battle instinct after all. Honestly, wasn't sure since you obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your... Celeste, such lack of respect and discipline. If you were one of my soldiers, I'd have you hanged. If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself. Jeez. Okay, let's all try to stay civil here. Lady Steelwind, Lord Steelwind, you were here at the Lord's Ball when the murder occurred, am I correct? I was. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? If that's okay with you. I suppose I must oblige, considering my daughter has so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you. Where were you during the night of the murder? I so love gatherings like that. They're a complete waste of time. I was in the room, but when I was in this room, but I received word that Lord Frege's lost heiress had made had made an unexpected appearance. She was supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom. Do you see? Oh wait, do you speak of anyone? Do you give them at any point? No, I kept my distance and stayed near the King's Guard. I needed to make sure she wouldn't try anything. Fair play. Because you were wary of Beatrice? Yes, I was. The Crown Prince has always been a bleeding heart. and the Fragrance are trained to sharpen their tongue from birth. I needed to make sure that she wouldn't try to interfere with his engagement. Ah, okay, yeah. You were worried that she was going to take back Aster. I was, but it's clear that wasn't her intention. We did overhear the conversation. What were they talking about? The conversation was completely inane. It's all small talk. Lady Frigga spent most of her time playing with Prince Alaric. Right, Aster's younger brother was there too. Hold on, if you were in the study... No, but that was... where were you? The study... No, you're still first floor. Yeah, you're on the first floor. Sitting room... Yeah, it's not that far. You know that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. Did she have some unknown goal by speaking with Aster and his brother? You went to the ballroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after lockdown? Before the lockdown. That sounds about right. That means she was accounted for before the theft was reported. Okay, yeah. Accomplice though, so there's two people involved, so someone besides Beatrice could have stolen it. But did you see her leave at any point? No, she spoke with the two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave her side until she was arrested by Lord Frigg for... Oh, okay. Yeah. But she's an accomplice. What? That means she was accounted for the entire time. Okay, alibi's been added to your notes. Okay, it's the wolf then. The wolf was her eyes. Her thoughts said she was an accomplice in William's murder. Was she there to distract the King's Guard? Thank you for answering. I'm merely repaying my daughter's debt to you. He's pretty surprisingly cooperative, but doesn't have any suspicion of him just yet. You need to find more evidence if you want to know for sure. We should probably move somewhere else. Let's go, Celeste. McCoy. What? Your spellcasting is undisciplined, but your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior. As if that means anything coming from you. Chill. What a disciplined and defiant brat. Let me just see what you think of your sister. I've heard you don't approve of Arya becoming a prosecutor. Of course I don't. A member of House Steelwind shouldn't debase themselves by doing the work of a civil servant. But she clearly has her own motivations for doing so. Is that how you see it? She's merely following the misguided path of the Crown Prince. I regret letting those two meet. Okay. A bit of a teaser for the future, potentially. Okay, let's move then. Back to the bedroom. Keep in that corner. Don't let it get away. Get away from him. As you enter Beatrice's room. Oh, okay, you're Tracker then. The wolf is Tracker. This is some sort of animal. A wolf to be exact. Wait, is that... You recall spotting the same wolf on the night of Lord's Ball. Has it been the house since the murder? Intruders must protect Queen. Okay, cool. We can read the mind of the wolf. What? Did he just read his thoughts? Protect territory from enemies. We see the Inquisition as intruders into his territory. Does that mean he sees this room as his home? Oh! If it's his home, then... Oh, then it's Beatrice's. Wait, Tyrion? Stay back, kid. It's a wild animal. There's no telling what it'll do. You ignore them and continue to approach him. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. Huh? It's human. He speaks the language of a dog. Wait, you can understand me? Why are you two talking to it? You're speaking plain dog. Of course, Tracker understands. Tracker understand. What's going on here? Is the Eye of Horus allowing you to speak with him? You never really tried it before, but perhaps your powers are limited to humans. Anyways, this could be a good opportunity. You wonder what else he does know. Let me present Miriam. What do you think about Miriam? What can you tell me about this, Tracker? Tracker don't... It looks like he got distracted by Squirrel outside. Okay, fine. Nothing about her sister. Tracker, is that your name? How did you... Yes, Tracker is Tracker. That's the name Queen give me. Okay, cool. We're making the not like completely like, you know, perfect grammar, perfect speech. Tracker, dog. Tracker gestures to Leif when he mentions his queen. Oh, okay. He called you his queen. Do you know him, Leif? Yes, but how... How are you talking to it? Yeah, we're making it like we only had Trucker in Lost Judgment. Ha. Ha. That's. I mean, we did have a dog at least. We still had dog. Caught up swinging the tracker, you didn't realize how strange this scene must look to everyone. I'm a dog whisperer. You never mentioned that before. Do you honestly expect us to believe something like that? The tracker said you could understand him. He told me himself. Wait, how do you know that? Oh, okay. Okay, so Tracker is your familiar then. So Leif, how are you able to communicate with Tracker? I suppose there's no sense of hiding anymore. Tracker's my familiar. Okay, okay. Okay, but that makes it weird then for Beatrice. How we get Beatrice involved with it then. We'll see. Familiar. So that's the same magical hound Harold has. It's the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey. Oh, maybe. I don't know. It's still weird. There's also. Oh, maybe rats. Maybe. Okay, yeah. Jan heard rats in the thing. So maybe Beatrice has a bond with a rat. You can recall that familial bond spell allows the caster to telepathically speak with his familiar. That must be how she's speaking to him. You never mentioned him during questioning. He wasn't relevant to the investigation, and I've been keeping him a secret from my family. Does that make sense? I doubt William would have allowed you to keep a wild animal. Well, I don't appreciate you keeping this info from us, but it doesn't look like anyone got hurt. And aside from this dog, we haven't really found anything new. Damn it, they didn't find any more physical evidence. Looks like you've run into another dead end. It's a rat. Beatrice has a rat. Unless... Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder. What? Tracker? Uh-oh. Okay, cool. We got the dog. We got the freaking Shiba Inu meme face. You're supposed to stay in his room. In this room. Wait, is that why you won't allow servants to enter it? I didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room, but he's very insistent that he stay here. Tracker likes ambience. Fair. Right. Wait, if you live in this room, did you see who brought the sword of spell eating here? I asked him about that, but I didn't see anyone. He must have been taking a nap. Either that or he was roaming outside even though I told him to stay here. Damn it. Tracker see a lot of other things though. Tracker see many new people that night. Right, he was roaming around the manor. He must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, if he was walking around, he might have seen something. What'd you see? Can you tell us what you saw the night of the murder, Tracker? Tracker see rat. Yes, it's rats. But then it's rats, plural. So, maybe not for me. It's meant to be one person. Unless, like, yeah, it's weird. We'll see. This may be difficult when you fought. I need you to be more specific. Can you keep it going in order? Tell me everything you saw that night. Okay. Tracker was taking a nap in room, but Tracker woke up from loud sounds outside. Tracker hears small things running in the walls. Tracker called Queen, but she didn't answer, so Tracker decided to check sound alone. Tracker followed sound outside. That's when Tracker smelled bad smell. Bad smell? That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. Smelled a flying rat? Like a pigeon? Tracker could smell where rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared Rat, because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. Rat a stick? See them now. I'm in your walls, essentially. Tracker did one final bark to scare them off. Rat was scared and went back into the walls. That's when Tracker picked up the stick Rat dropped. Queen finally answered Tracker. She told him to go back. Oh, it's either it's the spell sword or it's Celeste's sword. Other message. Tracker brings stick to room for inspection. Do you remember what time this encounter happened? What time? What is time? Right, an animal wouldn't really have concept of that. What did you say, Tyrion? Did he say anything? He definitely saw something. Okay, let's try to take a moment to walk through this. Tracker's an animal, and despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive. How does the rat carry two swords? Yeah. Oh no. If the rat is a familiar, they can use like levitation magic through the master, essentially. Something like that. I assume. So we should examine each of his statements. The first thing he said was small things running in the walls. What did Tracker hear when he woke up? The rats. Yeah, Tracker heard rats in the vents. Yeah, we know that Jan. He must have heard the rats that Jan mentioned. They weren't actually running in the walls, they were running in the vents. She didn't answer. Why didn't Leif answer Tracker's message? The queen that he's referring to is probably Leif, but Leif wasn't with him at the time. He must have called out to her telepathically. Oh, the familial bond was nullified by anti-magic field. Oh, okay, so it's not like, so lingering magic effects, like long-term magic effects still work. It doesn't like cancel out their bonds, but not really. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. Okay, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah. It does, actually. Leif didn't respond because he never got Tracker's message. The telepathic capabilities provided by familiar bond were disabled by anti-magic. This means that this encounter happened during lockdown. This covers the first of the statements. We're not really sure what to make of the flying rat. Tracker, why did you refer to the rat as flying? Because rats don't usually jump and fly. I got that. Is it possible that what you saw wasn't really a rat? Rats are rats. They're small things that run and hide. So rat is a general term. Oh, it's a illusion magic, maybe? Use it to refer to small animals that are acting suspiciously. Anyway, with everything you know now, it's last something doesn't make sense. Why did Tracker finally hear Leif? Oh, the sword that was stolen was actually the sword that Tracker obtained was actually the sword of spell eating. No. Tracker told Leif to go back to his room. Attempts to contact her failed because of the lockdown system. Oh, the stick that, whatever. The stick. About the stick you found. Where did you put it after you came back to your room? Tracker hid stick in safe space, on the bed. And this stick, did it look like the sword that my friend is carrying? What? Hey, your friend stole my other stick. Wait, your other stick? Yeah, Tracker found it while he was hiding from the metal men. Metal men? Referring to the King's Guard? He must have left the bedroom when he was searching for the oh! Okay, cool. But why does it have transmutation on it? Wait, are you the one who stole Celeste's sword? Tracker! Did Tracker do a bad... As I suspected. Only worse if it's held, yeah. Yeah. So it's held by... It was held by... Tracker. The sword of spell eating. As I suspected, Tracker was the one that brought the sword of spell eating here. What? I have no idea how or why, but the sword of spell eating was lying in the hallway somewhere. Tracker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room. That can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice was... If it weren't for Tracker, the Christian would have never holding on Beatrice at all. But why would the sword of spell eating be lying in a random hallway? Leif, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a little bit? It's okay, Queen. He smelled good. Tracker trusts him. Thanks, I guess. Okay, but only if you allow me to accompany you. You know not about Miriam's position, but how does Leif feel about prosecuting Beatrice? It's possible she might try to sabotage the investigation if you don't let her accompany you. But as Tracker's owner, you don't have a choice. You nod to Leif. You also send a little nod to Celeste to keep an eye on her. She silently nods and follows behind her. Alright, Tracker, can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats? Sure thing, King. Yes, King. It looks like you received a promotion. Okay, this hallway. Oh, okay, this event. You allow Tracker to lead you to a location where he found a sword of spell eating. Tracker shaping the two. Ha! 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 Surprisingly, it's pretty close to the Beatrice's room. He apparently didn't travel very far before he met those rats he mentioned. You continue towards the destination. Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense. Tracker, what's wrong? Enemy. Oh? Oh, hi, Eris. Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker stands between you and Eris and begins angrily barking at her. Oh dear. Tracker, stop that. Leif just calm Tracker down. He's undeterred. He continues to bark at Eris. It looks like he's taking all of Leif's strength to hold him back. I'm terribly sorry. It's not usually like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always been... have always been able to see me for what... or something like that. Okay, cool. I've always been able to see me for something. For what I am or something. Okay. What is Eris doing here? You recall seeing her at the barracks too. She said that her father was a friend with Beatrice, but is she involved in the case somehow? Anyways, you came here for a purpose. Examine the hallway and see if you can find any clues. Okay. Eris, anything to say? What do you think about this, Eris? No. What? I don't seem to have any dialogue for that. Okay, cool. We got more of this weird ass stuff. I see. It's a strange way to say that she doesn't know anything about it. Nothing about Arya. Ruby. What do you think about this, Eris? No. Okay, fine. Nah. Okay, let's just... There's an air vent over here. It appears to go from the ceiling to the ground floor. Is this where the rat escaped to, Tracker? That's where the jumping rat went. Before you said it was a flying rat. Tracker see that too. Okay. Probably be better to move on. Anyways, where did this rat come from? Rat came from other wall. Do you mean the vent on the opposite side? Yes. Tracker saw flying rat escape that way. What was that rat doing here in the first place? The crystals supposedly generated anti-magic fields. However, the sort of spell eating would make its wearer immune to these fields. See me for who I am. Okay, yeah. I got it. Okay, yeah, cool. I got it partially then. Is wielder immune to these fields? Okay, unless Eris is a demon. Okay, Eris is probably a demon.
Repario Arcanum.
She's a demon then, probably. What? What do you see? The vents have traces of illusion magic inside them. What? The trace also goes deep inside those vents. The same vents on the other side too. Why would these traces of illusion magic be inside the vents? What spell could have possibly left those traces? As I told you many months ago, illusion spells tend to do one of two things. They either create freestanding illusions or disguise an existing creature. I doubt someone created a small freestanding illusion to the vents, so a disguised creature must have been inside these vents. These vents are tiny. No one would have fit inside them. Except rats. Yeah, rats. But a rat would be able to fit in these vents. Oh yeah, I guess that'd be true. But that would mean the rat had an illusion spell active on it at the same time. It's not only that. The queen finally answered him a bit of a stick. That shouldn't have been possible because of the anti-magic field. Tracker saw this rat during lockdown. It would have been inside the anti-magic field created by the lockdown. There can only be one way the rat could have an illusion spell active on it. Wait, you can't mean... Okay, yeah, I had the sword. Holding the sword is spell eating. What? But how is that possible? The rat wouldn't have the strength of hands to carry the sword. Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously. But even if it wasn't an actual rat, it could have been a human, right? You're right. It would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Oh, monkey. Is that a monkey? Okay, so... it's weird. Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. No, are you serious? We know that Harold had a motive to kill William, planning to defund the Haroldson Hole. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frey decided that he was going to defund Harold's museum. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice, and with Beatrice's portion of House Freyga, she could easily keep his museum funded. He could have faked the robbery and sent his variant to murder William. Can't believe this. And there's something else that Tracker said. But we know too much at the moment. It feels like there's another twist. We know too much right now. I think there has to be a twist. Tracker could smell where the rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Must have scared Rat because he fell on the floor and dropped his stick. Rat a stick? Tracker, you said that you had to smell to see where the rat was. But when he dropped the stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down? Yeah, Tracker could not see the rat with his eyes. Okay, I see. Invisibility magic. The monkey was invisible. No one would have noticed a small invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. Eugene would have been unvisible that night. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic, so it's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene. Invisibility. 1 hour. Clap. Oh! Oh! Well, there's an incantation, but... Oh, she claps her hands both together. Oh, that explains her habit of clapping her hands. Okay. And then there's the possibility of this air vent position. We are currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room. The air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align the two maps together, this vent must lead to the storage room. Ah. The air vent there curved upwards, so that's where it leads. Monkey game for real. It would have been the perfect route to enter William's study and leave undetected. But wouldn't that would have need to nullify the lock to enter that room? Why would he need to use the sort of exploiting at all? Because of the familial bond, they can communicate telepathically with each other. Howard probably needed Eugene to hold the sword who can tell him exactly where to go. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder, and familial bond connects them magically. It makes sense now. Harold could have easily faked the robbery to take suspicion off him. It's even possible that he was lying about how the display glass was shattered. I've known Lord Harold for so many years. I can't believe he would be involved in this. She may have known Harold for a long time, but he's never read his thoughts. His thoughts are very hostile and rude, despite his kind expression. He's very good at hiding what he's truly feeling. Ah, okay. That explains why he's like beefing with us-ish in his thoughts. And Beatrice, there's no way she'd participate in a plan like this. Look, Leif. I know you don't want to suspect your sister. Cheating is insane here. But, yeah, to be fair, there's a bunch of things that Tyrion can't do without the eye, so it is a bit cheaty, yeah. It's too OP. We need to see him get taken advantage of. We need someone to take advantage of him at some point to like balance it out. Like technically we had that in case 3 with like him not being able to use the eye on Von Sanctus, but like we need to see like a bit of like comeuppance for Tyrion in that regard. Isn't is Arya? I mean Arya, yeah, Arya's just like chill. She's like just trying to do her job. Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this. She's completely blind. She didn't have much choice. Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplices to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry a plan herself. She only employs someone else's help if she has full control of them. Probably knew her better than you do, but you doubt that working alone would possibly be possible in her condition. You can't think of any other way she'd be involved in this. Anyways, we're finished here, aren't we? Yeah, thanks for letting track it for us, Leif. I only want to help you find out what already happened. Don't make me regret trusting you, Cuthbert. I mean, if you don't want Beatrice indicted, then, I don't know, we'll see. If you're truly on the side of justice, then you won't. Good. Now if you excuse me. So that's it, right? We finally know who really committed the murder. Yeah, it's too easy. It's too easy. If you could get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement. If he does that, you might be able to convince her and Miss Tamora to take a plea deal. Although, knowing Tamora, that'll be easier said than done. Anyways, this is definitely the case that we've been looking for. Is it really enough? We don't have physical evidence. We have to do for now. We're running out of time. We'll have to call Harold to take the stand to investigate what he did last night. If we can push him enough, I'm going to catch him lying. But you doubt it'll be that easy. He's a good poker face. Just how much he'll be able to hide his true thoughts. It's too simple right now. I actually get my system into Inquisition. But is this something really necessary? Sorry, old timer. My orders come straight from the prosecutor. We're going to need you on the stand today. I understand. I'll do what I can to help. Okay, cool. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Let's review yesterday's proceedings. There was a debate over William Frege's inheritance. More specifically, it was unknown whether the defendant had any claim to the father's inheritance. This detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant had any motive to commit the murder. Luckily, the victim's will was read earlier and is now part of the public record. What were the results of the reading, Mr. Cuthbert? William Frege was planning to leave all his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jaden marry the victim's daughter, Leif. And it's clear that Miss Leif would never follow through on this engagement. If the engagement was not made in 6 months, William Frege's assets would be divided among the 3 daughters. I see, so there's no mention of the defendant's inheritance. Correct, Your Honor. This means the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death. Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there is still very little evidence that can implicate my client. May I remind you that Miriam Frager was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings? That is in itself is extremely suspect. And William Frager was clearly not above manipulation and lying. You can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony. I'll admit that I can't prove that. I also admit there's the lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case, which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Harrelson to the stand. Lord Harrelson? The sort of spell eating clearly plays a role in the murder, and his theft is one of the few pieces of evidence in the case. As the gallery's curator, I believe you can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen. More specifically, you can find out what he did on the night of the murder. I see. Well, the court would benefit from this insight. Bailiff, please escort Lord Harrelson to the stand. Oh, no monkey. State your name and occupation for the court. Of course, my name is Harold Harrelson. I am the owner and curator of the Harrelson Hall of History, located at Homrith. That's quite the alliterative occupation. Harold, could you please testify to the court how you discovered the sport of spell eating was stolen? It will help. If it will help. Okay, the armbands are weird though. I was keeping an eye on my gallery's exhibits when I realized my funeral hadn't returned. I called him telepathically but he didn't respond. I became worried, so I went around the mine to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered the exhibit had held the sort of spell eating was completely destroyed. Artifact was missing. Oh, that makes no sense though, because the lockdown is afterwards. Artifact was missing, so I reported the crime to the Knights of the Bow and I went to a discreet lockdown. We found a sword in my familiar later that night. Okay, no. The timing's weird. That makes no sense. So you went to search for your monkey. That's why you didn't witness the theft. Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. They must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them, or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover that he's using to hide his actions that night. How are you going to prove that? I love that weird cross-examinings though. I was keeping an eye on the gallery exhibits. Does he typically ignore you like that? Sometimes. He's a young boy, so he likes to have his privacy. He under pride, but I was wary of what would happen if a noble knight came across him. He seems not to bother people, but you never know what might happen. An hour later, if I recall correctly, the glass was completely shattered. This is despite the presence of several abjuration spells. Yes, it would have taken an extremely powerful spell to break it like that. As you saw, the glass display was shattered into shards. As hard as a way to spell that magic, a powerful mage must have destroyed it. Had Beatrice shattered the glass before she went to the ballroom? I reported the crime. The sort of spell eating makes its wielder immune to magical effects. What use would the lock-on have been? Honestly, not much. The wielder would have been immune to the anti-magic fields and the spells that prevent people from leaving. At that point, the King's Guard just wanted to activate it for good measure. Your statement just now is missing some details. But what details should you ask him to elaborate on? How did you find the sword? How did you find Eugene? How did you eventually find Eugene that night? After an hour of silence, you finally responded to my telepathic messages. We met up in the gallery. Oh, because it's impossible because of the lockdown. Easy, got this. After the theft was reported, yes. Okay, he fumbled. This must be an alibi using to account for the time that no one could see Eugene. Please add it to testimony. Harold? Yes, of course, Harold. Okay, easy. We got this. How he can't respond to it because of the lockdown. Where's the lockdown? Anti-magic field.
Objection!
No. It's this, but which one is it again for the anti-magic? Where's the anti-magic field?
Objection!
No. Yeah, because lockdown system.
Objection!
Okay, fine. Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the sort of spell eating. This would mean that happened while lockdown was still active, am I correct? Yes, as much as I am worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important. That's the thing, Harold. You said that after hours of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene. What? So that leaves one question. How did you communicate with Eugene telepathically if you were both within an anti-magic field? What? Harold, in response to the theft, the King's Guard activated a lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. The same lockdown system would have placed anti-magic field over every inch of that arm manor. The field should have suppressed the telepathic abilities given to you by familial bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all. Mr. Cuthbert, are you accusing the witness of lying in testimony? Please, Cuthbert is blowing this entire thing out of proportion. Anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. We can't assume that they managed to cover every inch of the manor, especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal. Miss Tamora, let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot lockdown system. The magical telepathy created by familial bond connects two people. Yeah, it's like it's both him and the monkey. Even if Eugene wasn't affected, Harold would be. That's true. So how did I hear him that night? There's only one answer that can make sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene telepathically, because Eugene was wielding the sword of spell eating. What? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but are you saying the sword was stolen by the witness's pet monkey? I am, Your Honor. The only way the witness's testimony makes sense. She doesn't have a rebuttal. You should push this while you still have a chance. Harold Harrodson, you were the one who stole the spell eating, weren't you? And what reason I have to steal something like that already belongs to me. It was to take suspicion off you, because you were the one who had William Frager killed. You staged a robbery and used the sword of spell to make Eugene invincible. Then you sent him through the manor's ventilation system. Also, you could use him to murder William Frager in his study. Well done, Cuthbert. How does you can't stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness? It's what I do best, Miss Tamora. Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense? It's quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecutor's allegations. He's misguided, but he's just doing his job. You were expecting his thoughts to be hostile like before. Then do you also refute your statement about Eugene telepathically speaking with you? I know better than to lie in the stand to try to save myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during lockdown, but how did he do it? Oh. Wait, so he doesn't know that telepathic communication happened? How? Unless we're manipulating Tyrion now. Unless this is where we manipulate Tyrion. This is where the Eye of Horus can be manipulated. Using, like, thoughts. Maybe. Let's see. It could be manipulation. Perhaps he overlooked it when he was planning the murder of Beatrice. And that's your position, Cuthbert, that a witness sent a monkey to murder William Frager. It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Or do you have any evidence to refute that, Miss Tamora? No, I fully and wholly agree with you, Cuthbert. No, okay, we're getting led down the path. Wait. Oh, but then it's like it acquits Beatrice. Oh, he's gonna. He's. I think he takes the fall. Either like Tamora's leading Harold to take the fall, or I don't think Harold knows then. Mr. Cuthbert, do you forget you were prosecuting Beatrice? Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, just clear Cuthbert just can't stop himself from finding the true culprit. Wait, I also meant to say the defendant conspired the witness to commit the crime. Oh, really? And do you have any proof of this conspiracy to commit? Of course you don't. Even so, well, let's assume that you didn't have the evidence to prove your statement. If that's really a plot formed by climbing a witness, why would my client even contribute to this plan? From what you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Haraldson and his familiar. Well, the glass. Who would need a powerful mage like defendant to break the glass, the case, and seize the robbery? So her contribution was breaking some glass. Can you prove that my client had the case? Bleh. And can you prove that she did so knowing it would somehow lead to... Oh. Okay, yeah. You might have gotten a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt. The physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Not gonna lie, it's like, yeah, with Arya, it's like, I'm trying to think, but I don't feel like Arya has ever had us in her clutches. It's like I haven't felt like, you know, this like the feeling of being misled or being like led down a path in this game yet. Like Arya is like straight edge. Arya's too passive, yeah. Like Ruby's literally gave us the bone and to reel us down the wrong path, essentially. Like, yeah, Arya is like, I think that's kind of it. Like, Arya is too developed by this in the story already from the start that there's no tension. You've never been called a learned clown. Yeah, there's no insults. There's no banter. There's like barely any banter and like insults. It's just corporation. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has just brought forward physical evidence that implicates Lord Harrelson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony. This has to be some explanation for it. Okay, yeah. Harold is getting played with. He got played with. Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? I suppose I should thank you for your finding answer. Damn it! All you did was make it more difficult to prove your case. But Harold has to be involved in this. You aren't wrong on that. Only Eugene would be small enough to traverse the air vents. So isn't there anything you can use? With the threat of indictment, Harold must be stressed. It's gone you and your advertisement form. You can find evidence in his mind. You can use every trick you have, Cuthbert. It won't help you. Ignore her. Calm your mind and focus the eye of Horus on him. You have to find something, anything that might tie the murder to Beatrice.
Naught can remain concealed.
Ching is insane. Yeah, Tyrion is getting too desperate. There has to be, like, there surely has to be a downside to the eye at some point. He's getting too desperate. He's getting desperate. What? Let me think about this. Am I coming going, is it? He's getting too desperate. There's something. He's getting too desperate. Eugene, just what were you doing that night? Did you really wield a sword, if only for a brief moment? Wait, he should have known exactly where Eugene was that night. Why? Why does Fort say that? Okay, yeah. It's clear that Harold doesn't know anything. Like, he's innocent. It's clear. It's abundantly clear. The armbands of intellect are still missing, but I inspected it closely before the Lord's Ball. They were still there when I moved them to Frega Manor. Someone must have stolen it during the ball. Well, you never did find out what happened to the armbands. Could there be seriously been a second thief there? Unless the armbands are for a future case, it could be something else. Who knows? I can't believe that one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. It's completely disrespectful to the culture and history behind it. What? As if you had truly no hand in this. But that can't be true, can it? I've got myself wrapped in quite a predicament, haven't I? Oh well, I've gone out of far worse situations. I'm sure it'll be fine. He's chill. He's just chilling. It appears the boy thinks that I was involved in this. Although, given what he said, I can't blame him for that. I truly wonder what really happened, though. He's so chill! He's so chill! Speaking as if he truly had no hand in this. He's so chill. Like, no hard feelings. It's chill. Beatrice. It's truly a shame that Beatrice was driven to flee from her own family. If only I'd introduced myself to her, perhaps we could have found a solution together. You don't know each other then. He doesn't know Beatrice? But how? She planned the murder with him. Okay, the monkey though. The monkey's the weird part. The monkey's the weird part. Unless the monkey can... Oh... I don't know, maybe the monkey... If he tries to think about Eris, he can't. He just can't. Terry's even surprised about... Oh, did I? Whoops. I thought I put Eris. I tried Eris. Armbands. Got myself in quite a predicament. Why can't... Why am I thinking about this? My mind can't be going already, can it? Yeah, isn't this one? Did I skip? Was there... I pressed X too soon. Whoops. Whoops. Plan to murder with him, unless... Okay, whoops. I must have clicked too soon. What's going on? He's speaking as if he really had no hand in this. You can guard your eye from the eye of Horus, but you can't lie to it. Okay, no, you can't lie to it, as far as we know. If that's true, then were you wrong about Harold's involvement? Is he really innocent? See anything, Cuthbert? Your Honor, it's clear the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There's very little evidence implicating my client. There's far more likely this has been in front of us right now. Yes, I must agree, Miss Tamora. At the very least, I see no reason to prolong this trial any longer. Wait! Beatrice couldn't have possibly done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind, she has two princes. She was with the two princes for the most of the night. So Sue actually killed William Frege in his study. Think about this. The reason you suspected Harold in the first place was because of what Tracker said. The rat. If it was an actual rat, still could have been human, right? You're right. Could have been a small animal. Okay, maybe an actual rat. Small animal with dexterity. Tracker definitely saw some kind of animal. Was it someone else's familiar? Who did Tracker see in the air vent? Eugene. Okay, another familiar. No, it had to be Eugene. This will explain why the spell of eating wasn't even there. Tracker even said that Eugene came out the air vent, and he fled to the other side. Even for a small monkey, those vents would be extremely cramped. We never entered the vents out of mere curiosity. Why was Eugene in the air vents? You know now that Eugene didn't participate in the murder. Didn't participate. But how did he know about Eugene was doing in that night? Eugene was not acting. Oh, Eugene was manipulated somehow. Do we have a spell for that? Not yet. No, you can't see for sure why Eugene was there. Eris, maybe. But unlikely that Harold even knew about it. Because of blackmail. To frame Harold. No. You can't see why. Beatrice... Eugene was not acting... Was acting to frame Beatrice. No. Blackmail Harold was not acting. Okay, we can't see anything. Harold was... Tracker was acting... I don't know. I'm gonna go sleep, think for the stream, have a good one. You too, yeah, take care. Anyone who can control other people besides Tyrion. Yeah, but I think Eris would be for lost case though. She's not involved enough in this case to really do anything with her. But maybe next case. Eugene was not acting. Beatrice was acting of her own free will. We can't see why Eugene was there. Eugene was acting of their free will. Okay, fine, it's free will. That's the explanation that makes the most sense. But how and why? Howard is the only person that is magically connected to Eugene. And even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, she wouldn't have been able to direct his actions telepathically. Beatrice couldn't use any other conjuration spells to contact him either. So she was also in the anti-magic field with Aster. So if Eugene was the one who framed Frege, was he acting independently? No, that can't be possible. How could Eugene have carried this out independently? The plan required knowledge of Frege Manor's ventilation system. It also involved the murdering William during lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but no monkey would have known to identify and destroy William's will, even if Beatrice had somehow trained him to do so beforehand. Eugene wore... Oh! He became super smart. No, it couldn't be. I discovered the armbands have been stolen as well. And unlike the sort of spell eating, we still haven't found the armbands. If he didn't shatter the glass, can be disabled. How have you known this? Oh, only the monkey knows password. How can? Yeah. Someone could have overheard him saying it. Someone that's constantly overlooking his shoulder. You've made some ridiculous statements in the past, but there's no way the judge would even entertain this theory. You have to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up the security once and for all. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court. Really? I frankly find it hard to believe. Please, trust me on this, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we aren't seeing. It's one that no one will believe. What do you have planned now? Very well. I'll give you one last chance, Cuthbert. But know that if your next witness fails to unveil any information, I won't hesitate to end this trial. I understand, Your Honor. I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment. Why? Your Honor, the defense calls Eugene Harrelson to the stand. Monkey Whisperer, let's go. Cross-examine the parrot. Never mind, I retract my statement. I'll be passing my verdict. Wait, just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I find you in contempt for even suggesting this. Do you honestly think I'll allow Monkey to give a statement to my courtroom? Yeah, it sounds pretty out there, even for us. I'd like to remind the court of the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar. That means Harold can speak with him telepathically. But this is absolutely... Show me the law that says an animal can't give testimony, Your Honor. Yeah, is this game's parrot moment. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law. Very well. Your Honor, you can't be serious right now. Are you seriously going to go along with this? Oh, Miss Tamora, I'm looking for any possibility not to entertain this. But Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against this. So I have no choice but to oblige this frankly insane action for now. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if it will reveal anything. I can't believe I'm saying this, but... Bailiff, please escort Lord Harrelson's monkey to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation in the court. I could do without the sarcasm, Miss Tamora. Eugene is Eugene. Eugene Monkey. God. Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Harrelson's translations. Ugh. You can't see the armband on him right now. Must be his normal intelligence right now. Although, how would he even wear them? Perhaps he held them in his hands, or he didn't require physical contact. Just, oh, he's got it under his clothes. He's wearing it like a belt. He's just lying. Eugene, do you still want to carry on the night of the murder? Eugene never stole from Harold. Eugene respect Harold. Then you have no problems testifying about where you went during the Lord's Ball. I can't believe I let you convince me to permit this. Okay, he's wearing it right now. It's under his clothes. Eugene explore house. Eugene look for a new place to play. Eugene also look for spiders. Spiders, yum yum. You think Eugene still armbands of intellect? Eugene never steal from Harold. Harold friend. Only Tyrion can hear the monkey, yeah. Well, obviously, Thing can hear as well. Harold is transcribing as well. Harold is transcribing. Harold is transcribing as Eugene speaks. Eugene always Harold's friend. Apes together. Fuck's sake. This meme. Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open. He said the line. Is this really going to help us? Look, you have to just trust me on this one. I trust you? The sentence could just have been... Sounds like it turned into a question in the end. Eugene explore house. Look for new place to play. Look for spiders. Spiders yum yum. Do you enjoy eating spiders? Spiders good. Rich in nutrients. Wait, really? Some cultures in the Eastern Kingdoms eat roasted crickets. I tried them. They're actually not bad if you ever correctly. I don't think I could ever be that adventurous. Can we just stay on topic? But Harold is an associate of House Frege. Surely you visited Frege Manor during that night. Manor constantly changes. William always doing renovations. There's always a new discovery to be made. You suppose that makes sense. William certainly had the gold for it. Anyway, what else did you do that night? You think Eugene still armbands of intellect? I wasn't accusing you of anything, Eugene. Perhaps you accidentally unlocked the case and took them on thinking there was some toy. This could all be an honest mistake. Eugene not dumb. Eugene know how important artifacts are to Harold. Eugene never take from him. You might not have knowingly done it, but perhaps you took one of the artifacts by accident. Eugene never do that. Then how do you explain your brief contact with the smell of sword of spell eating? Harold couldn't have telepathically contacted you unless you were the one wielding it. Eugene don't understand question. Right, he will understand how the sword works without his heightened intelligence. Unless... Harold always aims together strong. Do you consider yourself close to Harold? I would guess so. They actually have a medical connection to each other. Right, I suppose between a mage and his familiar, bond between his mage and familiar will require a lot of trust. Eugene saved Harold from bad man many years ago. Eugene would never betray, so you're a rescue. Bad man locked Eugene in cage. Tell me to throw peanuts at Eugene. Ha! Jeez. Harold take Eugene away from prison. Look up bad man. Genuinely care for you, Harold. Could that be why he did this? He genuinely feels indebted to him. Oh, okay. Tyrion. I know, it looks bad. But I swear there's more to this than meets the eye. If you say so. I'd be sorry in his statements. He had to have been wearing the armbands at the night of the murder, which thought reveals that. Look at how Tracker spoke. Is there anything different the way Oh, okay. Eugene explore house. Look for a new place to play. Eugene look for spiders. Yum yum. You think... Oh. Eugene never steal... Okay, yeah.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery. Eugene, no. Eugene will never steal from Harold. Cuthbert, don't waste our time by making him repeat that statement. That's the thing, Miss Tamora. That's not the same statement he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. I never mentioned the armbands. Oh. What are you talking about now? The witness lacks understanding to differentiate between artifacts. It was clearly just a simple mistake. It's not just the fact he named the wrong artifact, Miss Tamora. It's the fact that he used its actual name. I'm afraid I understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, animals can't speak the same way that humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, their vocabulary is extremely limited. Right, Tracker called this one spell eating a stick. Oh. Right. It's hard to understand what he really meant. Exactly. So that raises the question. How did Eugene know they were called armbands of intellect? Wait, how did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and replaced with a very well-made replica. Where are they right now? If he had worn the armbands when sneaking through the vent, he would never have the opportunity to put them back. They're still missing. Okay, Eugene is wearing the armbands at this moment. It can't be. Is he really? The armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene wouldn't wear them on his arms. So where would he wear them? Okay, yeah, he's wearing it's a belt. It's a belt. It's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain that you didn't steal the armbands of intellect? Eugene told you already. Eugene never steal from Harold. But I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat. Oh, okay. Are you serious now? You don't think he's wearing them right now, do you? It's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken on the night of the murder, and they're still missing. He's posing, for real. If Eugene didn't indeed steal the armbands that night, he would never have had the opportunity to return them. Also, right, yeah, the game is getting more like... It's here and there, but there's more quirks now. In this case, yeah, this game embraces, like, being quirky, which is nice. I mean, this case, rather. This case embraces being more quirky. To be fair, like, there is the quirkiness with Eris, to be fair. It knows what it's doing with Eris. So... So, like, my earlier stuff about Case 1, where, like, it's pretty straightforward. Now we're getting some more quirky bits. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the vacation was over. It's absolutely ridiculous. You're speaking fairy tales. Do you honestly expect us to believe that Monkey increased his intelligence beyond human limits? If I'm wrong, then the winner's contestant can refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, what's it going to be, Eugene? You see him fully break character, and he slowly but slowly lifts his hat. No, you can't be serious. Everyone can see it plainly. He's wearing armbands like a crown under his tiny head, around his tiny head. From his hat, you see him pull out something else. Okay, he smokes. Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I shouldn't have underestimated you. You serious? This is probably a blessing in disguise. I don't think I could bear debasing myself any longer.
Objection!
Objection, Your Honor. On what grounds, Miss Tamura? On what grounds? Everything about this situation is objectionable. It's downright absurd. Is he seriously Beatrice's accomplice? Okay, Ruby let it slip. She let it slip. She's so flabbergasted. She let it slip. She let slip her Horus guard. But Miss Tamura, we can't deny what's clearly in front of us. I was not ready for that today. How is she even talking right now? Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from the same common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under like circumstances. Evolved, please. I've observed a society. I think calling humanity evolved is being quite generous. That was questionable. Ha! Oh yeah, Phoenix has that line like that as well, yeah. This can't be happening. Well, are you all done gawking at me like a bunch of simpletons? Simpletons? Wait a minute. It's quite difficult to separate myths and actual historical accounts. Right, I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy. Ah, you must be quite dedicated to the... Oh, it was already stolen. Oh, wait, Edgeworth. Ah. Oh, okay, cool, yeah. Harold is chill. Chillest guy we know. Let's go. Just the chillest guy. Just chill. Mr. Chill, let's go. That's cool. Harold's nice. That's chill. That's chill. Okay, but that's so weird then. Like, Tyrion, I guess Tyrion, when he hears the Eye of Horus, he hears the thoughts as his own, like, you know, thoughts. Like, he hears it in his own voice. Otherwise, yeah, Monkey voice and Harold's voice are different. Every insulting thought you've seen from Harold, they weren't Harold's thoughts at all. Or does he see it? Does he see it as words, or does he hear it? Here are Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing the armband since you first met him. I still don't understand. Why would you even take the armbands in the first place? I'll admit the Lord's Bow was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance. Oh, okay. It's like the apple of Eden. My guy got like, yes, knowledge. You put them on by accident? My unawakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them. When I first held them in my hands, I experienced a sense of clarity I'd never felt before. I was afraid of what I experienced, so I let them alone. Okay, cool. You became, like, enlightened. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day. You were hooked. I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you're not wrong. I already knew the password Harold put to the vault, so I'd come in from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. But the more I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power when I had to put them away. Taste the moon dust. Ha! Ha! That's when you made the replica. While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would have eventually discovered they were stolen, but he would have concluded that the noble from the Lord's Bow took them, because of the pressure that he was receiving from the crown. I'm not proud of what I've done, but I never experienced things to reach this point. Can we get Harold to talk? Like, can we get Harold to say anything? Like, oh my gosh, my monkey can talk, or something. I didn't expect anyone to steal. I didn't expect someone to steal a sort of spell of sword eating as well. I didn't expect the murder to happen that night. Oh, so you still maintain you're innocent? Of course I do. I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frege. Nor did I take the sort of spell eating. Allow me to elaborate. Okay, maybe he actually like interrupted the murder, interrupted things. I admit that I took the armbands and replaced them with a replica, but I was not the crook who stole the sword of spell eating. The thefts were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying. Okay, no, you're lying. Ah, jeez, it's you. You're part of it then. We have freaking tracker. I wondered why such an important item would be lying. Just took a closer look to inspect it. That's when I heard Harold call out to me telepathically. The sword must have protected me and Harold from the anti-spell magic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene. He has a point. He didn't need to shatter the glass. Yeah, we already knew the passwords. But Tracker said that Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped the air vent that led to William's study. His actions that night were definitely not as innocent as the testimony implies. He must have lied somewhere. Yep, it's clear. It's obvious. It's clear and obvious. It's not lying there.
Objection!
Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to hide is to hide a false data within many truths. And what are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert? You said you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. Do you take any detours? Of course not. With the armbands nullified, my intelligence was slowly fading. Oh, okay. I was wondering, like, if the field would have affected his armbands, but okay. It does, yeah, but it's, like, not instantaneous. I want to return to Harold as soon as possible. Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map. This is the location of the wild dog, where the wild dog found the sort of spell eating. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sort of spell eating? When it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room. That's... Why are you making such an insignificant statement? He probably just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway. Miss Tamora, Eugene came from the rooftop garden, and he was adamant that he went directly to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting the sword, reuniting with his warrior companion. He definitely took the direct route, but if he did, he would never have been able to see into that hallway. I see your point, Cuthbert. What does that mean? It means that the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the sword. He wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vents in that specific hallway. So why were you in that hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide what you were really doing? Oh, I see, Eugene. No. No. I was thinking of something else. What was the name of that? No. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of, like... I thought it was called Eugene, but it was actually Algernon. I was thinking of Algernon. I haven't read the book, but it's like Flowers for Algernon about, like, a rat getting intelligence. So, I was thinking, like, oh yeah, because Tracker called the monkey a rat. So I was thinking... I got mixed up and thought that he was named... that Eugene was named after that book. As in, like, you know... like, just as a... like a pun-ish. I got names mixed up. Was it because you wanted to hide that you were reading that night? I... Admit it, Eugene. You snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vent in that hallway to break into William's study. After that, you murdered him using his letter opener, didn't you? That's not what I went there to do. No, I mean... Cool, you slipped. Order in the court. Witness, is this true? Did you break into William's study during lockdown? Yes. I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think. William Frager was already dead when I got there. What? What do you say? It's true. Do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Tracker took the sort of spell eating, and you were the one intelligent creature that could walk through the air vents. That's not how unbelievable suspicious it sounds. Why do you think I lied in the first place? Okay. But it's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. You have to believe me. Okay, so maybe Beatrice... Oh, Ruby and Thing killed... No, that makes no sense because... What's her name? No, because Jan heard a voice. So yeah. We still don't know yet. I don't see any predictions for the eye, but that hardly absolves him with guilt. But could he really be telling the truth? If that's true, then that only brings back the question you've been asking since it all began. Who really did this? Okay, Eugene, let's assume you're telling the truth. Do you actually believe me? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still the only suspect in this. But I know better than anyone else about jumping to conclusions. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. I see. However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be something, anything, that might point to who really did this. Very well. I'll tell you what I saw. Although I doubt you'll believe me. I discreetly made my way to that hallway through the air vent, another air vent. I exited the air vent in the hallway and tried to leap to the other side. I'm not sure if it was my waning intellect or my desperation. I heard of something I didn't see. Oh. I fell to the ground and found a sort of spell eating line next to me. Oh, someone was using invisibility. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. And that's when I found William Frager. He was down on the floor and lying in a pool of blood. As if I were blessed by the skilled lord himself, I found the will he was drafting, so I destroyed it. Why? Frankly, Mr. Harrelson, I find the story very hard to believe. I assumed as much, but you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction. Isn't it more likely that you murdered the victim? You clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying he was already dead. Honestly, I really don't know what to think. Is he really telling the truth? Okay, it's the invisible. It's the bump. The bump is the big part, but why did you destroy it? So you were the one who took the will. I've been trying to find it. What did it say? I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire document. I found an order to execute to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. Damn. Damn, my guy was like, in death, I will freaking defund you. Damn. That's like hater energy, jeez. Even if I die, you get defunded. I don't care. One of us waited to specify down the current copy, including that his former didn't have this addendum. Yeah, just top tier hating. Jeez. Even in death, if I die, screw you. You're coming down with me. Oh, transmutation. I just realized Eugene has an arcane art. Huh. So you could save Harold's museum by making sure it never got submitted for probate. Anyways, do you have that will with you? My apologies, I crumbled out the will into the bowl and ate it. I then left the room before my intentions were completely gone. Ugh. You were hoping to see if William followed through on his threat to disinherit Beatrice. You seem to be telling the truth this time. I agree, but we need to be sure. Carefully inspect and press. Okay, this is a pressing moment. It's the Invisible Man. I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you clumsy? I have impeccable dexterity. Sounds like you struck a nerve there. I must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic. Oh, you just collided. Never mind. But why were you there in the first place? It all began when William Frager got into an argument with Harold. The cur wanted to fund the prestigious Haraldson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets. So I devised a plan to break into his study and find something I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a small air vent in the hallway, and it connected to William's study in the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay the entire night. So I thought I could look through his documents without anyone seeing me. Oh, okay. You suppose that does make sense. But is he really telling the truth? What happened when you tried to leap to the other air vent, Eugene? How did you know it was a sort of spell eating? When I held it in my hands, I felt my intellect return. Must have heard Harold calling out to me. Okay. I guess like... Oh, right. The anti-magic field plus the sword nullifies the... Yeah, right. Nullifies... It just cancels each other out. So then he gets armband intelligence. I just heard Harold calling to me telepathically. He's clearly growing worried, so I knew I need to move quickly. Oh, right. No. Wait. How does Harold call out telepathically if the anti-magic field is up? Am I missing something? Or am I just overlooking something? I want to retrieve the sword, but the wild dog forced me to... Oh, no, this is... Yeah, what? Like, Harold is not lying, so... Is it just... What? I think I'm mixing something up, but... Because, like... Yeah, this is during lockdown still. I want to retrieve the sword, but the wild dog forced me to retreat. Did this wild dog have a white coat or fur? He did. Are you acquainted with him? Something like that. Well, next time you meet him, tell him that I don't appreciate being called a rat. Oh, you know. A blind spot in a manner, something like that. It's weird. That part is just messing me up, but let's not focus on that right now. He's calling out over time, and Eugene had heard him as he touched a sword. But, isn't... Hold on. But, like... How? Because, like... Because, like... I thought it's meant to, like, it dissipates magic instantly. So then... It's like, if you're trying to call someone, it's like you're calling someone and you have no signal. The other person may have signal, but they can't contact you. That kind of deal. Like, you may have signal, but the other person doesn't. Read sword. Okay. Just posing when wielded by creature, anything connected to them. Oh, magically connected. Ah. So then, okay, cool. Magically connected. Okay. That makes, okay, fine. We're clear. Okay, we're clear. Okay, yeah. So that means, like, yeah. Freaking, what's his face? Harold got buffed. Harold got buffed. Invisibility. The illusion magic we don't know about yet. We don't know about the illusion magic. 3 or 5. I haven't played Royal 5, so I can't really say fairly, honestly. I haven't played Royal 5, so I haven't played. So yeah, I haven't played Royal 5, so I can't say fairly. But I think I prefer 5 if we're going just based off like Fez versus thing. Striker said Eugene was invisible. Oh yeah, he could see him. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Striker said Eugene. Yeah. Eugene was invisible. So we'll see. There's lots of details here. I'd say I like 5 more though. I'd say personally, I like 5. I just play Royal one day. How does that work under magic? Yeah, because we're going off this based on the oh, maybe it's not actually Eugene then. It could be another animal. No. We're not going for this. How does that work under... Yeah. We'll see where this leads us. I think I'm overthinking things right now. Let's focus on this right now. You can understand him? I picked up a little of canine language through my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I miss very conversational. As much as you want to test the validity of the claims, they're not relevant to the case. What happens when you enter the study? It seems awfully convenient that he was murdered before you arrived. I know it may seem, but I'm telling you the truth. Do you have an explanation for how the assailant broke into the study? I unfortunately do not. Please, it's obvious your testimony doesn't match the evidence. Whoever did this entered the vents or used the sword to nullify the lock. In your own testimony, it states the sword was abandoned in the hallway. Doesn't match up with what you thought happened. Does it really contradict evidence you have? What you do when you cover the body? Might have time for someone to really... Yeah. Okay, we just press. It's a press time. Hard to believe, but you don't see any direct contradictions. Maybe we should press him more. What if he's telling the truth? If Eugene didn't do this, your next course of action is clear. But that stuff wouldn't explain how Beatrice fits into this. You recall something that Tracker said to you. Tracker, you said that you had the smell to see where the rat was. And when he dropped the stick, you... Oh, no, yeah. It's a different thing. It's not, yeah. There's another animal. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down? Yeah, Tracker couldn't see with a rat with eyes. So Tracker used his nose to see it. Eugene was invisible? Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow? No? I heard it means to. And even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Very few mages do. Oh, okay, that locks it. Yeah. You recall Eris saying the same thing. Only a Master of Illusion could do that. Ah, right. Master of Illusion. That's how you first thought Beatrice was involved. But if Eugene was correct, innocent, how did he let someone turn someone else invisible? That's true. Oh, that's why she's always clapping. Maybe. Yeah. The clapping thing is like invisibility. Either it's out of habit, or we'll see. You're right back where you started again. Now think through this. Eugene's testimony wasn't a blank that's been missing. I fell to the ground and found the sword lying next to me. How do you know it was the sword? When I held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return. I also heard Harold calling out to me. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but the wild dog forced me to retreat, and continued to make my way to the study. And what happens when you cross-reference that with Tracker's testimony? That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. Tracker could smell rat was, so Tracker broke at him. Tracker must have scared Rat, because he fell onto the floor and dropped the stick. How did the sword of spell eating end up in that hallway? The thief stole the sword from the gallery. Did you just say he fell onto the ground? That's when he got his bearings. Okay, wait. The thief dropped the sword in the hallway. The thief dropped the sword in the hallway, but how does that make sense? Did they hide the sword like you originally thought? No, the hallway was close to the gallery. Plenty of better places to hide the sword. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it would have been found sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there. There can only be one thing. Why was the thief in that hallway? The thief was sneaking through the air vents. The thief was sneaking through the air vents. That's the only reason they would be still there. But that would imply the thief was small as Eugene. Could it be another familiar? If so, why didn't Eugene notice them? Wait. I'm not sure if my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I did clearly something I didn't see. Okay, that part. Cool. Clearly something he didn't see. In other words, it was something that wasn't visible to him. As a master of illusion magic, Beatrice was one of the few people that could cast invisibility. Beatrice would never trust anyone to work together with this. She's completely blind. You don't have much choice. Even so, she's not the type to trust an accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry the plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else if she had full control on them. Have you been approaching the situation incorrectly the entire time? Through the eye, you knew that Beatrice was involved somehow, but you just assumed that she was one part of a larger plot. The breaking of the glass and the casting of invisibility, these were the elements that you knew she was involved in, but never really fit together. Not unless she was the one pulling the strings the entire time. Okay, cool, she's the mastermind. There's only one way she could be in control the entire time. What did Beatrice use to commit the murder? What'd she use? As in, what do you mean? No, you've already unearthing Beatrice's role. Everyone assumed that Beatrice couldn't perform actions. Oh, okay, yeah, we're underestimating her. One tool you could use to do all of this. Oh, familiar. A couple of memories flood in your mind. The familiar is a creature that has formed a medical contract with. Okay, cool. So we were right about Beatrice having familiar, but just not the wolf. Our souls are bonded. I can speak to him telepathically, and I can even see through his eyes and cast spells. Really? I never knew a spell like that existed. It's quite rare. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Timora's ward. I sent your hand to shake hers. She isn't actually heir to her, so you hope you're not being too informal. She claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. What? Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine. Oh. Nevertheless, she finally shakes her hand. I heard about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice. You didn't know she was blind back then, so you barely even noticed it. But how did she know you were holding out your hand? Ah. Well, do you have any other questions for me? I mean, to be fair, there's lots of moments like she's just walking like normally, even though she's completely blind. So there's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on. Well, do you have any other questions for me? If you're wrong about this, Beatrice will surely be acquitted, and after that, the Inquisition will turn their attention to Harold and Eugene. There's only one way to find out for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He's dismissed. What? I see. You have something else planned, don't you? Yeah, I actually need your help. Really? Tell her about your plan. Really? I feel like you're making some big assumptions here. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that? I know. It's the best play we have. Do you remember what Steelwind said yesterday? But the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast detect magic. With a spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in the room. But you can use detect magic like that? Of course. It's a standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages can use detect magic to see through visibility. It could be Invisible rat. Everything goes the way I think it is. You confirm its location. Once you do that, you just need to reveal it to everyone. Alright, I'll follow your lead then. Mr. Cuthbert, how do we proceed? Your previous witness brought more revelation than I could have ever guessed. However, you still haven't given a substantial explanation for how the murder occurred or who actually did it. I understand that, Your Honor, but it will make sense if I call my next witness. Another witness? I understand you're hesitant, Your Honor, but everything that we've learned throughout this trial is coming together. And this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot. Oh, Your Honor, how does the rat kill a person? Yeah, I mean, if you have magic spells with a rat, like, I mean, a rat could just bite you off and scratch your back, like, just, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Beatrice knows, like, levitation spells and can, like, control a dagger in the air and, like, slice and dice and stuff. We'll see. Seriously, Cuthbert? No spell. Oh yeah, true. There's no spell for that. No, there's a illusion spell. Yeah, the only weird thing is the illusion spell. The illusion spell on Thingamabob, on William. We'll see. You went through all that trouble, just end up calling my client to the stand. You and your client have the right to refuse, Miss Tamora, but I wonder how that will reflect on your client's character. It doesn't really matter. It's already standing there, Miss Tamora. You can carry out your plan regardless of what she decides to do. But it will have much more impact if you bait her into lying on the stand. My client says that she's willing to testify. However, we'd like to propose a short recess. With these new developments, I'm sure you can understand that we have much to discuss. No recess. Is this really okay? If we give them time to prep, they might realize what we're doing. I know, but I don't think we have a choice. Anything to worry about. We've been building a psychological profile of Beatrice as this case began. It's hard to read her expressing her emotions, even with the Eye of Horus. She keeps herself guarded and keeps her true intentions unknown. She's powerful, more powerful than her father ever cared to admit. Oh, we see his sprite. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cage. But Beatrice Frege would never live in a cage. She wanted freedom and control, and she would do whatever it is to take to get it. Your sudden accident that blinded her didn't help things. When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything. Her wealth, her status and family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frege. She was willing. She could have secretly pushed her father past the gates of death herself. But she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. She had no idea why this is how she chose to do it. You have no idea why. Perhaps it had something to do with their meeting. But you do know one thing. But Beatrice Frege would never put herself in a position of vulnerability. Ah, okay, cool. Unless she has, like, evil pose. Well, not really evil, but, how to say, menacing. If you endanger her freedom, she'll make sure that she can see who she's up against. Ah. She wants to see our face. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. We'll be taking a considered recess. Adjourned. Alright, let's get right to this. As you were exiting the courtroom, you see Celeste do some reconnaissance. It should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during Nightcrave's trial. Tyrion, Celeste, ready to see it? Yeah, it's definitely there. It sits on the shoulders most of the time. Oh, invisibility. Oh, illusion. Okay. Oh, flying. What, it's a bird? It's a bird. Her familiar is a bird. She keeps close to her. That's good to know. This is kind of weird though. I've never used a tech magic like this before. I doubt that someone like her would choose a conventional animal. Oh, not conventional. Okay. Especially for something like this. Cuthbert. Miss Tamora. There's something I need to show you. Preferably alone. Celeste gives you a concerned look, but you need to nod to show her it's okay. She moves to the sill on the bench where she can keep an eye on Beatrice. Okay, lead the way. Okay, what's going on? Or she's gonna give us, like, den. Miss Tamora leads you to the court, out of the court into the city. Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she's always answering a question. Alright, we're here. You arrive at an empty alley in the frankly seedier part of town. As Tamora approaches one of the derelict buildings, she is met with a large burly man who's guarding the back door. The man suddenly notices her and steps inside to let her in. Miss Tamora, where are you going? I'm sorry about this. I'm sure you're confused. But please trust me. I'll explain everything. Okay, she knows her time is up. She's probably gonna give us something. The man guarding the door looks like you expectantly. The entire situation doesn't sit right with you. Continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know you can trust her. As you head further inside, you find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. From how it looks outside, you'd have never guessed that this is what it looked like. It looks like a room you'd encounter in Frege Manor. As you enter the room, you spot several mercenaries standing at various points in the room. And most surprisingly, you see Eris. Hi. You gave her a confused look, but she just smiles and waves at you. Oh, okay, we see Eye Taker. You see a man with an eye patch. Looks like he's been expecting you. Ah, Timora. Upon seeing you two, he cordially welcomes Timora before turning his attention to you. And you must be Tyrion. Timora has told me a lot about you. I see, but who are you? I've had many names over the years, but my favourite has always been the Eye Taker. Boss. The Eye Taker. For the sounds of it, you've already heard of me. Miss Timora, what is this? My daughter Eris has told me about your work prosecuting this case. She's his daughter? I have to say, I'm quite impressed. Getting a monkey to testify, I don't think I can even pull a grift like that. You're pretty much blown past my expectations. Why I get to the point. As soon as you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know your interruption and put them on edge. Relax everyone, kids will be kids. I'm a father myself, you know. Anyways, I'll get to the point. I have a certain interest in the outcome of this trial. What are you talking about? Little Lady Frege has been a client of ours for a long time. I've done quite a lot of favours for her, and this time has come for me to collect those debts that Steelwind mentioned. They all belong to me, but there's no need to worry. I know she's good for it. That is, if she can inherit House Frege. What? Timora's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce her sentence by rubbing the right hands. But you see, there's that pesky Slayer rule. The thing is, Cuthbert, I need Beatrice Frege to be acquitted in the current trial. Okay, Tyrion, don't get attacked. Don't get attacked, please. Like, we're literally, like, in their nest. That's what this is about. House Frege's gold? That's where you helped her murder William Frege? Please, my goals aren't so nearly so sighted. I have big plans, not just for Beatrice, but for the entire kingdom. I need House Frege for that. Just like you needed Justin Way. Tyrion. Ah, Justin. It's really a shame what happened to him. Don't act so innocent. He could have never tried to rob Dracogan if you didn't threaten him. Is that so? Do you think I just randomly showed up on his doorstep one day, demanding gold? He was the one who came to me for help. I just told him to pay back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, it'd have been some other criminal. But that's besides the point. Enough about what I want from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you. You want me to throw the case? I love this kid. You don't need to beat around the bush with this one. No one will ever doubt you, especially considering the amount of work you put into this already. You don't need to do anything. Just take a dive. Just let someone else take the fall. No matter what happens, the court will blame someone for this. If it makes you feel better, I can assign Timora to defend the old man and his monkey. That way everyone can come out of this unharmed. Everyone wins. Except for the fact that murderer we put in charge of House Frege. Please, let's say that's any worse than the people in charge of the other noble houses. Damn. If you recall, there's already a murderer in charge of House von Sanctus. They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They raid the system, they pay, threaten, or even kill people to get in their way. To get their way. Yeah. Throw for content, literally. Guys, literally asking to throw. And we're doing this. All we're doing is leveling the playing field. Okay, cool. You gotta do the dark stuff to fight the dark stuff, but I think Tyrion is idealistic. He's not like this. He's idealistic. Oh, yeah. He's too idealistic for this. Tyrion, please, just listen to him. How can you just go along with this? I told you a long time ago, there were certain parts of my job I couldn't tell you about. Well, this is it. This is what we need to do to beat them. Those rumors about you, they're all true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail. You're good at each and every one of them. And you use them to do it. Or you could keep winning. You blackmailed Miriam, Miss Timora. Oh, as if I could show any pity for that spoiled princess. Nah, We're besties, don't worry. We're besties. Don't do that. A dreadful thought entered your mind. Steel Wind. She attacked the day Beatrice was arrested. Was that... I didn't know that's what they were planning. Despite my confidence in Chimora's skills, I'm afraid there was too much riding on this to leave the chance. You've got to make your own luck if you want to beat the system. How could you? She almost died. We never expected to strain injuries like that. And we definitely didn't expect you to take her place. So, believe me when I say, I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now. How could you even consider working with someone like him? Don't you think it's a little arrogant to judge her, Cuthbert? What? You talk about defending people as if you two are even close to being equals. But she doesn't have the luxury of looking into people's minds, now does she? You told him about the Eye of Horus? The future of magic is changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom, and I have big plans for you. Do you think I would ever... Tyrion, stop. To be honest, I hate as much as you do. But whether you like it or not, we need their help. But this is... Think about every client you defended. Think of Celeste. If you don't have the Eye of Horus... Oh! Okay. That's where the game's going with this. This is where the game's going with the Eye of Horus. We're too... Yeah. Okay, this is where the game's going with this. The team was insane this chapter, for real. Okay, the game is intentionally doing that. Okay, that works out. The game is intentionally pulling the whole like, yeah, we rely on the eye too much. The power is something that we need. If even one thing went differently, Pierce would have gone away with it, and Celeste would have been executed. You've taken chances and followed your instincts, and that's worked out for you so far. But what if it's not enough? What if the system is too corrupt for you to fight against next time? Okay, you've given up and being like, we need to do some tactics. With the Eye Taker's help, you never have to worry about that again. If I had accepted his help sooner, I could have saved your mother. So what's it gonna be, kid? You already know what happened to the Steelwind brat, so I don't need to tell you what will happen if you don't play ball. Wait! No. What? Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't always win against nobility unless I play dirty like they do. But this is wrong. Tyrion, I'm not gonna compromise my principles. Not even for you, Miss Tamora. I'm sorry to hear you say that, kid. I really am. You have a motion in his head. Every mercenary in the room draws their weapons. But please, you don't have to do this. Whatever conviction you had before is slowly fading. Okay, cool. Celeste is gonna save us. You should have never entered this place. You knew something was off. There are about a dozen mercenaries here, and there's even more guarding the way out. You know we're near the physically strong as Celeste. You can make a break for it if you get lucky. No. Celeste? What the? How'd you get in here? My whole job is keeping this guy safe. Do you honestly think I'd just let you take you to an undisclosed location? Doesn't matter. As if one girl make a difference. Well, what are you waiting for? Is that really her? Okay, cool, the Crimson Demon. No one wants to make a move. The monstrous aura has to be her. What the hell are you doing? You have her surrounded. Despite his command, no one takes a step forward. Look, this is all sit down and talk about this rationally. How's a different approach is warranted here, father? What? Could I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make him see things our way. Okay, Eris, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm sorry, sweetie, but well, you've never been wrong before. Okay. I'll leave them to you, love. Shall we go, you two? Celeste watches Celeste. Eris. Suddenly watches Eris with her sword drawn. Unlike the mercenaries, Eris seems unmoved. She merely walks past her and towards the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances and follow her. That was close. I don't think I could have fought that whole room while protecting you. Okay, cool. I was kind of worried that Celeste would just like overpower everyone in the room. Like Celeste is a bit OP, like she's kind of too powerful, but at least like she says that, so that's fine. So far, like with Celeste, it's like she's presented as too powerful. I feel personally, as in like how to say, like she like withstood a blow from Lucio, for example. Well, Lucio's 76, but still, she's like right now she's like OP. Tyrion is also OP, yeah, with his eye. But the game is doing something about that. The game is like playing around with the idea of his eye, so we'll see where the game goes with it, at least. Does that mean she could have fought them if she were alone? You two are really courageous to a fault, aren't you? Eris, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not changing my mind about this. I'm well aware of the matter. Why'd you think I intervened? Well, thank you. Is this really okay? Wouldn't your dad be mad? I should be asking Tyrion the same question. You've seen your adopted mother's true colours and rejected them. How are you two of you gonna move forward? She's not my... Isn't she though? She lost any right to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you. She did it because I asked her to. It wasn't her choice. Let's see Tyrion lose for once. What would it was? How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Eris. Back then, you barely knew Tamora. It would be a stretch to call her a family friend. She was the adult in the situation, and what'd she do? She fed your anger and hatred for nobility, instead of allowing you to process your grief helpfully. So we'd stop relying on the eye. Yeah, we saw that with Von Sanctus, but then it's like, nah, eye time, let's go. Empowered eye 2 times. So yeah. Yeah. We'll see how this game proceeds with the eye, in all honesty. Tamora took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. She's not wrong, to be fair. She's not wrong. She even homeschooled you, didn't she? As a result, you never formed any other relationships. You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Yeah, I feel bad for freaking Rika. I feel bad for Rika. Don't you think that's a bit sad? She isolated you because she wanted to use you. That's not true. That's not why she... From what I've seen today, you clearly have no idea who Tamora is. Even with the Eye of Horus, you're clearly a terrible judge of character. Okay, you know. And also, Eris says it, like, right away. Eris just tells him straight up. And also, what's it called? Celeste is also here to hear about the Eye. Eris, you're going way too far. To save you from heartache, let me give you one piece of advice. Eris leans in close to you and begins to whisper into your ear. Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you? Damn. What? I'm sure you understand now. Tamora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge, so where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford the services anymore? No, she's not. With Flintheart dead, she has to worry about her mother. Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or do you actually think she's enjoyed spending time with you? She does, don't worry. Eris, this plan sucks. Hey, Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer. You seem to know a lot about these things. I didn't... Nah. Okay, nah. She's loyal. Don't worry. She's loyal, don't worry. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant? Why are you doing this? Because I want to funny. I'm trying to keep you from getting hurt. Sure, Eris. Sure. You're not gonna break him. Don't worry about it. It may seem cruel. We have to be realistic about these things. You trusted Tamora and she betrayed you. Try not to make the same mistake twice. She doesn't hear anything she said. Oh, she whispered to her. Right. She whispered to her. Him, rather. Eris, that's enough. My apologies. I've been told I've been too blunt sometimes. I do hope you think about what I said. Anyways, the trial should be starting soon. I should make my way back to the courthouse. In case I want to use Eris for a thumbnail. In case. Let me just screenshot this right now. Well, it's not ideal to like rip it from just like cut out the background. We'll see. I don't know what I'm gonna do for a thumbnail yet. I could just use the Tyrion and Celeste what's it called? Ballroom scene for the thumbnail. We'll see, I don't know. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends. Hey, Tyrion, you okay? What did she say to you? She reached out to your hand, but you suddenly yanked it away from hers. Tyrion? Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm okay, really. Okay. Is he mad at me? You can think about everything for later. But for now, you know what you need to do. You need to convict Beatrice Frege. Okay, but Tyrion, you have the eye. Like, you have the cheat to know that, what's her face? Celeste has feelings. Or like she's not. She's being what's it called? Honest. Unless like Tyrion loses the eye and he has to trust himself after a while. We'll see. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. The defense is ready. The defense is ready to take the stand. Tamora, I asked you a question. Is the defendant ready? She is. The prosecution still wants to move forward with... The prosecution will be moving forward with this. Please bring in the witness. Do you see it, Celeste? Yeah, it's still there. Should I reveal it now? No, let's really make a point of it. Wait for my signal. Thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Frege. Mr. Cuthbert. It's my understanding that you're the two princes for most of the night. Yes, I was. Which is why I'm still quite confused as to why I'm being charged for this crime. Out of everyone there that night, I'd have thought my alibi was the most solid. There remains to be seen. Clearly. Anyway, since you still maintain your innocence, you have no problem going into the details about your supposed alibi. Okay. As you know, I was with the Crown Prince Astor and Prince Alaric for most of the ball. I went there after my meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for murder. Lord Steelwind and the King's Guard kept watch over me for the entire night as well. I neither had the means nor opportunity to steal the sword of spell-eating and bring it to my father's study to murder him.
Objection!
And that, Miss Frege, is where you're mistaken. You had the means of no opportunity... Okay. You definitely had the means to commit both crimes while under the eye of everyone that night. The most effective tool, and attorney has reading contradiction in the witness testimony. It only could be challenged your opponent's argument. Also makes the court doubt whether the witness is acting in good faith. Usually, you've used evidence to reveal contradictions like this. Now, Celeste. Aburio. Wait, what are you doing? Oh! It's a demon. The witness testimony clearly... Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? Tyrion, get behind me. A monster. It's a monster. Someone call the Inquisition. The King's Guard. Anyone. Your Honor, can you please restore order? Your Honor. Maranath. Yeah, he fled out the back door the moment he saw me. Demonic familiar. Okay, cool. It can talk. It's a demon. It must be. It's just like the legends say. Can we all just calm down? It takes a while before you can get everyone in the room to settle down. Eventually it was clear that the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone, at least not yet. The court ordered extra guards just in case, and they're eventually able to bring everyone back to the courtroom. Mr. Cuthbert, what's the meaning of this? Sorry, I didn't know it was a... Actually, what are you? Are you a demon? Why, yes. I am a demon. Demons actually exist? I thought they were only legend. Your Honor, not only do demons exist, the defendant has made one into her familiar. She's only blind in the literal sense. She's constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar to see. And? What do you mean, and? It's pretty obvious that making a pact with a demon is incriminating by itself. Tell me, Your Honor, do the laws of Wyvern prohibit entering a court of a demon? They don't, but... Then my client has committed no crime. Yeah, but it's eyes, though. Even so, I prefer not revealing Maranath like that. Maranath? Is that your name? It is what most people call me. Maranath, demonic familiar. Okay, the usual format is just like, yeah, my guy gets back Wazowski'd. I suppose you have a point, Tamora. Having a demon as your familiar isn't technically legal. Illegal. However, this does prove the defendant had a way to commit the murder, all while under the eye of everyone in the ballroom. So he could have sent Maranath upstairs in the gallery and had him steal the sword of spell eating. After that, he would have just needed to traverse the vents into William's study, just like Eugene did that night. The fact that her familiar is a demon proves she couldn't have done that. What do you mean? You saw everyone reacted when he saw Maranath's form. A monkey may have raised some eyebrows, but surely someone would have reported Maranath. Tamora, your client is a master of illusion magic. Can I assume we'll find invisibility in her spell compendium? You might. And with the connection granted by familial bonds, you could have cast a spell on him regardless of where each of them was. I'll admit that my client does know how to cast invisibility. But your theory raises another question. Can my client continue casting it unnoticed? casting it. You understand what I'm saying? It's the clap, man. It's the clap. As another time, someone stole the sword of spell eating from the Haraldson Gallery. Due to the timing of this, I'll maybe be logical consistent if my client was the thief. However, sometime later, my client met with the Crown Prince and was watched closely by King's Guard. On the witness accounts, including yours, we know this happened at 12:45. Since this time, my client didn't leave the King's Guard site. It's the claps, my guy. It's simple. It was already this time that Frege retreated in the study and locked the door. He made the point of telling everyone he didn't want to be disturbed. 103, Haraldson discovered the sword was stolen, reported the theft to the guard to the activated lockdown system. After the report, Leif tried to speak to her father. William didn't care. Leif saw his face and there wasn't any trace of illusion directly on his body. It means that William Frege was still alive at the time. Notice everyone at the time, William Frege was attacked by the murderer at 3:12. Confirmed not only by Jan Hughes, but also the autopsy report. And at 3:23, 3:26, the King's Guard found a sword spell, sword eating, whatever. The King's Guard tried to arrest his client for this, but the Crown Prince told him to stand down. Finally, at 3:36, the lockdown was lifted. Jan Hughes reported what he heard, and that's when the Inquisition and the King's Guard discovered the body. The theft must have happened before 1:23, when it's actually reported. In order to keep Marinath concealed at my step, needed to keep him invisible from 1:03 to 3:12. She needed Marinath to wield the sword to ignore the effects of anti-magic fields. That means he needed to be invisible for more than an hour. What's your point? My point is that invisibility has a duration of 1 hour. Our midnight client could have cast invisibility before she met the Crown Prince. If she wanted to keep Marinath invisible, she would need to cast the spell at some point in the night. As you know, my client could have done so during the night without King's Guard noticing. Your logic makes sense, but that can only mean that the defendant refreshed the spell in front of everyone watching. It's the claps, man, we know. It's obvious. In front of everyone? That's unlikely it is. This is the only conclusion I can come to. I had a feeling you'd say that, which is why we have a witness to confirm that bitch didn't perform any magic. A witness. Your Honor, defendants would like to call Prince Alaric. Okay, we got the brat. He would have certainly been close enough to notice the defendants casting magic, but wouldn't the Crown Prince testimony be more suitable? Are you trying to say that Prince Alaric is unqualified? Your Honor. Of course he's saying that. The kid is 7 years old. No, of course not. Is the Prince ready to testify? Grow a spine for Lord's sake. Thank you for coming in, Prince Alaric. Could you please... Hold your tongue, knave. You will speak when you are spoken to. Okay, he's gonna be annoying to go through. He does look exactly like Miriam when he first met her. Yeah, except Miriam has more charm. He behaves exactly like he expected Prince of his royal kin to act. As is the old one out in the situation. It makes you wonder what made him so down to earth. Your Highness, Mr. Cuthbert believes that the defendant used magic when she was with you and the Crown Prince. I already gave my testimony to the investigators. Whatever. Inquisitors. Does this man dare question my testimony? Yes, he said it, not me. Wow, the judge didn't even think twice about throwing you under. Very well, if my testimony is required to strike down these redundant accusations I'll bestow it upon you. Redundant? Don't you mean ridiculous? Mr. Cuthbert, do you not dare speak to suppose what His Highness really means. His boots must be shining from all that licking you're doing. What was that? Nothing. It's the claps, man. It's bait. You think Lord Frege cast a spell in front of me? Don't be serf. Don't be a serf. Under careful watch of the King's Guard, my brother and Lord Steelwind. Conversed for the whole night. I didn't see her cast any magic. She's been so thorough over these past through so much years. Focus on her horrid father. Never do something like this. You and Steelwind are just jealous. He seems really convinced that he didn't see anything. You doubt he's intentionally lying. Usually when you cast detect magic, I can see traces overlaying your eyes. Yeah, there's always a visible magical energy on the target when I cast a spell. But Marinath was in another room. The King's Guard wouldn't see the initial magical effect of invisibility. Even though there was a visible effect, she would still need to say the incantation at some point and perform the gesture. Right, like how you shout repair your arcanum when every time you've done a crime scene. I don't shout it. Anyway, you must have done the incantation and gesture at some point. Did she ever given you to consider herself to do? Okay, we need to get the hand clapping. The hand clapping out the way. It's pretty obvious. It's the hand clapping. But it's like Okot Are, but whatever. Celeste, do you know? So I'm gonna focus on part of it. Assuming that she's part of condition, what's the recipe you need to do? Focus on magic and perform the gesture all at the same time. He probably doesn't mean don't be absurd, but there's not much gain from correcting him. You may think the idea is absurd, but the defendant was clearly good at keeping secrets. He could have easily considered actions at some point in the night. A brief moment to say the incantation and perform the gesture the moment she needed. I wasn't the only one watching her. Yeah. If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her the entire until she was arrested. What did you speak about? Do you know the stories about what she did when she's away? Researching something. I forgot what she said, but the old cult. Do you mean the occult? Yeah, that's it. She was researching ghosts and demons. Considering who her familiar is, her research must have paid off. Your Highness, can you please add this to your testimony? If I must. Occult or a fast? Oh, occult. Oh, occult are. Oh, occult are. Oh, okay, a bit convenient, but.
Objection!
To cast a spell, amazing to speak incantation. There's nothing that says you can't say anything before or after. Your Highness, according to the testimony, the defendant told you that the occult are a fascinating phenomenon. Is that exactly what she said, word for word? Yes, the stories she told us were quite interesting. You really stuck a court. I see. Well, even if they were interesting, your testimony proves he did cast a spell. Are you deaf? I told you. No one heard her say any incantations, nor did she perform any gestures. Unfortunately, your testimony proves the contrary. Beatrice Frege said an incantation and performed a gesture right in front of you, all without anyone even knowing. What? Your Highness, there are two components required to cast invisibility. First, the caster must speak the incantation occult are and clap both their hands together. As I'm sure you noticed, the defendant has a habit of clapping both her hands to calm herself. Now I think about it, this habit must have come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Mariner to see, so she must constantly cast invisibility to keep invisible. Ah! Cuthbert, you may have an explanation for how she hid the gesture, but she would have needed to speak the incantation. However, she did speak the incantation. The witness's testimony proves it. What are you talking about? I never said she spoke any incantation. Your Highness, the incantation for the invisibility is occult are. Now recall what you said in your testimony. She said the occult are a fascinating phenomena. The pronunciation of that one phrase is identical to the incantation. I see, so she hid the incantation in her conversation. And because her target was a creature that was outside the ballroom, no one saw the magical effects. That means that the Mariner had the means then to murder William Frey, just as Eugene did. Having the means to is completely different from actually having done it, Cuthbert. Very few people had the ability to shatter the display case. There's still a sort of spell eating. Even fewer people had some familiar small enough to traverse the vents. Also makes Harrelson's familiar equally suspect. Unlike my client's familiar, he admitted to breaking into William's study that night. If your client's familiar is truly innocent, why not have him testify? Alright, demon time. I see. Well, it's not as if he's the first unprecedented witness we had today. Is Marinoff willing to testify? You see Tamora deliberating with Beatrice and Marinoff. You can't hear what they're saying, but they're clearly in disagreement with each other. Marinoff in particular seems to be the most vocal about his displeasure. Your Honor, unfortunately Marinoff is unwilling to testify. Why the change of heart? My client's familiar may be a demon. He's afforded the same way as any other person. He's not obligated to testify. Look at Marinoff and he's grinding his sharp teeth together. For some reason he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. Why are they being so secretive all of a sudden anyway? A witness can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating themselves, but a refusal to testify is suspicious in and of itself. Tamora had no issues with Beatrice taking a stand earlier, so why would she change her tune when it comes to Marinoff? And despite what she said, Marinoff seems like he disagrees with discretion the most. Is it possible that he's the weakest link of the three of them? If so, he might be the key to implicating them. And according to legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. You wonder. I see, Marinoff is well within his right to refuse, if that's what he truly wants. It is. Well, I suppose it's for the best. I doubt he'd be willing to corroborate your story at all. Marinoff grinds his teeth together. Sounds like the metal grinding on metal. Considering his diminutive figure, I don't blame him for being a coward. Okay, we attack his pride. Mr. Cuthbert, could you please refrain from provoking the little demon? Oh, it's fine, Your Honor. He can't do anything about his master's word. And between him and the defendant, it's clear that Beatrice is the brains of the operation. You shut your filthy celestial mouth. Fair enough. What the hell are you doing? I will not stand here and be assaulted by a bloody Heavensborn. Heavensborn? Okay. Okay, cool. So Horus is not demonic then. Horus is not demonic. In that case then, if that's what he's referring to. I'm still within my contract. I'm not ready for the likes of him. You want my testimony? I'll give you my goddamn testimony.
Objection!
Your Honor, my client does not consent to having their testimony familiar testify. Tomorrow, did you say Marinav is afforded the rights of any person? He has the right to refuse to testify, but only if he decides if he wants to exercise it. And he's clearly intent on giving it. So, Marinav, why don't you testify what you were doing on the night of the murder? Gladly. I provided sight to my keeper while she spoke with the princes. I'll admit that she did cast a visibility on me during the conversation, but she needed to keep me hidden after all. But I never left the room where my master was. Nor did I steal the sword. You have nothing on me, Heavensborn. You didn't have proof I entered William Frager's study. Do you honestly expect us to take your word for it? Or do you have any evidence to support your alibi? You only speak the truth, Heavensborn. Oops, I touched something from my mouse. There. I only speak the truth, Heavensborn. There are mages other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. And by your own admission, none of your witnesses saw me in the night of the murder. The only one lacking evidence is you. Here's a point. You need proof that ties into the murder. Presenting contradicting evidence might not be possible. However, he's clearly lying in his testimony. There's something strange about the way he's speaking. Why is he pausing so much? You're not seeing any thoughts through the eye, but perhaps you can try to interpret the meaning of his words. Interpret? Nor did I steal it. Oh, okay. You weren't the one who stole it, but...
Objection!
No. I never left the room.
Objection!
No. He keeps taking pauses between certain statements, but not all of them. More importantly, his word choice was different. Did he slip up? Marina, I feel like you misspoke and used the wrong word. What? From my most of your testimony, you referred to Beatrice as your key. Oh, I didn't notice. Whoops. You referred to her as your master during one statement. Why is that? For the first time, you didn't have a response. So I'll ask you again. Did you leave the ballroom that night? I didn't leave the ballroom my master was. I didn't leave the room where my master was. Using the word master again. Even though you pointed it out. Why isn't he correcting himself? Does that mean he's intentionally using that term? Okay, so Freya is the... Okay, yeah. So, Beatrice is the keeper, but the master is someone else. If so, why? Why is he using the term master? So, Beatrice is not Marina's master. Take his words at face value, the master isn't Beatrice. And if Beatrice isn't his master, then his statement, I never left the room my master was, would tend to be true. But why would he even bother making that distinction? If he has no moral hang-ups about committing murder, he could have just lied. Why couldn't Marina simply lie? Eris? Was she even there? Was Eris even in, the place? Demons clearly planning planets of intriguing corrupting humans. Why wouldn't he just lie? Demons are not able to lie. No, it can't be. Demons are clearly different from humans, but would they seriously have a limitation like that? It explained why Timora and Beatrice were so opposed to him being testify. Only one way to know for sure. Witness, can you repeat the following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. What kind of ridiculous request is that? Another pause. I'm afraid I must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Please don't waste our time. I'm conducting a little experiment, Your Honor. I'll ask you again, Marinav. Say the following phrase. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. Your Honor, Cuthbert's clearly making trivial requests to stall for time. His request is not worth a response from the witness. That's not what I'm doing, Tamora, and I think you know that. Maranath, we truly don't know much about demons aside from stories told in myth. So, is it possible that demons are physically unable to lie? Damn it. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but that seems quite ridiculous. Why would the witness be able to be capable of lying? I truly don't know, Your Honor, but his testimony speaks for itself. He can easily refute it by granting my request. Say Tyrion Cuthbert has green hair, witness. Tyrion Cuthbert is green. Wait, what? Wait, what? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. You said it yourself. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is... That's not what I asked for, witness. Repeat the statement I told you, word for word, nothing more or after.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to fulfill its request. I might be compelled to agree with you, Mr. Tamora, if the witness weren't clearly avoiding the fulfilling the request. Thanks, Judge, finally. Well, we're all waiting, Maranath. You can't easily prove me wrong by repeating my statement plainly. You filthy heavensborn. Say it, Maranath. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is blonde. Technically, it's dirty blonde. Oh, shut up. Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Maranath? Are you actually unable to lie? I think his silence speaks for itself, Your Honor. Remarkable. I've never imagined. And with that, proving my case becomes much a simpler matter. Maranath, did you murder Freyga? I'm sure you understand, witness. Under these circumstances, things are basically an admission of guilt. You have no reason to stay quiet, Maranath. Tell him the truth. Okay, are you done now? Lady Beatrice, what are you... I believe it's time to come clean, don't you, Maranath? I see, so that's your play. Don't think you can stall for time, Miss Freyga. Maranath has no choice but to answer the question. Do it, Maranath. Tell the court the truth. To answer your question, yes. I did murder William Freyga. What are you doing? Miss Freyga, does this mean you're confessing to the murder? Oh, Your Honor, I'm not admitting to anything. This confession comes from Maranath himself. But your own familiar just... Let me ask you a question, Maranath. Did I order you to murder my father? No, you did not, Lady Beatrice. Okay. Oh no, but you're not the master though. You're not the master. We've gone through this. Tyrion. You're lying, aren't you? Demons are physically unable to lie, Mr. Cuthbert. Damn it, she's right. She must have done something. Did she plan for this? She must have arranged something so the statement was technically true. She could have asked someone else to give the order, or she could have implied it. Either way, she can just complete ignorance and blame everything on Maranath. Still, this isn't over. Oh, is that so? Let me tell you, this trial was over the moment Arya turned her blade against me. I don't care who you are, man, king, or demon. You're not getting away with this. Oh, okay, we changed the statement. Man, king, or god. Now it's demon. Oh, I do love the gravitas behind that. But I wonder how long it will last. Hit me with your best shot, Heavensborn. Beatrice Freyga, you may not technically ordered your father's murder, but you're clearly acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the manor, something you knew would harm your father. Oh really? And what would that be? I didn't bring anything dangerous to Freyga's manor. What was so dangerous that it implies lethal intent? I didn't bring anything dangerous. What'd you bring? What did you bring? I didn't bring anything dangerous to Freyga manor. Oh, the demon. No, you're always with it. Lethal intent. It's on a sword. What'd you bring? What did you bring? What did you bring? Is it the inheritance? What? You brought something dangerous into the manor, knowing you knowing that something that you knew would harm your father, what would that be? I didn't bring anything dangerous. What was it that implies lethal intent? Lethal intent. Yeah, it's not Maranath because it's just my familiar, lol. Then what? What did you bring? Returned home, the meeting. No, that's not right. Enter the manor assuming she might have to murder her father. She brought something to the manor to make sure she could do that. Then it's Maranath then, but not really. Unless it's the weapon. Maybe it's not even a letter opener. Maybe it's already broken. No. Do you mean... Fine. Do you mean... thing? For other content, ha. Yeah, then it's Maranath then. And not really. It's like, it's my that doesn't really work, but like, it's just her familiar. It's like, yeah, it's chill. You were clearly planning to murder your father from the start. Ha, I require Maranath to see. That's not implied lethal intent. But you brought a demon into the house, and the result, your father was killed. That's hardly an innocent mistake. My client specifically asked her father if familiars were allowed. We even received a legal written document beforehand. But you couldn't possibly have expected her to bring a demon. He didn't specify not to do this. The presidents of Maranath did not break any of the rules, nor any laws in the kingdom. Right, you are, Tamora. How do you be blamed by familiar acts without any knowledge? How can you be blameless in Maranath's actions? He's your familiar. By the same logic, shouldn't we blame Lord Haraldson for the actions of his pet monkey? If I recall, he broke into the study, tampered with the secure crime scene, and left my father's body without reporting it. That's... Maranath and Eugene are intelligent creatures. They have their own autonomy. Their keepers aren't legally bound to their reactions. Damn it, she's playing devil's advocate. But I suppose that's fitting for her. But you still cost the visibility to keep Maranath hidden from that night. Mr. Cuthbert, I always cast invisibility on Maranath. I can't very well let people see him. Face it, Mr. Cuthbert, you have nothing on me. I did not commit any crimes during Lord's Ball. Every crime related to the murder was committed by Maranath. Oh no, the thing. The sword. Maranath required your magic to break the wards guarding the sword dispelating. You may be able to explain why you cast invisibility that night, but you can't explain why you cast an invocation spell powerful enough to shatter that display case. Oh, that. Almost forgotten. I plead guilty. What? The charge of grand theft, I mean. I ordered Maranath to help me steal this artifact so I could sell it on the black market. I would never have imagined that he'd use it to murder my father. It doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing a sword. The Slayer rule only takes effect if she's found responsible for her death. Damn it, is there anything you can do? Maranath will take the fall on Beatrice's behalf. The sentence for the first degree murders doesn't care. It's in the bozo of you being a demon. Do the right thing and tell the truth. All we have is deflect. We can't threaten you. Like, a demon, sure, for deflect. As though if you bring a demon to Lord's Ball, do you think we just accept your flawed claim? Cuthbert, if you recall, you have written notice that allowing her father into the manor. The flaw's on our side. There's nothing legal about Maranath's presence. What? Appeal to him. Tennis, I don't... We need to die for your keeper's crimes. He's always telling the truth. Yeah, he's always telling the truth, so threaten. Okay, Maranath. The sentence for the first degree murder is death. Are you trying to die, willing to die for your keeper's crimes? Oh, you stupid heavens born. Demons never truly die. When our bodies are destroyed, we return to the abyssal hells. Hell? If we were to die in accordance to the laws, I would only return to my plane unharmed. What? even if I could die. A fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail. Oh. Those three are a pain to argue against when they're together. You can't break Beatrice's confidence at all. So, do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert? I didn't think so. Your Honor, it appears we found a true culprit. I can't believe you killed my father, Marinoff. I'm so cross with you. I should give my apologies. I won't do it again. Don't worry, I forgive you. Now then, is there any reason why the trial hasn't ended already, Your Honor? Come on, Judge. Please. Come on, don't you have anything else? There's one thing. Damn it, not again. Oh, is that all you can do now? Glare at me? What? Marinoff, what'd you just do? I've been watching him. He's been using an old celestial trick. But it's weak. Your divine gaze won't work here, Heavensborn. You... Looks like that was your last piece, Cuthbert. Well, this can't be how it ends. Not if you've come this far. What is that you had to say in these situations? Checkmate, Cuthbert. Oh, do we actually lose here? I have to say, this one was one of the more eventful trials I've ever seen. It was many things. It's not enlightening. I suppose it will end the same. Come on, think of something. Anything. Well, I find the defendant's actions quite suspect. I must agree with their argument. Aside from the theft of Lord Harrelson's exhibit, none of Miss Frega's actions that night are illegal under Wyvern law. There is no proof the defendant is responsible for her familiar's actions. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. We'll be taking a brief recess. I'll be ready once we resume. Damn it. Is this seriously how it's going to end? After everything you've gone through here? He lost. I don't think it's going to end like this. I don't think so. This world is bleak, merciless and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light is within you. How bright the light within you is. Use my eyes. Peer beyond the divine gate like as I once did. When I've called you a Heavensborn, and your mother told you there's a light within you. You have no idea what that means. What even is the divine gate? Why is it the Eye of Horus? We're able to read people's minds. You've been so lost lately. Relied too much on the eye. But let's see where this goes. I mean, to be fair, she's now using anti-eye tricks, so we'll see. You thought you finally figured out who you're supposed to be. But all of this, everything you've been working towards, it was all a lie. You spent your entire life trying to be like Miss Tamora. But is she even like her? No, she just wanted to raise you to be a tool for the eye taker. She's never your guardian. She's never your mother. Your real mother died years ago. I mean, I think, like, Ruby has some feelings for you. Like, it's not that cold. Was Eris right? Is everyone in your life trying to use you? Looking back on it, you've had no idea what to do with yourself since your mother died. Oh, okay. He's breaking down. He's breaking down. You've been making mistake after mistake. Leaving Oranax, trusting Tamora, becoming an attorney. You've always just done as you're told. You never once made a path for yourself. But you saved Celeste, and Wallace, and Dracogan, and when no one else would stand up for them. Was helping them a mistake? You fought for your dream that doesn't exist. Doesn't mean you can't make it real. It's true you followed Tamora's lead, but you've always done what you thought was right about everything else. You wouldn't have stood up for that criminal if you truly didn't know right from wrong. And you wouldn't be standing here if you'd just done as you were told. What do I do? I'm not going to tell you what. You already know the answer. You've always known the answer. You take a deep breath and relax your thoughts. How do you prove that Beatrice ordered Marinoff? You know it can seem hopeless sometimes, but there's always a way to win in the end. Use deduction that connects Leif, Beatrice, and Marinoff. Use testimony. Use physical evidence. In order to convict Beatrice, you need to prove that she was responsible for Marinoff's actions. People leave trails, and when they think they committed a perfect crime, they've always got something left behind. There has to be something that proves Beatrice gave Marinoff the order. Beatrice's relationship with Marinoff is clearly different from a relationship with humans. What do you think about the relationship? The specific way the relationship works. Their connection was hidden by their crimes. Their connection is facilitated through a spell. No. A pact. Oh, right, the demon contract. I think the way the relationship works, or a pact as Marinoff calls it. Wasn't there something that someone said? What was it? Who told you something about demonic pacts? Oh. Harold. The chill guy. Most chill guy. Oh, used a sword. A pact between demon and magic and mate. Isn't a pact with demons asking for trouble? They really betray you the first chance they got. Well, let's see that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, do you mean like a legally binding document? Oh, an actual blood contract. Okay. Then that's right. Beatrice must have made a blood contract. A legally binding document like that must describe how the relationship works. Leif did tell you that Beatrice would never trust someone she couldn't control. She would only do herself in a situation when she had full control over Marinaf's actions. It's not as if she'd ever show it to me. Be told order to even prove that blood contract even exists. Guess you have a point. But if you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. So this is once, let me guide you the rest of the way. What? Tyrion, your eyes don't actually read minds. Oh, okay. They give you the means to reveal truths that are being concealed. Oh, okay, so yeah. Anything that's... Okay, yeah. You can pull the truth out of anyone and anything. The truth? So say it together with me. Marinaf, dweller of Avernus. What are you doing? By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release my guards and manifest your blood contract with Beatrice Frege. It's a legal document written in blood, 50 pages long. Luckily you somehow know the exact something you need. Marinaf is prohibited from killing or injuring any and all humans. Beatrice Frege can designate individuals that are exempt from this rule, and exempted individuals will remain so for 24 hours. Marinaf cannot harm them unless told otherwise. You did it, but how? Was that really your... No, that's not important right now. Okay, this would have been first person better. Like, yeah, we're not... Yeah, Frey is like a character. She gave you what you needed. The rest up to you. When the Nine Hells was that? You. When did you learn to... Mr. Cuthbert, what just happened? Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract. We did what? Yeah, there's no way to get this out. This one's like pure magic battle, by this case. This one's a pure magic battle. Blood contract. You can think of it as a legally binding document. It lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice and her familiar. Incredible. Where did you learn this such a thing? Just now? The library? Wow, to think that, like, you know, actually such knowledge. Yeah, I'm not buying it. How did you actually find out to do that? It's a long story. You're not sure if she believed you, even if you told her. Anyway, defense attorneys are urgent as such. Marinaf was acting alone, and the defendant is not to blame for his actions that night. However, take a look at the page 7 of this blood contract. It specifies that Marinaf is prohibited from killing any and all humans, but there's only one scenario where he can do so, and that's when Beatrice Frege designates someone to exempt. You... Beatrice Frege, you didn't order Marinaf to kill your father, but you implied it by telling Marinaf he could kill him. Not only that, you did so within 24 hours of the Lord's Ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Marinaf into Frege Manor with full knowledge that he could kill and would kill William. Alright, we got her. And that's checkmate. But yeah, I mean, we're going harder on the Eye of Horus thing, so I don't know. We'll see how they do it for the final case. But yeah, right now it's like, it's pretty much magic battles. Well, supernatural battles. Just when I thought the surprises were over. But in the end, we arrived at the truth. I suppose I can't disagree with that. What do you have to say for yourself, Lady Frege? Do not call me that. It's almost funny that you hate your name that much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frege estate. Do you have any idea what you've just cost me? Everything has been ruined because of you. Why should I care? You're just another noble, trying to steal power for yourself. Don't you dare lump me together with those tyrants. We wouldn't have just liberated House Frege. We liberated everyone. Miriam, Leif, Arya, even Aster. Our system is broken. The only way to fix it is by burning it down from the inside. And as long as King Olivier sits on his throne, the suffering will only continue. Lady Frege! As the prosecutor, I should warn you. You don't want to add treason to your list of crimes. Even though you'd like to see the king worse as much as he does. Yeah, funny enough, we're defending the nobility, in a sense. In a roundabout way. Doesn't matter, I'm done either way. Heaven's born. Look at page 46. By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frege forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. Ah. If Beatrice Frege fails to pay her debt by claiming House Frege and all of its assets, her soul, her mind, and her life be claimed by the Empress of Discord. Sorry, Discord's a funny word now. Sorry. Okay, damn. The contract goes on to name several parts of House Frege's holdings. There's very little room for ambiguity. Arya was almost right. He just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never to the Eye Taker. They were to the Abyssal Hells. Why would you agree to do something like this? Because I miscalculated. In this folder, I records of your many plots against House Steel and the Crown. It would be a shame if this information fell into their hands. You think these people attempt at blackmail will frighten me? I've dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can't solve with House Frege's resources. What are you talking about? Lucio Steel isn't a type of person you can just buy. It's clear your time has taught you nothing. Everyone can be bought. Oh, okay. She tried to take him down, like, well, not legally, but blackmail. But then also, like, I don't think she realized, miscalculated that. Yeah, he would be like, nah, you're not getting any of my money, and that would have damned her to hell, essentially. So man is as unstoppable tyrannical force. Never considered one possibility, that William Frege was a sheltered moron. He honestly thought he could pay off Lucio Steelwind. Anyone who's met him would know that would never work. I could have sent this information to House Steelwind and the King, but I was running out of time. I need to inherit Frege as soon as possible. I felt trapped. I felt angry. What do you mean by time, though? Because the contract says, unless there's a deadline for a debt. I said blessed by interest, so fails to pay a debt by claiming all of its assets. Yeah, because is there a deadline for the debt? You could have just waited then. You could have waited. In that case. Unless, like, no, because if House Frege just gets, like, taken over, there's technically no inheritance for her either way. True. Maybe. I just wanted something to change. Something about this feels wrong. Something deep inside of you is crying out in anger. A blood contract is still a legal contract, isn't it? What? If it's a contract, we can dispute it. We can figure out some kind of loophole to get you out of it. What? Trying to redeem the enemy you just defeated. You really are a Heavensborn. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I won't accept your help. What? Why? We can't at least try, can't we? If you seriously come this far just so you could die? To dispute a blood contract is to pay your own soul. If you fail to render it null, your soul will be dragged to hell. Even your divine blood won't save you from that fate. But still, I can't just... You beat me, Mr. Cuthbert. I don't want to drag anyone else down with me. Not you, not Leif, not Miriam. Despite everything, I still have my dignity. No, you can still get money from other means. Don't worry. There's another way. I need to pull on this trial. Bailiff, please escort Frege and her familiar to a holding cell. I'll be pressing my verdict shortly. Okay, it's weird, like, he says, oh, I'll do my verdict, but we don't see the verdict. You okay? Yeah, as okay as it can be. You still feel uneasy about how things turned out. It doesn't feel quite like the victory you're hoping for. You fought against demons, and you can't help but feel you lost. Cuthbert, we need to talk. What's done is done, but boss isn't going to take kindly to what you've done today. I know it's a long shot, but maybe we can talk to him, he'll... No. Cuthbert, this is serious. He's going to send people after you. Dangerous people. You can't ignore this. Okay, cool. If we have people after us, are we going to pay to get... Are we going to pay to get... What, are we going to get paid for this? I don't think so, no. Unless, like, prosecutor pay comes from, like... Oh, no, Aster. Aster's going to pay us. Maybe. Yeah, Aster will pay us. He didn't say Beatrice has to be innocent. Just for the truth. So, Aster, give us the money. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Timora was an adult in the situation. What did she do? Okay, no, yeah. But Timora does care, though. She does care. Just listen to me and... Shut up. Yeah, Timora cares. How could you do this? How could you work with criminals? Cuthbert, everything you told me, all those ideas about protecting the weak, if it was all a lie, everything is Commander White said about you is true, isn't it? Just trying to... I don't want your help. As you yell at her, your voice echoes through the lobby. So nearby turned silent. I have everything for you. My childhood, my home, my happiness. I left it all behind to chase the ideal you told me you were fighting for. It was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything, all for this goddamn lie. I'll make it real. And if I'll do it without you. Tyrion, as she reaches her hand out to you, step away from her. You never cared about me, did you? All you cared about was using the Eye of Horus. That's not... Shut up. I don't want to hear any more of your damn lies. I mean, she does care, but obviously he'd be pissed. She does care. Go away. Get the hell away from me. I never want to see you again. Without a word, she walks away from you. Tyrion... She reaches out her hand to hold yours again, but she hesitates this time. Yeah, Eris, don't screw with him. No. What? I can't believe it. We actually won. Tyrion, Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Just surrender. Fair. What about that? Checkmate. Damn it. You've been acting weird since we arrived at Oranax. Does it have anything to do with your mother? Please, just talk to me. I'm your friend, aren't I? Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You feel Celeste hold your trembling hand from behind you. In the same situation you felt back then. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Miss Tamora. As you just hesitate to hold your hand, you reach out and grasp it. As she hesitates, rather. She smiles as you take hold of it. She seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug. Huh? Sorry, I just need this right now. Should I stop? No, it's just... People are staring at us. Who cares what they think? We're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do. You're still unsure what you're going to do next, but perhaps you don't need to. Even if tomorrow's ideals was a lie. I don't think she means well, but... she like, yeah. Hey, Celeste, there's something I want to tell you about. Oh, what is it? It's hard to explain, really. I don't know where to begin, but it's about an ability I have. I call it the Eye of Horus. Even if the idea was a lie, you have the power to make it real. And even if you can't trust tomorrow anymore, you have people in your life you can trust. Well, people, singular. Or unless you count Arya. Come on, count Arya in it. A person. It's people plural, so trust Arya. We'll see. I don't know. It feels weird, but it feels weird if Arya is the final boss, though. I don't know. Unless it's gonna be Tamora. What a fine mess this is. That kid has completely and utterly ruined everything. As much as Tamora hates it, we need to put him in the ground. I don't think that'll be necessary. Sorry, love. I know you're fond of him, but I can't let an insult like this go on unanswered. You don't have to pay the price. I think you've understood me, father. I meant this facade is no longer necessary. Rika's once again disrespected. Oh, true, yeah, Rika. I hope we see her. Like, it's a bit sad. It's like the childhood friend that just gets, like, dusted. What the hell? Is something wrong, father? Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so why... It happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house. So you made a pact with me. What are you talking about? But things don't matter. Didn't turn out like he wanted, I'm afraid. Poor Lord Laren's plot was discovered, and his noble house was stripped of the rank and status. His name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me Wyvern Guard. I settled for claiming his bloodline. Laren, how do you know about my name? John. Just John. No one knew about that name, not even my real daughter. I know it's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten John. Okay, you're the demon. Are you the demon that made the spell sword in that case? You said that a weapon to fight the mages. So maybe did you make the sword then? Everyone in your bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter. You bastard! What'd you do to her? What I did to all my prey? I made her suffer. No. Did you know what she was crying out for you for months? I made her watch, you know? I made her watch, I took her place. Oh well, the father she desperately called out for forgot who she was. Okay, cool. So, what's it called? The Eye Taker is like a fake final boss. All my minions slowly and painfully tore her soul apart. You monster. You goddamn monster! I enjoyed our torment while it lasted, but even that couldn't satisfy me. What I really crave is the blood of a celestial. That's what this is about, that stupid kid. I can't have you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. At least not until I'm done with him. He's fodder. You goddamn demon, I'll kill you. This man is your enemy. Your life goal is and always has been to exact revenge on him. What the hell are you talking about? You. I lost everything because of you. They kicked me out of the Inquisition because of your false testimony. What? Let go of me. You killed my entire family. Okay, I see. She manipulated everyone. I won't let you get away with this. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Hey, isn't that the noble who killed all his children? I heard he got released by paying off the judge. What are you talking about? Get away from me. Don't lie to us. We know you did. No, stay away. Ah. We fight into the final act, my dearest Tyrion. And from what I've seen, I think I know exactly how I'm going to break you. I hope you're just as excited as I am. Okay, the final act. I want to put Eris in the thumbnail, but I don't know how. Over there, just don't use her for the thumbnail. Just make it a surprise to people. Just no Eris, but she's always there. But yeah, okay, cool. We'll continue this on Friday then. Yeah, Friday. We'll wrap this up Friday. Why is the scream always the worst part? Even though I'll just use the ballroom scene, maybe. I'll just use this for the thumbnail. Maybe I'll just use this for the thumbnail. I'll probably use this for the thumbnail, maybe. Because I have no idea what to use. Is that one with eyes open, though? Okay, this one. I can't make it more monotone if I try. Yeah, I don't really try for screams, not gonna lie. I don't really try for screams when I read out lines. Maybe this for the thumbnail, maybe. Because I literally nothing else I could use. I want to use Arya, though. I like Arya. Yeah, okay. ST. What did they put for the title screen? Oh yeah, this one. Well, that's the title. But okay, cool. We'll see what we do. That background's different. It's not the courtroom. It's something else. That's not the courtroom. But okay, cool. Attorney of the Arcane. Alright, we'll save this for Friday then. I might start earlier just in case on Friday. I might start early just in case on Friday. Because I feel like this is 6 hours. So, just in case, we'll start early on Friday. Dude, that's this courtroom. Ha! But yeah, we'll start early on Friday. Like 11 o'clock or something. Well, an hour earlier, rather. That makes sense. We'll start an hour earlier just in case, because this is 6 hours. So I imagine it'll be long. I imagine it'll be long. But okay, we'll try. But yeah, he releases tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow we're doing the... Well, it's not really... I don't think it's not that long, the Grand Blue versus Rising story update. It's not that long, but then we'll mess around for a tad in there. Anyway. But yeah, we'll start... I think we'll start earlier for Tyrion on Friday. Just in case. Because I have a feeling it'll be long. And it was already feeling like... it's already 6 hours long, this case. So, yeah. Alright, cool. Maybe I'll just use the Tyrion and think... Oh no, but I don't use Arya. I don't know. I'll figure out a thumbnail at some point. There's like one artwork, I think, from the beta version, from the pre-release, like the Kickstarter or whatever you call it, Indiegogo, whatever, thing that I could use. I'll see. Alright, cool. That'll be all for today, and bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Yeah, because I don't really have much artwork to use for this game, so yeah, it's tough. Cool. But yeah, take care. Bye-bye.